Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Taken by Him by S.R. Jones. Narrated by Marie Hawkins and Eric Smays. Prologue. Aurora. 2 months ago. They say hatred is corrosive, a bad thing. My hatred isn't. It's a force of good. It rushes through my veins, slewing out the slurry of sadness, fear, and despair. When the hatred comes, I really believe I can escape this fate. The hatred burns in me and tells me not to give up, never to give in. Perhaps it offers false hope, but better false hope than none. The object of my hatred is sitting opposite me, ankle over the opposing knee, slicing into an apple with the blade of the knife he gutted a man with yesterday, and then lifting each slice to his mouth and crunching down on it. The sound of his chewing makes me want to commit murder. I loathe him beyond anything I've felt before. The urge to leap out of my chair, grab that knife, and stick it in his throat is so strong my fingers twitch. I cannot, though. He would overpower me, then turn the knife on me. I've experienced it before. Absently, I touch the wound high up on my thigh. No stitches for me. My cousin cut me, and then he glued me back together, leaving an ugly scar. One of many. Most of them are on the inside, but there are a few on the outside, too. I like them. They show the world the reality of my life. I also thought they might provide me with enough faults to be less appealing to the perverts who have gathered around me since I was 12, telling my family what a prize I was. Sadly, I was wrong. Now I'm betrothed to a prince, except he's not like a prince in the fairy tales that I hoped would come and rescue me as a child. He's horrible, old, stupid, and spoiled. The man makes me want to throw up when he touches me, the way he strokes my hair. He called it my mane, the freak. "I can feel you glowering from over here," my cousin says in a deep, low rumble. "Stop it and go do something useful. Help Nana in the kitchen." "Fuck you," is the answer I want to give. Instead, I simply stand with a, "Yes, cousin." "Good girl," he says, and again I want to grab the knife and gut him with it. As if he can read my thoughts, he lifts his dark gaze to meet mine and brandishes the blade. "You want to take it and try?" I shake with suppressed rage, tears filling my eyes. He laughs, the sound rich and deep. He's a handsome man, cultured. His clothes cost more than most people's houses, and he can play the violin. He's also soulless, dead inside. "Tommaso, when I decide to end your life, you won't know it's coming." He's up out of his chair before I can move. His hand wraps around my throat and he walks me backward until I hit the wall. "When you fucking come for me, I'll be the one to hurt you. Only I won't kill you. I will maim you instead. How will you feel when this face, this fucking legendary face, is all carved up? When no one wants you, huh?" I grab the knife still in his other hand and bring it to my cheek. "Do it now," I spit. "This face is nothing but a curse." He takes the blade and presses into the side of my breast instead. Not enough to draw blood. "No, you need it right now. One day, though, I'll play with your body like a rag doll and you'll wish you'd shown me the respect I deserve, cunt." Then he smacks my head back against the wall and lets go of me. I turn away from him, back straight and head high, and I walk slowly and serenely from the room. I walk down the hallway like a robot. Each step and my legs shake more. When I turn the corner, I bolt into the small toilet at this end of the hall and sink to my knees. As I shake so hard, I feel as if my bones will fall apart. By the time I reach the kitchen to do as I'm told and help our Nana, she's gone. In her place is my auntie, not Tommaso's mother, the other sister of my now-dead mother. "Ah, there you are." She bustles about preparing food. She wipes her hands on her apron and stops to really look at me. "Child, whatever is wrong?" "I can't do it," I whisper. My mother would be bereft to see what Tommaso has forced me to do. Can't you stop him? This aunt, Rosa, is not hard like Tommaso's bitch mother. She sighs. Aurora, this is not mine to change. This decision is made by Tommaso, and as the head of the house, the male overseeing you, it is his right. Your mother is dead, and your father deserted you before she passed, so it's not Tommaso's fault he must carry this burden. He's wicked. I bite my lip. She must know deep down that her precious nephew is rotten to the core. Perhaps she's scared of him the way everyone else is. But I always thought Rosa had more fire than that. I admired her so when growing up. Is it wicked to arrange a marriage for you with one of the most powerful and wealthy men in the world? I frown. Yes, he's old and disgusting, and he makes my skin crawl. I don't wish to marry him. Then I give her my truth. I wish to marry for love. Oh, child. She grabs an open bottle of red wine on the side and takes 2 glasses out of the far cupboard, pouring one for her and one for me. Come sit with me a moment. I do as she says, grateful for the warmth of the wine hitting my sour, empty stomach. Aurora, love is for the fools of this world. What is love? Chemicals, that is all. You really want to meet some handsome boy in the village, marry him, have children, and what? In 5 years, he's with some waitress every other night behind your back. And everyone in the square knows it, and they look at you with pity. Of course, no one dare say it to your face because you're a Rossi, but you're a fool, and they all know. You have your pride, so you stay. You bear more children, and your hips widen as your face sags. One day he leaves you for good, and you're alone. Too old for most men to care. Too young to want to remain alone forever. Your beauty is ruined. Or, you marry the prince. You become a wealthy and powerful woman in your own right. A man like that, you simply must learn how to handle him. One day he'll be a king. You will be a queen. Imagine that, Aurora. A queen. Everyone will kneel before you, and because he is old, one day, perhaps one day not too far away, the prince will die, and you will be a very wealthy and powerful woman. In fact, with your wealth and power, you might be the one to take a younger lover. She giggles. This is the way of the world. Money, power, fame. They are much more important than love, or looks. Take what is being offered to you and use it to make yourself untouchable. It can be done. She's wrong. Everything she is saying is wrong. I try one more time. He's cruel, the prince. I can see it in his eyes. I think he wants to hurt me. Temper him. There are ways, womanly wiles. You simply have to learn how to handle and restrain him. If he has tastes that are too much for you, hire a prostitute and look the other way. Impress upon him that you are his wife. You will let him be with you, but only in a way God would approve of. If he wants to do things you find distasteful, shame him. Make him realize those things are for some other woman to endure, not you. Dear God, I've stepped back in time to the medieval days. Next she'll be telling me to ensure I don't hang for witchcraft. Don't look at me like that, Aurora, with such disappointment. You think I'm an old fool, but I know the ways of this world. I don't think you're old, I tell her with a faint smile. She chuckles. I love you, Aurora, but sadly the day your father left and Tommaso's father died, this family's fate lay in that boy's hands and still does. He lets me stay here, at the big house. Without his largesse, I could be on the streets. My own life hasn't been what I hoped. I understand that you're scared, but I have faith in you. You're a unique beauty and a smart girl. You can outwit that old man. You wait. It won't be so bad. Despite her refusal to help, her talk buoys me until the next day. The knock at my door is early, and I'm lazing in bed reading. I go to the door and Tommaso enters, throwing a handful of clothing on the bed. I glance at it and frown. It's trashy stuff. Red, hot pinks, and shiny black fake leather. What is this? I ask. Your husband-in-waiting owns particular tastes. He is very specific that you should be trained in some of them, so I shall start today. My stomach drops. The clothes are the kind of things women wear in the windows in Amsterdam, not the sort of thing a queen would wear, as my aunt claimed I am to be. Trained how? I will kill myself if Tommaso touches me that way. I really will. Again, as if he reads my mind, he laughs. Get over yourself, Aurora. You are indeed beautiful, but you're not my type. You are also family, and I'm not sick. I think we both know that's not true. He shrugs, casual and unbothered. Yeah, you're right. I will caveat that statement. I'm not sick in that way. I will simply teach you how to submit, how to walk, to wear the clothes he wishes you to. And we will go to a few parties so you can see the sort of lifestyle the prince enjoys in his downtime. That's it. That's as scary as it gets. So stop looking like I'm about to shoot you. Pick something from that pile and get ready. We're going to a club. 5 hours later, I know I cannot marry the prince. I must do anything I can to escape what he wants me for. I also know something about Tommaso. A secret. A deep, dark secret that he would kill me to keep. The fact he's let me know it, let me witness what he did, only terrifies me more. It tells me he really does see me as disposable. Marry the prince and keep my mouth shut, or don't, and die. That is the day I start praying for God to send me a savior. Chapter 1. Aurora. Be on your best behavior, bitch, or I will hurt you. I need those Volkov fuckers to give our family an introduction to these British idiots they've been courting. I nod, numb inside. My time with Tommaso has taught me 2 things. His cruelty knows no bounds, and he is a man of his word. If I show him up, he'll hurt me. The man has very creative ways of inflicting physical pain without leaving a mark. He's a sadist. I looked up sadism and fell deep into research on the dark triad, which some researchers say should include sadism. He's definitely a member of that group. Cold, Machiavellian, and narcissistic. He primps and preens and worships his image and money. Yet deep down underneath it all, there's another side to Tommaso. Still deviant, still fucked up, but one that I know about, and I expect few others do. I could tell these men we are meeting today all about my cousin's strange habits. Maybe I will. Perhaps I'll decide to go out in a blaze of agonizing glory and share Tommaso's secrets before he carves me up like a pumpkin. The car arrives and I step out of the foyer of the hotel and into the back of the Mercedes. Our driver, who is also an armed bodyguard, nods at me once without turning around. Tommaso slides in next to me, and his thigh against mine is enough to make me feel sick. My dress is a long, tight, smart day dress. It's expensive, not trashy the way he's been dressing me recently. Today, I look like a young Italian socialite, with jewelry borrowed from my aunt so that I don't let the family down by appearing poor. We arrive at our destination, and I glance up at the building. It appears to be expensive. Genuinely so. Not the sort of trashy place dressing up as expensive that Tommaso normally drags me to. We step inside and up some more stairs. I keep my head down as we enter a room, scattered with a few people sitting, talking quietly on old leather sofas. I follow my cousin to the bar area. There, milling around talking, are the people we met before at the other party, the disgusting one which my cousin dragged me to. Sasha Volkov, the man is, and I think the woman is called Leah. I forget. I have met so many people these past few weeks of my training with my cousin. Training to be a good girl, a submissive girl, the way my husband-to-be allegedly demands. I glance at Sasha, then Leah, before my gaze cuts to the dark-haired man who stands, eyeing Tommaso with the kind of naked aggression I wish I could show. They begin talking, each trying to show the other he has the bigger dick. Men. Pathetic. As they show off, I become aware of a person to my left. A quiet presence I didn't notice at first. I glance over, and my world stops. It just stops. Then it spins a little as if I'm getting a dizzy spell. This man is astonishing. He's handsome, but it's not that which draws me. It's his size, his confidence, the way he's looking at me, and most of all, the brutality simmering just beneath his skin. The strangest thought hits me. This man is a weapon, and I am a woman direly in need of one. I hold his gaze, and something inside me catches a light, something I thought long dead. Flames flicker where before there was only ash. My life over the past 2 years has killed any desire I felt, but this man is staring at me as if he wants to consume me, and he has it roaring back to life. The men are making introductions, and still the stranger's dark gaze never leaves my face. "And who is this?" Tommaso asks, breaking into my dreamlike trance as he aggressively jerks his chin at the stranger. "Maxim Volkov," the man says. His voice is so deep and powerful. He doesn't break our stare to glance at my cousin. That takes balls. That takes confidence. My breathing increases as I tell myself to look away. I could get this man killed, but I cannot seem to stop gawping at him. He's such a force of nature. "Stop staring at my cousin," Tommaso snarls. Oh, Lord. I finally tear myself away from the man, cheeks flaming as I look to the ground. Tommaso is breathing through his nose like a bull about to charge. "You don't get to come to my club and start trouble." The older Volkov brother widens his stance, and the frisson of increased testosterone fills the air. I want to roll my eyes and laugh at these idiots, but I can't. I dare not. For the sad truth is, as pathetic as I find all the macho, patriarchal bullshit, I am trapped in it. If you're trapped, you have few options, but perhaps the brother who can't stop staring at me could be one. Maxim. It is a good name, a strong name. The way he seems to be a strong man. Not in that aggressive, annoying way of Tommaso, though. No, Maxim's strength is quiet but utterly compelling. "I'm not trying to cause trouble." Tommaso's irritation bleeds into his tone. "She's taken, and I don't like the way your brother's looking at her." "Logan, take the ladies, including Aurora, to the conservatory, please. We will have some drinks and nibbles delivered to you." Sasha Volkov interrupts the testosterone face-off smoothly with his cultured way. He takes a hold of his woman's arm for a brief moment and gives it a reassuring squeeze. The gesture makes me sad because no one touches me that way. I only get manhandled and shoved around. If Tommaso takes hold of me, it is with far less care. I still have some bruises on top of my left arm from where he dragged me across the parking lot a few days ago, after I dared to answer him back. The man named Logan leads us ladies to the conservatory, which is more of an orangery as it is a room attached to the back of the large building which houses the club. It has a lot of windows, but it's not all glass like most conservatories. The space is very beautiful, calming with lots of plants. Before, back in my previous life, I had planned on being a businesswoman. Papa had said I would be one of the first women in our family to go to college. He said I'd be a trailblazer. Then he laughed. Something to do with money issues between him and Tommaso's father. Which is probably why I am now in the mess I am. Tommaso sees me as nothing more than a means to an end, a way to recoup the money and respect the family lost due to my father's actions. Aurora is a very beautiful name. The soft voice to my right makes me jump, and I try to compose myself. It's the woman from the party. "Thank you very much," I reply. The words feel like cardboard in my mouth as I chew them up and throw them out. Nothing I do these days is natural. It's all forced and pretend, because inside, I'm screaming. The only time the screaming stopped was those few moments staring into intense, rich brown eyes. "What is your name?" I remember my manners, but still forget her name. The handsome stranger has fogged my mind. "I'm Leah," she says with a smile. "This is Sienna." Sienna is stunning. Leah is very pretty, but in a way you might not notice at first. She has something of a girl-next-door look to her, until you really take a second glance and notice how fine her features are, how symmetrical. You'd never pass Sienna by, though. Her hair alone is enough to make anyone take a second glance. She's looking back at me, and I realize she's looking at my collar. And the shame I feel all the time intensifies, making me sick. Tonight's collar was chosen carefully by my cousin. It's leather but crafted so it looks like a luxurious fashion piece, not the stamp of ownership it is. Psychologically, though, it does its job, making me remember my place every time the buttery leather brushes my skin. What does the chess piece signify? Leah asks the question of Sienna, who glances at a thick gold bracelet wrapped around her wrist. Sienna touches the bracelet, tracing the chess piece on the thick pendant. It's the Volkov family insignia, don't you know? So this woman also wears a collar of sorts, only hers is on her wrist. Perhaps I am not the only trapped female here. The thought doesn't give me comfort. It makes me angrier still. It's to do with their grandfather, I do believe, Sienna continues. He made a chess set from wood he found. I think he was in a gulag or something. She shrugs as if she can't quite remember. I'm not sure, but I know that it's the family insignia, and they all love to play chess. Except recently, I've been playing for Nikolai because I beat Sasha more often. She gives a soft laugh. You beat Sasha at chess? Leah sounds amazed, as if it is unheard of for a woman to be good at such things. I can beat most of them at chess, she says with a soft smile. I was taught to play by my grandmother, and she was a ferociously good player. I have at least a little of her skills. I was never allowed to play games like chess, I say, then wonder why I blurted that out. I glance down again and pick at a ragged cuticle. God, my fingers are a mess. The nails are bitten to the quick, and I expect at some point I will be sent to get acrylics. I hate them. Hate long nails. I've always kept them short and neat. But now I bite them to relieve some of the screaming anxiety I feel. The only time I had acrylics in the past was for a family wedding, at the bride's insistence. I couldn't do a damn thing with those talons stuck on the ends of my fingers. A deep sigh escapes me. Are you okay, Aurora? Sienna asks. I look up in surprise at her soft, caring tone. Her face is full of concern as she watches me. I should lie. I ought to lie. Smile blandly and reassure her is the order of the day. I can't do it. Define okay. The bitter laugh escapes me. Sienna frowns, but at that moment the drinks arrive. Can we do anything? Sienna asks once the waiter has gone. No one can, I say truthfully. I won't cry. I cannot. Swallowing hard, I bite back my sorrow and take a sip of the wine that has been placed by me. Will you excuse me for a moment? Leah asks. I need to use the ladies' room. She slips quietly out of the room, and I wonder if I could do that. Just slip out and leave. Would Logan notice? He seems pretty relaxed. I can help you, you know. I promise I can. Nikolai is very powerful. Sienna seems genuine. I think about it for a brief, blinding moment of hope, but no. I can't trust that Nikolai will do as she asks. I truly believe Sienna wants to help me, but I looked into the face of her man, and his face was hard. The face of a man who makes decisions to further his station in life, and that of his family. Sienna might wish to help me, but I don't believe her partner will put everything on the line to rescue some woman he doesn't know. In which case, I'd be even worse off because Tommaso would surely know that I asked for help. Thank you, but no, I will be okay. She purses her lips as if she doesn't believe me, but says no more. Tapping my foot, I shift in my seat. Time seems to tick by, and the guard, Logan, keeps glancing at the door where Leah left to head into the club. After a few more glances, he pushes to his feet. I won't be a moment. He slips out of the room, and I smile at Sienna before going back to staring at the floor. Something makes me shiver, and I lift my gaze to stare out the window. Holy hell. I freeze. My skin prickles, my heart pounds, and my breath hitches. Standing outside, slightly off to one side, staring at me through the glass, is Maxim. It's weird. It ought to be creepy, but it isn't. The heat from his gaze warms me deep inside where I've been so very cold for so long. He jerks his head to one side, and I see he's indicating a small door that leads to the garden. There is one problem. The man who was in the room with us, the guard who has only popped out for a moment. Maxim slips out of view. Perhaps he will deal with the guard. I'm so warm, I say. I need some air. Do you mind if I step out for a moment, Sienna? I address her and wait, breath held. If she calls the guard, I've had it. She shakes her head. The garden is completely secure, she says with a pointed look. High walls. I frown at her words as they seem strange. Why tell me that? Wow, is she telling me how to get out? As we hold one another's gaze, her cheeks flush a little. I nod once, smile, and then I stand and walk forward, pausing before I open the door. Stepping outside, I try to calm myself. It's not as if I know what Maxim wants anyway. He might wish for nothing more than to steal a kiss from me before I get sold off. Deep down, though, in that place we ignore far too often, the deep pit of us where our instincts reside, I know that's not the case. He is here for me. It's a sure and certain knowledge beating deep in my soul. I walk forward slowly, my heels striking the stone like the hands of a clock counting down my fate. When I round the corner, he's there. Maxim. What do you want? I ask for the sake of it because this is how normal people behave. They don't simply assume or think their instincts knows all the answers. Do you wish to do this? He asks. I'm glad I didn't assume because now I'm confused. I thought he'd say, I will save you. I swallow down the disappointment. Do what? Do you wish to marry this prince whoever it is? I can't keep the tears at bay. I absolutely don't want to marry him. I'm terrified of it. I have no choice. None. You don't know my family or what they're capable of. If I don't go ahead with it, my cousin will probably kill me. His face is serious, and his next words take my last breath away. Come with me. I stare at him. Holy hell, he is offering to help. Oh my God, my inner voice was right. I glance at the heavens for some reason, sure I'll see a sign up there, because this has to be the work of God. A God I believe in and have prayed to every single night, but who I was beginning to lose hope in. After all, maybe God doesn't save sinners, and I am most definitely one of those. Then I think of the sins I have committed, the terrible thing one sin in particular resulted in. That's when I realize this is my chance to be good. To be better even if it is so hard. This man will get himself killed if he does this, and perhaps he doesn't understand this. I must ensure he does and destroy my only chance. I can't come with you, I say, the tears spilling over at my sacrifice. It will only get you killed. Me too. It's a risk, I grant you that. He smiles at me, sure of himself, not seeming scared. I think I can get us out of here, though. I know someone who has a house in the middle of nowhere, and it's on no one's radar. If I call him now and he's not using it, I can take us there. No one will know where we are. What about money, food, and survival? I glance around as if I will see friends of his with the things we will need, such as money and weapons. Of course, it's only us. We can't just hide in your friend's house forever. I have over 10,000 pounds in my car. We'll go there for the money, take it so far, and then I'll steal a different car after I ditch my phone. At some point, we'll buy a burner so I can call my brothers once it's safe. They will be livid, but ultimately they'll help. I nibble a nail, the habit so ingrained in me now, I wonder if I will ever stop. We must leave right now. His tone is firm. No nonsense, but also calm. I'll drive through the night to my friend's place, and I can guarantee you that no one will trace us. We don't have the time or the luxury to debate this. It's a massive risk for you. I understand that. If your cousin catches us, they'll kill us both. You're right. But what's your alternative? Be married in slavery to a man who's so old he could almost be your grandfather? I will help you escape." "I'm scared," I tell him. I know he's not. He's brave, strong, so resolute. But I am terrified. "Do you want to know a secret?" I nod. "I'm scared too, but I always find the very best things in life come when you face your fear. We can do it together." His warm hand encompasses mine. It's big, calloused, and strong. So strong. I lean into him as if I can take that strength and pull it into myself via osmosis. "You have to make your decision now," he pushes. "Come with me." "And what will you expect for that?" It's a valid question. He's gorgeous, and I am already deeply attracted to him. But I won't walk out of one situation where I have no ability to consent right into another, no matter how tempting. Nothing that you're not willing to give. He means it. I can tell. He is sincere in these words he tells me. The urge to laugh suddenly hits me. I stop the crazy giggles I want to let out from escaping. This is absolutely crazy. "Yeah, well, that's me. I've always been the crazy one in the family. The black sheep. The disappointment. You know how it is. The thing is, Aurora, I'm a fighter. The one thing I can promise you is this. I'll try to get as far away as I can, and then contact my brothers. They might be so angry with me that they will beat me to within an inch of my life. They won't hurt you, however. They will help me hide you somewhere safe. That is not empty promises, but the truth." He is putting a lot on the line here. Not only his safety, but his relationship with his brothers. I shouldn't care, and I most certainly shouldn't ask. But I do anyway. "Why?" "Because you remind me of myself in some ways. You are far too beautiful to have your life wasted. There's an attraction between us that's a once-in-a-lifetime burst of something elemental, and I think we should have the chance to explore it. If you don't feel the same, that's fine. I won't pressure you. I think you did feel it, though." I could lie, but this moment is too important for that. I do feel it, and have since the moment I first saw him. This is bigger than the both of us. A shiver racks me, and I give a nod in answer to his statement. "I feel sick," I whisper, the urgency of this moment making me faint and weak. He doesn't offer platitudes or fake concern. Instead, he glances down. "Tick-tock." He brandishes his watch. "Decision time, baby." Can I do this? Take such a risk? How can I afford not to? This is my only chance. If I go back inside and carry on with this charade my life has become, I will end up a concubine to an elderly man with sick and twisted tastes. I'll be paraded around like some cheap toy. I don't care about titles. Who gives a damn about being a queen in public if they're truly a serf behind closed doors? I glance behind me as if the glass of the orangery can decide for me. Seeing the building where my cousin is casually sipping at drinks as he weaves his diabolical plan solidifies things for me. In one up and down movement of my head, I seal our fates. Yes. Chapter 2. Aurora. How are we to get out of this garden? The walls are high. There's nowhere leading outside from what I can see. Maxim takes my hand and calmly leads me to a far corner of the garden. It is well hidden by lots of trees and shrubs. Then he stacks some boxes by the wall. They are crates, really, the kind you get fruit and plants in, but plastic, not wooden, which means they are sturdy. After he has 4 stacked, he lifts me as if I weigh nothing onto the crates. "Keep still," he orders. Hoisting himself onto the wall with the agility of a cat, he takes my hands and pulls me up after him, which isn't easy as I am wearing a restrictive dress, but he's strong. I'm sitting on the wall and looking at a 6-foot drop the other side. "Stay," he says again. He jumps down back into the garden and moves the crates, kicking them away from the wall into a dank corner, before hoisting himself back onto the wall beside me. He drops down with ease onto the pavement and holds his arms up. "Jump," he says. It's only 6 feet, not even that high, but I'm scared. What if I land badly and break something? We won't be able to get away then. We'll be stuck here, and I will get us both killed. Trust me. Jump. I'll catch you, I promise. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and then I let myself fall into his outstretched arms. His big hands grasp my waist, breaking my fall, and place me gently on the ground. A couple walks past us, and they smile conspiratorially as if we're a couple like them, and we're simply messing around, exploring, having fun. Maxim grins back, takes my hand as if we're on a casual stroll, and walks away from the club rapidly. Why do you have 10,000 pounds in your car? I ask him. I always carry cash, he replies. You never know when you might need it. Gold, too. You have gold in your car? He shakes his head and pulls one sleeve up. There's a heavy gold chain around his strong wrist. Then he pulls his collar to one side, and there's a gold cross nestled between the muscular planes of his upper pectorals. But there's also another chain, like the one on his wrist. Other than my cross, I don't wear jewelry at home. When I travel, I always take these with me. They're worth a lot of money if I ever needed to access any fast. Don't you have bank cards? Of course I have bank cards, he says with a short laugh. You can be traced by your bank cards, though. Accounts can be frozen. My heart skips a beat. He sounds as much of a criminal as my cousin. Oh, come on, Aurora. I chide myself. You knew he was a bad guy from the moment you saw him. You liked that about him, remember? You wanted a weapon, a man to defend you. Well, now you've got one. He turns us down a road to our right, and he glances at the heels on my feet. Take your shoes off. What? We need to run. We have a few minutes before they realize we're gone. My car is a few blocks from here. I can run in these. He looks at them again. Really? Yeah, really. Okay. Keeping hold of my hand, he starts to jog through the streets. I lift my dress in one hand to make running in it easier and keep up with him. The pavement is smooth here in the wealthy area of London, and there aren't lots of uneven surfaces and cracks to contend with. Where did you learn to run in heels? He asks, slowing as we approach a corner. Tommaso? I might as well tell him the truth. He hated me from a young age, and I used to spend much of my time in his company running away. I started in flats, went on to running away from him in little square heels on my childhood Mary Janes, to being able to run from him in stilettos at parties. His jaw tightens, and a muscle ticks in his cheek when I glance at him. We reach the end of the road, and he veers right, cutting across a stream of traffic as he whips his head this way and that to judge a safe moment to step out. After about 5 minutes, he takes a left and slows. We stop by a nondescript Audi. He takes a key fob from his pocket, and the car beeps twice as the doors unlock. I'd figured you for something more interesting, I tell him as I look from the black car to him. He grins. It's brief, but blinding in its beauty. This is a rental, baby. My car back home is a TVR Sabrera. She's an unreliable bitch, but she's fast and beautiful, and that matters more to me than reliability. He opens the door of the hire car and gestures for me to climb into the passenger seat. I do so, and he closes the door for me. Then he jogs around the car and climbs into the driver's seat. I catch the slightest hint of aftershave, something that reminds me of apples, toffee, and spice, all mixed together. I wonder if that attitude of his applies to women as well as cars. One might call me unreliable in some ways. I've been told I'm too emotional, too headstrong. Not a good, quiet, nice girl. My mother used to say no one would use the adjectives sweet or nice to describe me, and that was a good thing. It's one of the reasons I found myself so upset by the arrangement Tommaso forced on me. I'm not a remotely submissive person, and to be that way for that old fucker would have been impossible. I'd have ended up dead. I know it. The prince would have got sick of me and ended up killing me, probably in a fit of temper. Hell, Tommaso is scary enough to freeze hell, and I drove him insane with what he called my attitude. If I can't temper it for my cousin, I doubt I can for any man. I can hear you thinking from here, Maxim says. It'll be okay. Don't worry. I'll get us somewhere safe. I promise you that. Now that we're in his car, I believe he will. It won't be easy for them to find us. How the hell will Tommaso know where we are going? Oh, I wasn't worrying, I say truthfully. I was thinking about what you said about your car. Tommaso is always telling me I am too much like hard work and that I need to be more submissive, more pleasing. He says I am too headstrong. I glance down at my bitten fingers. Maxim lets out a short bark of laughter. Of course you're headstrong. Look at you. You're a fucking goddess. No way the good Lord made someone as stunningly beautiful as you and didn't give her a bit of fire, too. That would be a crime. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, so it's only right you have an attitude to match, like my car. Once more, his beautiful but far too brief grin lights up his face. How far is it to your friend's place? I change the subject, unsure how to take his complimenting my looks so enthusiastically. I still think of them as a curse, not a benefit. It's about 5 hours or so, depending on if we have to stop. I need to ditch this car and find one that's not registered to me. This is a hire car, so if your cousin has any law enforcement in his pocket, he can find out the plate of the car I hired and put out an alert on this registration. Is it easy to steal a car? I ask. At the train station it is, he replies. We drive in silence until he turns by a sign for Richmond Station car park and smooths the car into a slot. He reaches behind the passenger seat and pulls an envelope out from under the seat. Hold this and don't let it go, he orders. Then he sits and does nothing. I wait, and wait some more, and just as I'm about to ask him the plan, a woman pulls up a few spaces away and parks her car. It's a Range Rover, and she's carrying a big tote as she steps out. Perfect, Maxim says. His English is amazing, as good as mine, and I went to boarding school here for a few years. He has an accent, of course, but his grasp of the language is exemplary. Come on, he says as he climbs out of the car. I follow him, clutching the envelope tightly to me. We walk across the road in the same direction as the woman and enter the station close behind her. She stands looking at a board and tapping her foot. Stay here, and don't move no matter what until I come and get you. Maxim gently pushes me gently against the wall and leaves me there. He approaches the woman, and soon he's standing by her, looking at the board too. I watch as she glances at him once, twice, and then a third time. He says something to her. I can't hear what, but his smile is so warm, and his gaze flicks up and down her body, as if they're in a club and he's about to hit on her. The sight makes something feral in me sharpen her claws. I don't like it. Not one little bit. Soon they're chatting like old friends, and my new feral inner demon is beside herself. When Maxim puts his hand on the small of the woman's back, leading her to the coffee shop, it's all I can do not to follow him. They get a coffee and take a seat, and they continue to talk. What the hell is this? After a full 10 minutes, Maxim says something to the woman, and she gives a happy nod and smiles. He slides out of his seat and heads back into the main station, his hand trailing over the top of her back as he passes her. When he reaches me, he takes my free hand, the other still tightly clutching the envelope, and places the keys in it. Take these keys and go to the Range Rover she pulled up in. Wait there, and I'll join you in 2 minutes. How did he get her keys? I don't stop to ask, but do as he says, while he dips into the gents' restroom. 5 minutes later, and he's at the car, joining me, holding his hand out for the keys. How did you get these? Why did you hang around in the station while I waited here? I could have stolen this money and her car from you. He hits the button and the doors unlock. Get in, he orders, taking the envelope from me. I'm fast learning that Maxim is bossy. I do as he says. Maxim jumps into the driver's seat and tosses the envelope on the back seat. Once he has the engine started, I repeat my questions. He doesn't look at me, his focus purely on the road, but he does answer. I took the keys out of her bag when I was chatting her up. Those tote bags are deadly. A person like me, someone with experience, can slip their fingers in and take something, and most people have no idea they've been robbed. I took her keys, slipped them to you, went to the men's room, which was my excuse to leave the table, and when I returned to her table, I told her I had received an urgent call and wouldn't be traveling into town after all. I have her number and promised I'd call. He glances in the rearview mirror and then continues. As for you stealing the money and car, yes, you could have. To go where, though? Do what? Anyway, if you'd done such a thing, it would be fate, and I'd go back to the club to be smacked around by my brothers, and you'd head off on your own adventure. He flashes me that insanely hot grin of his. But I find adventures are so much more fun when you have them with someone else, no? I swallow and mutter something unintelligible back at him. A moment of sympathy for the poor woman hits me. Anxiety follows swiftly, snapping at sympathy's tail and vying for headspace. He conned that woman. Maxim didn't only steal from her, he conned her, smooth-talked her. Is he doing the same to me? I don't know him. He and his brothers are clearly criminals. What if he's taken me to sell? Oh, crap. I am so stupid. Why would he risk so much to save me? It makes no sense. The blinding flash of attraction I believed was mutual is probably the same thing the poor woman who has lost her Range Rover felt. A lie. For an unbearable few minutes, I can't think clearly as panic and anxiety cloud my mind. Then I scream at myself internally to get a fucking grip. I've been in worse situations. This is a good thing. I am out of Tommaso's grasp, and it won't be difficult to get away from Maxim. Hell, he already gave me the keys to a car. I could have driven away there and then, and I didn't. He thinks I'm in deep, under his spell. Perhaps I am, a little. But seeing him play that woman has opened my eyes. Men cannot be trusted. If there's one thing life has taught me, it's this simple fact. Over and over again, men have betrayed, hurt, condescended to, and belittled both myself and the women I hold dear. It's folly to put my safety in a man's hands. For now, I'll play along, but when the opportunity comes to get away and do so safely, I will take it. Calmer now, I've made a decision of sorts, and I look out the window. Maxim surprises me when he pulls up in the middle of nowhere and gets out of the car. He takes his phone and smashes it into pieces, kicking the remnants into the long grass by the side of the road. Damn, he's destroyed his phone so he can't be followed. But why? His brothers know his number. I doubt Tommaso does, or could get a hold of it easily. Is it even a British phone? I expect it's a Slovakian number. Maybe he really is helping me. It makes sense he wouldn't want his brothers knowing his location if he were. Whereas, if this was a plan cooked up between them, he'd not care. I bite my thumbnail and ponder this conundrum. He's a criminal. He's patently a liar, a con man, a thief, and God knows what else. He's also right now, and as far as the information I have indicates, helping me. You'll end up with an infection, Maxim says as he slides back into his seat. His gaze is narrowed on my thumb, where the skin is broken by my incessant nibbling and bleeding slightly. It's ugly, isn't it? I say with a touch of pride. His dark gaze lifts to my face, a strange expression I can't decipher lurking there. No, it's not ugly. Do you like that it might be? I nod. I get that. You do? Yeah, I imagine your whole life you've been defined by how you look. Can't be fun. You know. I smile to myself as he fastens his seatbelt, checks the mirrors, and then pulls out onto the dark, empty highway. You're not exactly bad-looking yourself. I'm sure you've been judged for it, too. His shirt sleeves are rolled up, and ropes of muscle line his forearms as he steers the car around a sharp bend, taking it entirely too fast. It's not the same. You are a woman. Right or wrong, you're judged on your looks more than any man. It's shit. It is. Your family should have protected you. A note of bitterness creeps into his tone. My mother did, or she tried. Then she died, and my father, well, he screwed up, and instead of accepting the consequences, he ran out on us. On the wider family, too, which is why my cousin hates me. He had to pick up the mess. His father, my uncle, was sick, and I think the stress of my father's idiocy helped put him in the grave. There's an odd sort of freedom with Maxim. He's rescuing me, but I don't know him. He hasn't asked for anything in return, and after years of lies and subterfuge, I relish being able to speak the truth. I'll tell him everything if he asks, every sordid, dirty detail, and then he won't want me anyway.
Chapter 3. Maxim. We lapse into silence, which suits me. I prefer silence to noise, solitude to people, nature to cities. Give me a wide-open space, my dog at my side, and no one for miles, and I'm happy. I'm missing the old girl, but I know Mother will take good care of her. She loves that dog more than she loves any of her sons. I shake my head at that, but know there's a kernel of truth in the bitter thought. Our mother is a hard woman. Our father was even harder. There are marks all over my body to speak of just how hard he was. For some reason, he hated me. Nick and Sasha said it wasn't hate. He was just harder on me than them. I know the truth. It was hatred. I believe I've guessed the reason. I'm not his. Although I have something of Nick and Sasha about me, the rest is something else. My eyes are dark at first glance, but in the sunlight you can see a hint of the whiskey of Nick's eye color and a ring of the green of Sasha's, but that comes from our mother's striking hazel eyes anyway. I'm broader than them, thicker set. My hair is curly if I don't fight it and smooth it down. My skin is darker, more olive than theirs. The big difference, though, is my bone structure. Nick and Sasha look like royalty gone feral. They have high cheekbones, perfect aquiline noses, and that air about them that screams good breeding. Me? I don't have any of it. My features are harsher, and yet, at the same time, less chiseled. If I had to use a word to describe myself, it would be coarse. No one would ever call Sasha or Nikolai coarse. Our mother is beautiful, and our father was handsome, so I think I got some other guy's blood in me. There's a man, runs a market stall in the town once a week, and the first time I saw him, it was as if time stopped. He had my nose, my heavier jaw, and my mouth. Our mother was with me, and she glanced at him and turned away immediately, so I know why my father hated me. I am not his. Perhaps he didn't have proof, but that man knew deep down that I wasn't his blood. I was a daily reminder that he'd been cuckolded. I never talked about it with anyone. What good would it do? The past is gone. Our father, or the man I called father, is gone also, washed away like the sands of time. His legacy is my hardness. He beat it into me, and although at the time I hated him in return for it, now I am grateful. He made me tough and molded me into the man I am today, a man feared by anyone with a modicum of sense. This move to London was supposed to be a new start, but I knew, soul deep, it wouldn't work out. Putting me in a suit and expecting me to work on the management side of things with Nick and Sasha is a ridiculous idea. I understand. Mother wants me to have a say and a share. Perhaps she fears my brothers will find out one day I am only half a member of the family and try to take from me what is mine. I don't care. I'd have let them have it. I don't need much. What I do require in this life, I already possess. I own my own home in Slovakia and a second home in the south of France. The house I own in Slovakia has plenty of land. A lot of my time is spent at our parents' house because that is where I need to be for work. But that shit is getting old, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life beating the crap out of people and finding decaying Soviet arms caches to sell on the black market. I've been building a veritable army out there, and now I want to let them take over a lot of the battle. My ideal setup would be me spending a day or two working, and the rest of the week at my house, on my land. I'm a young man with no debts, no mortgage, and money in the bank to last decades. Who needs more? No, the plan to transplant me to London and expect me to become a paper pusher is akin to taking a tiger out of the forest and expecting him to become a pet kitty. A soft snore at my side has me turning my head. I smile. Aurora is sleeping. Sleep shows a degree of trust in me. I know she doesn't fully trust me. Why would she? It must seem crazy, me offering to help and stealing her away from my own brother's property. It puts my family in danger. It makes no logical sense. She must be wondering why the hell I did it. If she asked, I couldn't tell her, other than what I've already said. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It goes beyond her exquisite exterior, though. There's something about her soul that called to mine from the moment we locked eyes. I believe in instinct. I'm a great respecter of listening to the inner voice most of us shut up with noise and frenetic activity. That voice told me that I met a soulmate, someone who I could connect with on a deep level. It helped that I hated her loathsome, arrogant prick of a cousin on sight. And even if Aurora hadn't been the most gorgeous woman I had ever seen, I think I'd have helped her anyway just to piss him off. Of course, the fact that it will also annoy Nick and Sasha and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I'm not fit for London life isn't exactly a hardship. They'll send me back to Slovakia in a heartbeat, and I can pretend to Mama that I tried and it just didn't work out. In reality, I just want to go my own way and grow my own food, have some chickens, and find a beautiful wife I can fuck daily and put babies in. If that isn't to be my fate, then leave me to do what it is I do best: buy, sell, intimidate, and rule. I rule that patch of land where all our ancestors toiled like a medieval lord. I take no shit, and my retribution is harsh. I am firm and fair, but fuck with me, and you will regret it. I steal another glance at my sleeping beauty. Her long, dark hair falls like a velvet curtain past her shoulders. Her eyes, even closed, are so beautiful it hurts my heart. They're a perfect almond shape, with thick, lustrous lashes resting on her cheek. Her body is ripe and lush. Her skin so perfect she looks airbrushed. I want to mess her up. I want her hair tangled, her lips bruised, and her skin marked with my passion. I want to fuck her until she loses her mind, until we're a hot, sweaty, broken pile of limbs that can't move from sheer exhaustion. Is she dirty? Does she like it a bit nasty, or is she every bit the lady she appears on the surface? When Logan took the women into the conservatory, I took a moment to ask Sasha about the situation, and he told me the basics, his voice low while Nick talked to Tommaso. She's a virgin, about to be married off to some old dude in the Middle East to cement power between the Rossi family and the kingdom. Once I'd seen her, no way could I let some ancient fucking entitled piece of royalty get his hands on her. I had to be the one to touch her, to feel her, and to make her scream my name. It might take me time. I meant it when I said she owed me nothing if she didn't wish to give it, but I'll make her want me or die trying. She's already halfway there because she's attracted to me. The rest of it will simply be a case of overcoming any distrust she holds or any moral resistance she has. I bet I can have that crumbling within days. I smile to myself. I like a challenge. In the distance, the light of a gas station throws its sickly yellow glow onto the tarmac in front of us. I slow and turn in. I don't need gas, but I do need a phone. Then I need to ditch this car and get a different one because at some point the police will be alerted to the fact it is missing. The woman I stole it from, Deborah, she's meeting friends for a meal and staying over at a hotel for the night. It means, unless something changes with her plans, she's only going to find her car gone tomorrow. But she might notice her keys missing well before then. Yeah, I need to ditch this car, and fast. I shake Aurora gently. "What, no?" she yells. Christ. "Oh, God, where am I?" She glances around, her eyes wide and alarmed. Her gaze lands on me, and she blinks twice and then calms. "Oh, Maxim, sorry, you startled me, and I was having a horrible dream." Her accent is beautiful, melodious, and her voice is rich and silky. I want to drown in her words. "Do you want anything to eat or drink?" I ask, forcing myself to act normal. If I show her the level of desire I have for her, Aurora will probably freak out and run a mile. "A bottle of water would be good. I am thirsty. Maybe a bar of chocolate?" "Any particular kind?" She shakes her head. "It's all British rubbish, I imagine, so anything will do." "Oh, no." I shake my head as if in dismay. "You're not one of those Italians, are you?" "What Italians?" "You know, the no one can make coffee the way we do, no one cooks pasta the way we do. Those Italians." I nudge her, and she rolls her eyes. "Firstly, no one does make coffee the way we do. And secondly, no, I am not. But come on, British chocolate is awful." "It's not the best. Don't ever try the American stuff. You'll be horrified." She laughs at that, and it's throaty, sexy. My dick stiffens, and I tell it to get a fucking grip. It's going to be a while before I can act on this building need. Aurora is not the kind of woman you take in the back of a car, even if that car is a top-of-the-line Range Rover. I head into the gas station, buy a couple of bars of chocolate, some water, a Coke, bleach wipes, and 2 cheap phones with prepaid SIM cards. Burners, in other words. When I get back to the car and hand the bag of sugar and hydration to Aurora, I check my watch. "We will need to ditch this car soon," I tell her. "Find something no one will miss, so enjoy the comfort while it lasts. The remainder of our journey might not be so luxurious. Can you do me a favor? Can you set those phones up and get them working while I drive? I need to phone my friend." "Sure." She nods and sets to work with the phones as I get us back on the road. After a few minutes, she looks at me. "I think they're ready." She presses the button on one of them. "Yes, it is working. Do you want me to call anyone?" "Yeah, call this number and put it on speaker." I rattle the number off to her. After 3 rings, he answers. "Duh." I grin and answer in English. "Listen, motherfucker, I need some help." He sighs. He's old now, over 70 and probably already halfway to drunk. Sergey, an old friend of the family, and someone who most of our family slowly lost contact with. Not me. I sent him cards every birthday and Christmas, and I used to write to him and he'd write back. You might say he was like a long-distance substitute father. He worked with our father, and then when the USSR collapsed, he came to the United Kingdom and allegedly sold some secrets, which enabled him to live a life of comparative luxury. He now owns a home in Harrogate and a holiday bolt hole out in the middle of the North York Moors National Park. The place is miles from anywhere. "Okay, where are you?" "Local. I'm in the UK and I need a place to stay. Can you help? Can we stay at your holiday home?" "We?" I glance at Aurora and then answer him. "Yeah, I'm with a friend and we really could do with somewhere to bed down for a while, you know? Somewhere quiet and out of the way." "Do you need backup?" "No, not for now. Just a bed and a place where I can make some calls and plan our next move. My brothers have no clue where I am. I doubt they'll call you, but if they do, I haven't heard from you. Of course you can stay. The house is off the beaten track." "I know where it is," I tell him. "You sent me pictures of it when you were buying it." There's a brief interlude of silence. "That was a good many years ago now. You would have been a boy. You remember?" "Your letters were important to me," I say quietly. He clears his throat. "Well, then, you know it's a few miles out of Osmotherley. You keep straight on out of the village for a few miles, then take a right at the crossroads. You will start to enter real moorland then. Keep going as the road climbs, and then follow it as it dips down into a valley. There is a lake, and a mile after the lake, another right turn onto a gravel track. The key is half a mile from the front door, hidden under a stone by a signpost. I'll text you the details of how to work the essentials. I presume you'll want Wi-Fi access?" "Yes, please," I say. "I won't ask what kind of trouble you're in, but promise me if you need help you will request it. I might be older now, but I still have skills." I bet he does. Of course, I will, and thank you. It's nothing, son. I'm not his son, but there were many days I wished it were so. I smile at the term of affection and hang up, clearing my throat. We need to ditch this car before we get any closer. A town is our best bet to finding something old and beat up that I can easily steal. Aurora looks at me, her eyes dark pools in the dim light. Are you a thief? You seem very good at it. I laugh at that. No, I'm not a thief. You might call me a jack of all trades. Is that the expression? I don't know. It's not an Italian expression. I've never heard it before. Your English is excellent, I point out. I studied here, she says. I wanted to do something with my life, back then, before my life went to hell. I'm about to ask her what she would have liked to have done with her life when I notice we're approaching the outskirts of a town. I turn off the road and take a left, signposted to the center. We need to find a car that can get us where we're going but is old and beat up enough to be stolen easily without the keys. We drive around for a while, and then, as if sent by God himself, I see it. The forecourt of the sort of car repair place that also sells old models. There are a few cars of various ages and various states of decrepitude parked in the place, but there's also a VW Golf from the 90s that doesn't look in too bad condition. I can hotwire it with any luck. Parking the Range Rover around the back of the building, I climb out and go help Aurora out of her seat. We have nothing with us, so we'll need to stop on the way to the house and buy some food and basic clothes. The supermarkets here in the UK sell almost anything you could need if you find a big enough one. I take the envelope of money from the back seat and have a look around in the car for anything else of use. Holding the keys, I hit the button for the trunk. It's empty except for a lot of dog hairs and some worn-down tennis balls. Poor dogs will miss their balls tomorrow. No walk for them, probably. Taking the unused burner phone, I send a text to the number Deborah gave me. It's short and sweet, but I try to make her feel better about duping her because I'm a gentleman that way. I'm sorry. I had to borrow your car. I really do think you're a very beautiful woman, and in different circumstances, I would take you out for that Italian meal we talked about. However, I'm helping someone who is in a lot of trouble. I took care of your car, and you can find it in Huttonsville at Johnny Radin's Motors. Sorry for any upset I have caused you, but you unwittingly helped a woman in real danger tonight. Thank you. Kirill. I sign off with the false name I gave her and throw the phone on the passenger seat after wiping it down. Carefully, I wipe down everything we've touched in the car with the wipes. The police aren't going to do much more than run prints, if that, for a car that's been stolen and found in perfect condition a few hundred miles away. They are so short-staffed, I've heard here in England that they sometimes don't even come to your home if you are burgled. It makes life for us, who might have to stray to the wrong side of the law now and again, much easier. Once done, I lock the car, then go on the hunt around the side and front of the building for any security cameras. There is one above the main door. It's a dummy. I'm 99% sure it's not filming and is simply there to warn off would-be thieves. Like me. I stroll to the door and post the keys through the letterbox. They'll be getting a call from Deborah first thing in the morning, I imagine, if the police don't wake the owner up when Deborah first calls them. Come on. I take Aurora's hand and head to the Gulf. If I can't start this thing, we are screwed. I've done this so many times, though, it shouldn't be an issue. If it is, we'll simply go find something else. We can't hang around here too long in case Deborah calls the police the second she gets that text. I hunt around the section of the business that resembles a salvage yard and find what I'm looking for. Passing the envelope of money to Aurora once more, she clutches it to her chest as if someone is going to grab it from her at any moment. I use the metal on the window of the Gulf. I jimmy it easily and get my hand inside to undo the lock. Once in the driver's seat, I set to work hotwiring it, a trick my upstanding brother Sasha showed me. He used to do it to impress girls, the idiot. I saved it for more useful endeavors. The engine splutters, once, twice, and on the third cough it starts, not with a purr or a roar, but with a dull drone. Climbing out, I take Aurora by the hand and open the passenger side door. "Your carriage awaits you, princess." The smile she shoots me is beyond gorgeous. I can't see her as clearly as I'd like in the dim glow of the parking lot lights, but she looks better than anything I've witnessed before. She's so damn beautiful. And so sad, as her smile fades rapidly and that haunted expression steals over her features again. I want to wipe that sadness from her face and never have it come back. I want to make her smile every day, multiple times a day. A woman as beautiful as her and as brave as she is ought to have the best of everything. Then I pause as I climb into my own seat. What does Aurora want in life? She wishes not to marry that creep, but beyond that, she looks like the sort of woman who would expect the finer things. To me, the best of everything would be being loved, cared for, having someone who always has your back, and who you can be friends with. I want a quiet life, and other than the freedom and money to travel, I don't wish for material things. Does she? I pull out of the parking lot carefully and keep my eyes on the road, testing the waters as I casually ask, "So, what would your perfect life be? A mansion in Malibu?" I chuckle. She gives a soft yuck and shakes her head, her hair shining under the lights above and catching my peripheral vision. "No, God, no. My perfect life would be a villa somewhere quiet, near enough to the coast to be able to visit the ocean regularly and somewhere surrounded by nature. I would have said Italy, but now I don't want to live there. I can never feel safe there. I do love the Mediterranean climate, though. My perfect day would start with orange juice and some fruit as I sit on the balcony and watch the day come to life. Then I would go for a walk with a pack of dogs." "Pack?" I interrupt. "Yes, I want a whole ton of them." "Okay, so a pack of dogs. And what else?" "Maybe a horse or two, or donkeys. I'd love a donkey sanctuary." Donkeys are a nope. I'll get her a pack of dogs, horses, and whatever else she wants, but donkeys? Noisy fuckers. "What about you?" she asks. "Your dream life would be what?" You won't believe me, but pretty similar. I'd like to live off the land, grow my own shit, have chickens for their eggs. Where I live, there are some beautiful areas, and one day I want to spend my time in the house I own. It has a lot of land. "Why don't you live there now, in this house you own?" "I must work, on the family business, but more and more I want out. I haven't told my brothers yet. For a while, until quite recently, I thought I wanted more of a share, but something happened, and it made me see things in a different way." "What happened?" That's a story for another day. She doesn't push it, which I like. We lapse into a companionable silence once more, and at some point, she seems to drift off. I keep focused on the road, driving us through the dark, and trying not to wonder what the hell I'm doing.
Chapter 4. Aurora. I awake when the car stops, and it takes me a moment to get my bearings. We are at a huge supermarket, one of the 24-hour ones. The parking lot is almost deserted. The lights of the store are bright and harsh, but welcoming as they signal normality. "We need to get some things," Maxim says. "Food, clothes, basics." "Okay." He takes a wallet out of his pocket, pulls the envelope of cash out from behind the seat, and counts 500 pounds, which he stuffs into the wallet. "I doubt we'll need that much," I say with a laugh. We don't know how long we'll be there, and we're still far enough away from my friend's house here that even if somehow our image on the CCTV cameras in this store reaches your cousin, it won't give him a clue as to where we're ultimately staying. That won't be the case if we shop nearer to the house. Once we get there, other than walks over the heather, we aren't going anywhere with security and cameras until we leave the country. God, this is really happening. It seems more real with every minute. The realization that I'm going to be spending hours of each and every single day and night with this man, who I don't know, hits me hard. Crap. What if after a few days he hates me? Will he simply send me back? Leave me alone at the house and walk away? I need to be likable. Am I? I'm not sure if my natural personality is likable or not. I had few friends at school. I often found myself picked on and bullied. They laughed at my accent, my clumsiness, my shyness. It was all fodder for them. It all means I have no idea if I'm a nice person to be around. I try to be good and kind, but is that enough? What if he gets bored? By now I realize he's out of the car and at my door, holding it open and waiting patiently for me. I shake my head, dislodging the pessimistic thoughts, and climb out. We'll grab some food first, and then you can pick out some clothes and get toiletries you might need too, okay? I nod at him. I've never bought clothes from a supermarket before. My clothes were always purchased by Mother until she died, and then by my aunt, and they were always expensive. Not the sort of expensive that is logos and branding. No, our family liked to pretend they were old Italian money, not new money criminals, which is the reality. I have a wardrobe full of Max Mara, Jill Sander, and Bruno Susanelli. No labels, but lots of silk, cashmere, leather that is so soft it feels like velvet and linen. So much linen, all in neutral shades. It's why it was so jarring when Tommaso took over my care and decided to dress me like a cheap hooker. Apparently, that's the style the prince favors in his women. I pause, my hands going to my neck. Smiling, I unbuckle the leather choker and throw it into the bushes. Maxim says nothing, but he squeezes my hand. We enter the massive store, and Maxim looks around for a moment. He tries to take a cart, but it doesn't let him as it's attached to all the others by a chain. You need to put £1 in, I explain to him. He frowns. I don't have £1, only notes. What kind of fuckery is this? I smile. To stop the carts from being pinched? Who would steal a shopping cart? You'd be surprised. Students mostly, I imagine. Maybe some lazy people who want to push their shopping home instead of carrying it. Do you have any money? He asks. I shake my head. I'm not allowed any money or a phone or a bag even, unless it's a tiny evening bag with nothing in it. Not since my cousin took over my life. Fucker, he growls. I like the way he snarls the word. It's kind of sexy. And he's not wrong. Tommaso is a fucker. Feeling useless, I glance around. Then a man comes jogging down the stairs. On a sudden whim, I approach him. Excuse me, this is awfully embarrassing, but you don't have £1, do you? I only have my bank card in my pocket, and I need a shopping trolley. A basket isn't going to cut it. I give him my best smile. His gaze roams over my face, and he nods as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out some loose change. Here you go. He hands me the £1. Bit late to be shopping alone, he says. Pretty little thing like you? I'm not that little. In fact, I'm quite tall. I bristle at his condescending tone, but keep the smile in place. Maybe you'd like to grab a coffee after you've done your shopping, he asks. She's not alone. A heavy arm wraps around my shoulder, as warm and reassuring as a favorite scarf on a cold day. She's with me. Thanks for the help. The man's face clouds at first, and I think he's going to demand his pound coin back. But then he takes in Maxim. The size and heft of Maxim is intimidating, and this guy clearly decides so too because he plasters a fake smile on his face. No worries, mate, you're welcome. He almost runs out of the automatic doors, and I laugh softly. Here. I push the £1 at Maxim. I wait for him to admonish me for using my wiles to trick that man, or to tell me I shouldn't have acted without consulting him first. But he doesn't. Thanks. He grins at me. He slots the £1 in and takes a cart, and we head up the long moving walkway together. We spend about 15 minutes getting food. Maxim clearly likes a lot of meat. I grab more vegetables, fish, and salad ingredients. Then we head over to the toiletry section, and I gather all the stuff I'll need. Maxim gets us toothbrushes, toothpaste, and soap, while I grab moisturizers, cleansers, and shampoo. Finally, we go to the clothing section. I'll just gather a few things and then see you back here in the women's section, he says. At first, I'm fine. I pick some pajamas, a few t-shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, and underwear. All of it costs less than 50 pounds, which blows my mind. I ought to get more, though. Maybe some dresses, a skirt, a few blouses. It's going to be warm, possibly. Although the British weather is so changeable and can be cool even in summer, I ought to also make sure I grab a few sweaters. I stare at the clothes and panic. I don't know what my taste is. I have no idea. If I'm not being told what to wear and dressed up like a damn doll, I don't know what I like. How can this be? How can I be a 20-something woman who has no idea of her clothing style? Of course, I've bought myself clothes before, but they were always for nights out or special occasions, and mostly overseen by either my mother, my aunt, or Nana. My school was far away from any towns in the middle of nowhere, so there was no shopping opportunities then. And as soon as I got home for holidays, my mother would take me shopping and watch me closely. We'd book appointments at the best stores and be treated like royalty. She once purchased me a 3,000 euro dress without blinking, and it was a simple silk sheath. She could have found the exact same dress for 200 in a department store, but department stores were beneath our family. If I don't have to be old money me or slutty submissive me, both of which are false constructs, then who am I? And why does not knowing make me want to cry? Are you okay? I jump at the low voice. I turn to see Maxim dumping a pile of clothes into the trolley. There are light sweatshirts, sweatpants, t-shirts, a pair of sneakers, and some boxer briefs, t-shirts, and socks. I'm fine. I lie, placing my items in the trolley. He looks at them and frowns. Don't you think you might need a few more things? I suppose maybe a dress? I ask him as if I'm so stupid I don't know whether I want a dress or not. Sure, could be warm. He gestures to a series of racks full of summery dresses. Pick a few. I stare at them. Some have flower prints on them. Others are bright, shocking pinks, greens, and oranges. There are denim ones and cotton ones in patterns. Aurora? I don't know which to pick, I say. What do you mean? Don't worry about the price. Everything here is inexpensive. He misunderstands me. No, I mean, I don't know what I like. My voice drops until it's almost a whisper. I've never been allowed to pick my own clothes. Never. Not really, no. His face falls as he looks at me. I don't want him to look at me with pity. As if he reads my thoughts, he plasters a smile on his face. Well then, treat this as an experiment. Try a few things and see what you prefer. That's a great idea. I beam at him. Okay, I will. I pick up one of the flowery dresses. Do you like this? It's not about what I like, is it? He says firmly. Aurora, you could wear a sack and I'd think you were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Buy what you want, what makes you smile. What makes me smile? Yeah, if it makes you happy, if you like it and it makes you smile, try it. Is that how you know you like something? I ask him, feeling like a child who doesn't get how the world works in the most basic of ways. Yeah, mostly. Or, I don't know, it just feels right. I mean, I'm not really bothered about clothes. My brothers are so fucking vain, but I don't give a shit. I live in sweatpants or jeans mostly. Cars, though, and music, which I do care about. I buy the things that make me happy, and that's how I know I like them. The flowery one makes me smile. I point at the dress with a tiny flower print all over it and cap sleeves. Then grab it and see. I start to rummage through the clothing racks, picking out dresses here and there. You called me a beautiful woman, I say. You are beautiful, he replies. I'm sure you've been told this before. No, I mean, yes, I have, but that's not what I meant. You said woman, not girl or creature or thing. You are not a thing, are you? No, I'm not, but that's not how most men address me. You know what I figured out about most men a long time ago? He asks me. No, what? I turn to him and carefully place my treasures in the cart. These dresses might be cheap, fast fashion items, but to me, they are the most luxurious things ever, because I got to choose them. Most men are idiots, he replies. They also care far more about what other men think about them than they do what women think of them, with the exception of their mothers. So they live their lives by what will impress their friends and male colleagues. It means a lot of them treat women like shit. Do you care about what other men think of you? I ask as we head to the tills. If I tell you the truth, you might think I sound like a psychopath, he says. I want your truth. The words are quiet but resolute. For a moment, we look at one another over our trolley of goodies, and something passes between us. My truth is that I don't care what most people think about me, Aurora. The kids on the streets where I lived bullied me. My father beat me. My brothers were close to one another, but not to me. I like my own company. I love my mother, and I love my brothers, and I have a couple of friends who I care about, and that's it. Mostly I prefer animals. Me too, I say softly. I don't get most people. They're weird. You only have one life, and they spend it reaching, always reaching. No one is ever satisfied. My cousin was willing to do a terrible thing and force me into something for what? An alliance? Power? A tiny bit more money? It's endless. My brother Nick is similar. Not that he'd sell our cousin off, he clarifies. He's all about building something, though. For me, I care that the people we employ keep their jobs, but I'm not bothered about the rest. We are at the tills now, and he loads items onto the conveyor. I help him, and our conversation lapses for a while. As well as food, I see at some point, probably while I was staring at clothes and having a life crisis, Maxim grabbed drinks too. There is Coke, water, coffee, and a 12-pack of beer, as well as 6 bottles of wine. By the till, there are a few racks selling an assortment of things like chocolate bars, batteries, hand sanitizers, and also pens and small notepads. I grab a pad and a pen and add it to my haul. I like to make notes and plans. Once we've paid and are back at the car, I climb into the seat and Maxim hands me a small bottle of water and a chocolate bar. It's Belgian, and I smile to myself. Not quite Italian, but better than the sugary crap the British like. I take the chocolate guiltily. At this rate, I'll be huge. I eat a few bites of the dark, rich bar and sip some water. Then I wrap the chocolate back up, place it in the door compartment, and close my eyes. I doze on and off as we drive through the night. The car stopping has me sitting up and coming fully online as I look out the window. It's dark outside and there are no street lamps. Panic engulfs me, my heart rate speeding up as I stare around, trying to see Maxim, who is not in the car. Then I spot him, at the side of the road. He clambers back into the driver's side a moment later. Okay, won't be long now. I have the key. Not sure why he doesn't simply get one of those key lockboxes, but he's a very paranoid man. Seems more dangerous hiding it under a random stone, to be honest. What if someone kicks the stone over and finds the key? Maxim shrugs. I suppose they won't know where it is for. I hadn't thought of that. I yawn. Despite snoozing for some of the journey, I'm exhausted. It's as if the stress of all this has drained me completely. When we arrive, you can go wash up and change if you like, and I'll make us something to eat, Maxim says. I turn and stare at him through the inky dark permeating the car. Is this a test? No man in my family would offer this. I swallow and try to pass the test. No, I'll cook, it's fine. He doesn't take his gaze from the road. You've been through hell. I imagine you're in mild shock, scared, tired, worried. I imagine you like to change, wash up, have some time to yourself to think. You can do all that while I make us something to eat. Don't worry, I'm a good cook. I've never had a man cook for me, I say. He whips his head my way for a brief moment before focusing back on the road. For real? Yeah, only women cook in my family. Okay, I hate to say it, but your family sounds fucked up. My mother does do a lot of the cooking, but I cook too. I like cooking. You do? Yeah, I want to grow my own food and cook it. I took a course in that. I also met a foraging chef, and he does some really interesting stuff, so I took that course too. What course is it? As in, what does it teach? Foraging and cooking skills so you can eat whatever grows around you, even if you don't have land, which I do, but it's enlightening anyway. Did a survival course too. That shit interests me. You'll come in handy if there's an apocalypse then. Sure will. I can cook you a meal from some berries and a twig. Really? He laughs, and it's rich and deep. That might be an exaggeration. We pull up outside a small house nestled against the bleak backdrop of the moors, with no lights for miles. As we climb out of the car, the wind whips my hair and I shiver. Is this the area the Brontes lived? If it was like this, no wonder they wrote such Gothic novels. It's 1,000,000 miles from the sun of Italy. Maxim opens the door of the house and puts the lights on, flooding the small living space with a comfort blanket that is modern electricity. I hate the dark, always have, so I'd have been a wreck in the times before the invention of light bulbs, or I'd have burned the house down by blazing candles all night. Either way, it wouldn't have been good. Beyond the living room is a small kitchen, and there are stairs in the hallway leading to another floor. Maxim turns on the kitchen light and then moves past me back out to the car. He's back a minute later, carrying some of the bags. I go out myself, braving the wind-swept lonely hills, and grab some bags. I don't look around, too terrified I'll see something crazy like a pair of glowing eyes in the distance. Jesus, this place is spooky. It's isolated and bleak and windy. The air itself feels almost haunted with a melancholic past that bears down even on the present. Rushing back inside, I place the bags on the sofa. I'll bring the bags in, Maxim says. Some of them are heavy. What shall I do? I've taken the clothes and toiletries upstairs. I've put you in the front room, and I've taken the back. You can hang our respective clothes up if you don't mind, and shove the toiletries in the bathroom. Is pasta okay for supper? There's not much else I can rustle up quickly, and it's late. Of course, that sounds perfect. I click the light by the stairs on and head up to the next floor. There are 2 bedrooms, both a decent size. Each contains a double bed, some basic furniture, and views out into nothing but the inky darkness. I close the curtains quickly and busy myself focusing on the clothes. I've finished hanging everything of Maxim's when he taps on the door. It's your room, you don't have to knock, I say with a smile. He holds out a glass of red wine. Wine. I nod and take it. The first sip is like heaven. Smooth and velvety, the wine coats my throat and almost instantly relaxes me a little. Maxim watches me for a beat, and just as the moment begins to grow awkward, he gives a small nod and heads back downstairs. God, what am I doing? This is utterly crazy. Maxim said he thought I'd want time to think, but thinking is the last thing I want to do. If I think, I shall go mad. I've done something so crazy it can't really be contemplated or rationally dissected. If Tommaso gets to me, I'm dead. It's that simple. I've made him look stupid. He'll kill me. Maxim, too. I head to my room and close the door as I rummage through the clothes, looking for something to wear now. The dress I'm in is uncomfortable and tight against my tired body. It doesn't suit the occasion. Then I start to laugh. Occasion? What occasion is that, Aurora? I ask myself. Woman on the run? Giggling somewhere, I sip the wine and relish the warmth it is giving me. I've been cold inside for so long. It felt as if something had frozen deep within me. Maybe now that I have a chance at freedom, that frozen place can thaw. Finally, I settle on a pair of sweats, blue with a white stripe down the outside of each leg, and a t-shirt along with some fluffy socks. Sexy. Not. I should head downstairs and see if I can do anything to help. I leave my room and walk across the hallway. The door to Maxim's room is open, and I glance in, thinking I ought to turn out the light. I freeze and forget to breathe. Standing with his back to me is Maxim, and he's only wearing boxer briefs. His back is ridiculous. It is so broad and powerful. He looks carved out of stone. He could be one of the perfect Greek statues of the gods of old. Almost. The marks and scars, however, are those of a mere mortal, and there are so many of them. I bite back the sudden urge to go and touch them, soothe them, as if they still hurt, which is silly because surely they don't. As if he senses my stare, Maxim turns around slowly, his face a myriad of conflicting expressions, as if his emotions are brawling for supremacy. I keep my eyes resolutely focused on his face, but damn it, my peripheral vision is giving me the show of a lifetime. Pure, unadulterated masculinity stands before me, naked and unashamed in its power. Don't look down. Keep the focus on his face. Do not be a female douchebag. I smile at him. Sorry, I was on my way downstairs and I wanted to know if there's anything I can do. You can stir the sauce if you don't mind. Make sure it's not sticking. I'll be there in a moment. He raises one hand and runs it through his thick hair, and the movement makes his muscles bunch and pop. Oh, wow. Okay, definitely not looking. I turn, face flaming, and scurry down the stairs. He's so hot. So hot. How am I supposed to be in this small space with him and not lose my mind?
Chapter 5. Maxim. I turn from the door and focus on what I was doing, which is picking out some clothes to change into. Aurora's face was a picture. Her eyes were so focused on mine, it's as if she glued them there and forbade them to move at all. I wasn't quite so polite and let myself rapidly take in her body in the sweats and t-shirt. It sounds crazy, but she looks even sexier in that outfit than she did in the more overtly sexy one. The soft material of the t-shirt clung to her pert breasts and dipped into her waist before flaring out over mouth-watering hips. When she turned to walk away, I watched her go, and her ass is a masterpiece. My dick is hard again. Jesus, I'll have to jerk off more than once tonight if I want to get any sleep. With my clothes in hand, I dress myself. After I've pulled on the jeans, I go and take a look at them in the mirror to see if they fit okay, and look at myself, too. I'm not that skinny kid smacked around by his father anymore, but I still carry the scars. Most of the ones I can see now in the mirror, though, came from later in life, from the fights I always seemed to be getting into and the trouble I unerringly found. Sick of myself, I sigh and turn away, pulling the t-shirt on. It might be wild outside, but in here it's warm enough not to need a sweater, even without the heating on. After I'm dressed, I head downstairs, frowning as the wind blows against the small window at the top of the stairs. Christ, this place is a bit depressing. I understand wanting to get away from it all, but this scenery is bleak and forbidding. Might be different in the sun, but it seems tonight is going to be a wild one. When I hit the bottom step, I see Aurora pulling the curtains closed. I hate the dark out there and all that wind, she says, wrapping her arms around herself. Yeah, it's a touch on the wild side around here, isn't it? God, yes. No wonder the Brontes wrote the sort of books they did. Why? Did they live around here? I ask. I know of these sisters, but I haven't read their books. She wrinkles her brow adorably. Not sure. I don't think here specifically, but they lived near the moors and wrote gothic, bleak novels like The Landscape. I have never read them. Oh, you should, she says, her face coming alive. They are amazing. Wuthering Heights especially. Then her features tighten as if she's reining in her enthusiasm. I mean, obviously, only if you wish to. I walk up to her, stopping about a foot away. Why do you do that? Do what? Police yourself? Control your reactions? Lock yourself down? She gives a small, uncomfortable laugh. I don't. There's a curl of dark hair hanging over her right eye, and not thinking, I reach out and brush it back as I softly say, Yeah, you do. She pulls away and steps back. No, I don't. I shrug. Okay, I won't push it. Not now. The last thing I want is us having a fight and her getting all flighty out here in the middle of nowhere. If she decided she didn't feel safe with me and ran, then she could die of exposure out here. Or maybe not. It's summer after all, right? Can you die of exposure in the summer in the UK? It's pretty cold and wet for summer out there tonight, but maybe not enough to harm a person? I wish I knew more about the country. Perhaps I ought to have done more reading than I did before I traveled here. I'll go check on the food, I say simply. An apology won't help because it will draw more attention to the issue. For now, I'll let it go. This woman, though, she's constantly checking herself, and I hate to see it. Has she ever been allowed to just be? I doubt it. Sometimes families are the worst. I think of mine, poisoned to the core. The secrets and the lies. I know the man who raised me was not my father, and yet I don't speak of it. Do my brothers suspect? They've always seemed so much closer with each other than they are with me, although there have been periods when that hasn't been the case. Sometimes they hated one another, and then I went from being the third wheel to being the only one they got along with best. I loved those times, and I will admit that on occasion I shit-stirred between them so I could have a period when I mattered the most. The kitchen smells good. The scents of tomato, garlic, and herbs teasing my nose and making my stomach rumble. God, I'm hungry. For more than food, too, but I need to keep that shit locked down. Aurora is calm enough on the surface, but I get the sense that one wrong foot and she'd freak the fuck out. I stirred it, like you asked. Her husky voice comes from the doorway. I turn and flash her a smile. Thanks. Do you mind if I have a top-up of wine? It's not mine, Aurora. This stuff is for both of us. Well, you paid for it. Not the point. It's for both of us. Please use it freely or I'll be offended. She pours the wine and then holds the bottle toward me. I shake my head. I still have plenty left in my glass and don't intend to drink any more than that. I need to keep a sharp head on my shoulders in case trouble finds us. My phone beeps, and I take it out of my pocket. The text can only be from one person, and I grin when I read it, suddenly feeling a whole lot better. He's already sent me basic instructions on the house, such as how the stove and heating work, but this text is the one that makes me feel secure. Oh, I forgot to mention, weapons. They're in the utility room by the kitchen. Next to the dryer is a large dog food container on wheels. If you open it, you'll see plenty of dog kibble. But underneath, there's a pump-action shotgun and a Sig Sauer. There's also a knife. Don't play with the toys unless needed. I burst out laughing at that last part. What's funny? Aurora comes closer to me, slowly, like a fawn approaching the first human they've ever seen. A joke from my friend who's lending us this place. It's not haunted, is it? She says. What? I turn to look at her. Sorry, I just sometimes get spooked. I thought he might be joking about it being haunted. Her cheeks get a faint wash of color. Now I feel really stupid. It's not stupid, but no, he wasn't saying anything like that. I wish I hadn't read quite so much spooky fiction. I watch her as I stir the pot. Why read it if it scares you so much? She shrugs and gives a sheepish smile. I suppose I quite like being scared in our big family house in the sunshine of Italy, but different now that I'm somewhere that could be the setting for half those stories. Well, you're not alone. I'm here. And we can switch the television on and watch bad British comedy shows to lighten the atmosphere. Her face brightens. That's a great idea. I'm going to find something for us to watch, if I can figure out the television here. She heads into the other room while I continue to stir the sauce. Once it is almost ready and the kettle of water is boiling, I add the pasta to cook. I sip at my wine, enjoying the taste. Aurora is scared about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. My fears are much more mundane. If she gets caught by her cousin, he could kill her. Suddenly, the weight of what I've done hits me full force. She's mine to protect and keep safe now. I'm the one who offered her a way out of her situation, and so I am the one who must take responsibility for what happens. If I hadn't told her to come with me, she'd be safe, to a degree. At least she wouldn't be at risk of being killed by her family. Christ, Nick always said I was too impulsive by far, and it seems he's not wrong. Although, look at him, married now to a woman he should have marked for death. It seems none of us are very good at looking the other way or doing what we should. Would I have saved Aurora if she weren't so beautiful? I like to think so, but I can't deny that the lightning bolt of attraction between us was part of the equation. It spurred me into action I might not have otherwise taken. When the pasta is ready, I drain it and serve it with the rich sauce I've made with the ground mince, tomato sauce, olive oil, and herbs. Then I grate some Parmesan into a bowl. In the corner of the living room, there is a small, round dining table that can seat 4. I place the Parmesan down first and glance over at Aurora. She's staring at the television, but tears are in her eyes, and every now and again, she wipes them. I pad over to her and crouch in front of where she's sitting. "Hey," I say as I lift my thumb and wipe one of her tears for her. "What's wrong?" "I feel so alone." I open my mouth, about to tell her again that I'm here, but she holds her hand up. "I don't mean physically right this moment. I'm alone in a grander sense of the word. No parents worth speaking of. A cousin who is a psychopath and few friends. Even when this mess is cleared up, I'll have to start all over again. Alone. It's just exhausting." She won't be starting over alone if I have anything to say about it. I don't mention that right now, though. I'm a hunter, and I know that sometimes one has to be very still and let the prey come to you. Not that Aurora is my prey, not in any real sense, but she is very much something I want to trap and keep with me, so maybe she is. I know, but one day soon, you'll have a new life and you will have friends. You're too interesting not to. I don't mention her looks. If there's one thing I know about beautiful women, it's that they hate being judged on their looks alone, because most of them are. All the damn time. Aurora probably thinks I'm this great guy, a veritable feminist. Here I am saying all the right things when, ultimately, I'm as much of a fuck-up as the next guy, and I just want her. More than I've wanted anyone in my life. However, I'm not lying. Maybe only by omission by not mentioning her beauty. She is interesting and brave. The fact that she even took me up on my, let's be honest, unhinged offer is proof of both those things. You say all the right things. She gives me a look that would shrivel a lesser man's soul. It's far too shrewd and worldly. Yeah, I'm not fooling her with my act. She knows I want her. I know she knows I want her, and yet we're both playing a game. Me because I don't want to scare her off, and her for reasons of her own. I think she wants me too. No woman reacts the way she did to me getting changed if they're not at least a little interested. Back home, I have women falling over themselves to bed me, but I rarely take them up on the offer. I like the chase, and most don't offer that. Sometimes I quite literally like the chase. I doubt someone like Aurora would be into that kind of freaky shit, though. That's okay, because she's making me chase her in a different way, a more slow and purposeful way, one that still gives me a rush. I have a friend back home in Slovakia who likes it rough, and it is she who showed me that I do too sometimes. Sadly, I will have to let her go. I can't pursue Aurora the way I want if I have my fuck buddy still in my life. Larissa will be disappointed because we've built a rapport, and playing it rough the way she likes can be dangerous for a woman, but she'll not be heartbroken. We don't live close by and limit our interactions purely to sex. She's older than me by about 10 years and divorced. She says she never wants another serious relationship again, but she has a very high sex drive. I doubt I'm her only partner, so I always use condoms with her and get tested regularly. I should text her and let her know things have changed. I know her contact details off by heart, but it's too risky to contact her on the burner. The only people I will call on that are those I trust 100%. Or rather, almost 100%, because at some point, I'm going to have to call one of my brothers, and there is a small but non-negligible risk that they'll turn me over to Tommaso and leave Aurora to her fate. Which one should I contact? Sasha. It's a no-brainer. Nick would probably understand more. He's a little more hot-headed like me, but that means he'll also go off like a nuclear bomb and not listen to a word I say. Sasha is more level-headed. He will at least let me speak. I'm okay, honestly. Aurora wipes her face and plasters on a smile. Whatever you've cooked smells amazing. I could eat. I return her smile. Let's have some food then. I stand and pull back a chair for her at the table. She gets up from the sofa and takes the chair I offer, sliding into it, while I push it up to the table. You have impeccable manners, she says. For some reason, her words cause a flashback to my last time with Larissa. Images start shooting across my mind. Larissa on her hands and knees crawling away from me grabbing her and taking her to the ground. Her, exhausted from running, scratching at me, clawing me up, and me biting her shoulder until I tasted blood before I held her down and took her until she screamed. Yeah, I'm a real gent. Not needing to be thinking those kinds of thoughts, I focus on the here and now. I go fetch our food and place a steaming plate of pasta with sauce on top of it in front of Aurora. It's not genuine Italian, so don't judge me too harshly. Simply having a meal made for me is lovely, and I truly appreciate it. She beams at me, and I want to go catch that golden beauty of her smile in my hand, close my fist around it, and never let it go. I offer her the cheese, and she takes some and sprinkles it over her food. Her wine glass is still sitting by the sofa, so I grab it for her and then get some water for myself. Do you want some water too? I ask. She shakes her head and takes a sip of the wine. For a while, we eat in increasingly awkward silence. Then she raises those dark eyes of hers to me. This is really good, Maxim. I mean it. This is delicious. She licks her lips, smacking them together, and I want her to do that after she's swallowed my cum. Christ, I need to drag my mind out of the gutter. I'm not one of those Neanderthal dicks who doesn't believe women and men can be friends. I have female friends. Aurora, though, is not someone I want as a friend. She's someone I want under me and over me, on her knees facing away from me, running from me through the heather while I hunt her down. Yeah, she'll look good out on these moors, the wildness I sense in her matched by the wildness of the nature around her. I smile to myself. What's funny? Shit. Busted. I was thinking of my brother's faces when I eventually call them and tell them what we've done. Will they help us? I don't know, I say truthfully. I think so, but you can never be sure, can you? Even with family. You were sure with the man you called. She makes a valid point. Ah, but you see, he was the best kind of family, the kind you choose yourself. She sips at her wine again and sits back in her chair with a sigh. Her hand automatically goes to her stomach in the universal sign of being full, but she hasn't eaten half of her meal. Are you okay? I ask her. Yes, I'm happily full. You haven't eaten much. She frowns at her plate. No, I suppose I haven't. The asshole has been feeding me a calorie-controlled diet. He says I need to lose weight. I've lost 10 pounds. I imagine her with 10 more pounds on her and find I like the idea. I don't much care where either. She'd look hot as fuck 2 sizes bigger or 2 smaller. She's so beautiful and well-proportioned, she can easily carry or lose weight and look great. I expect you have to eat a lot. You look like you work out. Like a fiend, I nod. Not for vanity, though. Then why? I consider her question, then suck my teeth and blow out a breath. I was a scrawny kid, and I got bullied. When I hit my teenage years, I packed on a lot of height and some muscle, and my build got broader. I noticed less and less challenges coming my way. One day I went to the gym with my father. He liked to box and did some martial arts, as well as pumped weights. The man had little time for me, and so I found myself happy for once to be included. One day, one of the trainers noticed me and offered to tutor me. He taught me how to fight and how to lift, and I never stopped. I bet you kicked all the other boys' asses, didn't you? I smirk. Yes, I did. Our conversation soon moves on, and we talk about television shows and movies we like, which leads us to watching 2 episodes of Chicago PD, which we both love. Then it's time for bed. As we climb the stairs together, I wonder what it would be like if we were doing this as a couple. I reach my room first and turn to her. Well, I'll say goodnight and see you in the morning. Remember, you're not alone. I'm right next door. She nods and gives me a small smile. Thank you for everything, Maxim. I don't think I can ever repay you. I watch her go into her room. Oh, but you can, I think, in ways you've probably never imagined.
Chapter 6. Aurora. It takes me ages to finally feel sleepy enough and safe enough to close my eyes. God, the room is dark. Nervous of it, I get up and open the door crack, but it's as inky out there on the landing and even scarier. I climb back into bed, I screw my eyes closed, and think about Maxim right next door. The wind howls around the building, like some lost soul crying out for companionship. Now and again, something cries out in a melancholy squawk. I sing softly to myself, drowning out the sounds, and it starts to work as my mind drifts and dreams mix with reality. What the hell was that? I sit up with a jerk. Something woke me up. I listen for a long time, but there's nothing. I tell myself it's my overactive imagination. Eyes drifting closed, I freeze when I hear it again. A rhythmic thumping. Oh my God, what is that? Something thumps 4, then 5 times, and each thwack has my heart jumping higher in my throat. I doubt it is my cousin who has managed to find us, because he'd be much quieter about it and not want to give himself away. No, whatever this is, isn't human. An animal probably, but maybe something so much worse. Once the thought has entered my head, I can't get it out. No matter how much I tell myself I'm being ridiculous, the idea is there now. This place is haunted. I was right all along. Calm down, Aurora. You know you have a seriously overactive imagination. I try to still my breathing and find some calm. A shadow on the wall was enough to frighten me as a kid. It's stupid, really, I know as much, but it's the way my mind works, and I can't stop it from running away with crazy ideas about ghosts and vampires and other horrible things. Then I hear the scratching. Okay, I'm done. I can't lie in this room a moment longer in the dark. I reach out and blindly flail for the bedside lamp. I hit it and sigh in relief as light floods the room. The scratching comes again, and oh God, it is at the window. Mierda. Something is scratching to get in. My mind is off on a completely wild ride now, making its own assumptions and moment-to-moment decisions. My body is up and moving before I've truly contemplated things. I creep out of my door and straight into Maxim's room. Maxim? I whisper. Maxim? No answer. Another thump. I tiptoe across the room and get onto the bed, and then carefully ease my way under the covers. It would be better if Maxim was awake. If he was a girlfriend, I'd wake him up and we'd talk about silly stuff until I felt better. But he's not. He's a big, muscular stranger, and I don't know how he'll take to having his sleep disturbed. So instead, I scoot as close as I dare. Curled into the fetal position, I listen to his reassuringly regular breathing. Perhaps it's the warmth of his body close to mine, or the soothing in and out rhythm of his even breath. But soon I calm down enough to close my eyes and start to drift. I jerk awake yet again, what must be some time later because there's a weak gray light of early dawn peeking through the gap in the curtains. Oh, thank God. Then I realize that I've turned over at some point, and the reason I woke up is that a very big, heavy arm is slung over my middle, pulling me close to Maxim. The man is holding me. Tight. Is he asleep? Or is he awake? My ass is right up against him, and yet I don't find that I want to move. His size and warmth is so reassuring, so utterly solid. I think back to my last boyfriend. The man was a secret because I wasn't allowed to date. At first, I thought he was perfect for me. But then he showed me how weak he was. I thought we'd been seen by a family member, and he panicked and stopped calling me. Perhaps I ought to cut him some slack. My family are Mafia, after all, but it annoyed me to no end, and I doubt Maxim would behave that way. It wasn't worth it, the risk I took in dating that guy. He seemed intriguing at first, because he wasn't overly impressed with my looks, the expensive clothes I wore, or any of the usual things that turned the heads of the men I knew. He had his own money, and ran a tech company in our area of Italy. His interests were varied, and he loved the same things I did. Travel, not that I've done much, but I've always wanted to, and I have guidebooks to many places. He liked good food, and he grew his own herbs and some vegetables. He loved animals and reading, and yet he had a darker side, a side that matched my own, and I thought we could explore our tastes together. Then he turned out to be all talk and no action, which with my particular fantasy doesn't work. And worse, he was so weak, he didn't dare to be seen with me by my family. I can't believe I gave someone so undeserving my virginity. Still, at least it meant, so far as I was concerned, that whoever I was told to marry wouldn't get it. That stupid precious gift my cousin thought he was giving away, but wasn't. Of course, back then, I couldn't have dreamed that instead of being married off to some nice Italian boy belonging to a local family we wanted to consolidate gene pools with, my cousin would marry me off to a man almost 3 times my age and depraved as hell. What's truly ironic is that I don't have a submissive bone in my body, and being made to kneel, simper, and walk behind a man makes me want to scream and do violence. I do have a kink, and it might be fucked up, but it's mine, and I hold it tight to me. For a moment, I let myself wonder if Maxim would play along with my fantasy. Then I shake the thought away. I think I'd be too scared to do it with someone like him. There's something so intrinsically powerful and predatory about him that makes the idea of it too enticing and entirely too terrifying all at the same time. I can hear you thinking. His deep voice rumbles into my neck. I startle and blow out a soft laugh. My thoughts are that loud, are they? Well, that and the fact that your foot hasn't stopped twitching the entire time you've laid next to me. How long have you been awake? Not long. How long have you been in my bed? Half the night? He chuckles and his arm moves. I mourn the loss of it until it lands lower, resting over my hip in a proprietary way that makes that deep, dark pang of me sing. I heard noises, I say. Loud thumping, scratching against the window. I think something was trying to get into my room. His arm leaves me for real this time, and he's up out of the bed, walking to the window. He's only wearing boxer briefs, and I admire the shadow of his physique. He pulls the curtain back and peers outside. Then he turns to me, his brows drawn down and mouth in a tight line. This is the first time I've seen him anything approaching angry. If you think you hear someone trying to get in, you wake me up. Understood? I nod, but he's getting this all wrong. I don't think it was a person. No one would make that much noise and alert the whole world to their presence. It sounded like something else. What else? He's exasperated now, nostrils flaring as he stares at me. Aurora, you thought you heard something and you didn't wake me up. There are no fucking ghosts, okay? There might, however, be someone after us and trying to get in, and if I'm asleep, I can't protect you. He leans down and grips my chin firmly, but not hard enough to cause any discomfort. Next time you hear a fucking noise, you wake me up. Then he's pulling on sweatpants and heading to the bedroom door. Stay here, he barks. I sit up in the bed and pull the blanket around me, feeling stupid and small. I'm an idiot. I should have never said anything. I probably got myself so worked up I imagined the noises. Maybe it was the carry-on of a dream I was having into the waking world. Downstairs, there is nothing but silence, and then the front door creaks open. He's going outside? Merda. He believes someone genuinely might have been trying to get in. A few moments later, he jogs up the stairs and enters the room. His expression is lighter. "It's a tree," he states. What is what? "The noise. It's a tree, hitting the wall and the window outside in the wind. There's just a breeze now, which is enough to have the spindly thin branch scraping against the window. But when the wind was higher, it would have smacked the heavier part of the branch against the wall by your room. I'll do something about it before we leave, as there is a risk if it's left it might break the window at some point. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I feel so stupid. Don't. In the future, though, promise me you'll wake me if you think you've heard anything." I nod as he walks into the room, and as he passes me, I give a tiny shriek of shock. Tucked into the waistband of his sweats at the back is a gun. He reaches his side of the bed, casually takes the weapon in hand, and shoves it into the bedside drawer. "Do you know how to fire one?" he asks. "Of course not." "Then you'll learn." "No, I don't want to fire a gun. I don't like guns." "You'll like them a lot less if one is pointed at you and you have nothing to defend yourself with. You were born into a violent criminal family. It's no more your fault than it is mine that I'm a Volkov. It's a fact, though, and you need to deal with it and learn to protect yourself." I attempt humor. "I thought you were the protection." "I am, but if something happens to me, you ought to be able to look after yourself." The light is brighter now, and we know the source of the sound, so there's no need for me to stay in Maxim's bed. "Thank you for letting me get in with you. Sorry I ruined your sleep." I pull the covers back, but a hand stops me and grabs my wrist, gently but firmly. "Stay." It's a simple word, but it carries so much meaning. Why does he want me to stay? Is he expecting sex? Right now? Why else would he want me in his bed? "You smell nice," he says simply. Then he climbs back into the bed, buries his nose in my hair, and snuggles me as if we're a married couple and promptly goes back to sleep. What the hell? Maxim Volkov is one crazy mindfuck of an experience.
Chapter 7. Maxim. I wake before Aurora, yawning and scratching the stubble that's grown on my jaw. The wind outside has calmed down. Aurora is warm in my arms, and her plentiful ass is rested against my crotch. She moves, sighs, and wiggles again. And that's my cue to get up because nothing but that tiny movement has me growing hard. I slide out of bed and out of the room to go to the bathroom down the hallway. Closing the door behind me, I stare at the toilet and will my dick to go down so I can take a piss. Then I think, fuck it, might as well give nature a helping hand. Eyes closed, I take hold of myself and let out an almost silent groan as I caress my sensitive head. Aurora's ass feels almost as spectacular as her face looks, and I imagine her on her knees in front of me as I kneel behind her. I would push her shoulders down so her ass was up in the air, exposing her pussy to me and her tight, secret bud. I wonder if she'd be open to being fucked in the ass. First things first, though, the woman hasn't even been fucked in the pussy, so far as I'm aware. The family kept her pure for that old fucker. Now, I'll be the one to break her in. My mind creates a cornucopia of pornographic images, all of me fucking Aurora one way or another, or her fucking me, riding me, her tits bouncing. Yes, that would be epic. I come with a shiver as I spill into the toilet, rope after rope, imagining her contracting around me as she finds her own release. When I'm done, I wipe myself down and turn on the shower while I take a moment to gain control of my own dick again, and then I take a leak. The shower is like standing in a weak downpour. There's little power to it, but it does the job, just not in the satisfying way mine at home does. Showered and dried, I wrap the towel around my waist and head back to the bedroom to grab some clothes for the day. Taking care to be quiet, I pull open the drawer and take out some jeans and a light sweater. The day doesn't seem like it will be too warm, and here on the moors it can get cold even in midsummer. Then I grab some new boxer briefs and go back into the bathroom to get dressed. Once I'm ready, I hit the stairs, but not before I take another peek at Aurora. She's laid on her side, still sleeping. Her lashes are so thick and long they look false, but I can tell they're real, and not full of mascara either. Her lips are soft and slightly parted. Her beauty is incredible, but she also has an air of sweetness about her, something soft in her features and her body that I like. Feeling like a creeper, I drag myself away from her and go down to the kitchen. I could have stayed there for hours, though, just watching her. That's not healthy, so I make myself prepare us some food. I bought eggs and bacon yesterday, and I cook those, and then I brown some toast and fry tomatoes. I sprinkle herbs on them and add a dash of olive oil. The bacon smells delicious, as do the eggs, which I fluff in a jug before preparing 2 omelets with cheese. Then I make us both a coffee. I'm not sure how she likes hers, so I leave it for her to add sugar and creamer if she wishes. Finally, I pour 2 glasses of orange juice and take the food to the small table in the living room. Outside, the weather is brighter, but Aurora's not wrong. There is something bleak about this place. It's beautiful, but in a wild, untamed way, and I imagine in winter it can be depressing as hell. I love the mountains, with their peaks, valleys, streams, and waterfalls. This endless flat scrub of moorland is not my kind of scenery. Clearly, however, Sergei loves it. He's into walking. I remember him once saying so. Perhaps there are good walks around here. Not wanting the food to go cold, I called upstairs to Aurora. "Breakfast is ready," I shout. There's no reply, so I hit the stairs and take them 2 at a time as I jog up to the bedroom to ensure she's awake. The bedroom door opens with a slight creak, and I peer inside. Aurora is no longer laid on her side, but is turned over onto her back and kicked the covers down. Her arms are raised up by her head, and her face is turned away from me. For reasons that I don't understand, her lying in such a position makes her seem oddly vulnerable, and my heart twinges. This woman has no one on her side. It's a sad fate for sure to be so alone in this world. It just goes to show that beauty and being born into a powerful family count for nothing if you do not have people who care. We are alike in that sense, I suppose. Of course, I have my mother, but her love comes with a heavy dose of expectation and harshness. There are also my brothers, and I do believe that if it came right down to it, they'd have my back, but it's not a sure knowledge. I bend over Aurora's sleeping form and gently shake her shoulder. Her head whips round to face me, and a soft moan escapes her lips. I shake her once more until her beautiful eyes flicker open. She stares up at me, unseeing for the briefest moment, and it's an unnerving blankness she holds in her gaze before she comes online and wakes up properly. "I made breakfast," I say. She stretches and yawns, placing the back of her hand over her mouth with impeccable manners. "Wow, I've not slept so late in a long time." She can't actually know what time it is, and she still seems somewhat sleep-hazy, but I don't argue with her. Instead, I smile. "You needed the rest, so I'm glad you slept. Now you need to eat. I've cooked breakfast and it will be going cold." Somehow, everything I say around her seems to be in order, and I don't mean it that way. She doesn't seem to take exception, however, and simply smiles and stretches again. "How lovely to have breakfast prepared for me. I'm so spoiled." "You don't have to do any of this. Just taking me away from that horrible man is more than enough." I don't know whether she means her cousin or the prince when she says horrible man, and I don't ask. Instead, I hold my hand out and take her palm in mine. She steps out of the bed with all the grace of a ballet dancer. Everything about Aurora is perfection. It's not only the way she looks, but also the way she moves, with an inbuilt elegance. Even her voice is melodious and beautiful. "I just need to nip to the restroom before I join you," she says. I nod and head downstairs, where I take a seat and wait. Less than 2 minutes later, her light footsteps descend the stairs, and she takes the chair opposite. With slender and graceful fingers, she picks up the napkin, shakes it out as if it's made from heavy material rather than thin paper, and places it on her lap. The strangest urge threatens to overwhelm me, and I have to ball my hands up to stop myself from leaning over the table and mussing her perfect hair. She's almost too perfect, too polite, too graceful. I think there's a wildness underneath all this pristine perfection. There must be for her to have come with me so easily. I want to unlock that wildness and break her free from her studied poise. What would it take to get this woman to act like the animal she is under the skin? The animal we all are, but which we cover up with human foibles and pretenses. "Thank you again," she says with a smile. She takes a sip of the orange juice and licks her lips. Then she picks up her knife and fork and cuts a perfectly square piece from her bacon before daintily popping it into her mouth. She chews, swallows, then dabs her lips with the paper napkin before placing it on her lap. "You'd be useless at one of those medieval banquets," I say with a laugh. She stares as her cheeks flush a warm shade of pink. For an unguarded moment, a look of hurt flashes in her eyes before she blinks it away and offers me a bland smile. Oh, crap. I hurt her feelings, and I had no intention of doing so. It was a silly joke. "Only joking," I say with a smile. "Whereas I would be wonderful at one of them. My brothers used to always tell me off for having such bad manners at the table." I pick up a piece of bacon between my thumb and forefinger and tear some meat off with a snarl before I chew and swallow. My clowning around has the desired effect, and she giggles. To my surprise, she picks up the bacon on her plate with her fingers and bites into it in much the same manner. She chews, swallows, and then takes another bite. When she has demolished the slice of bacon, she sucks each finger into her mouth and cleans it with her tongue. It's a damn good job that I took care of myself in the bathroom, because otherwise I would have been coming in my pants like a teenage boy at the display. Aurora giggles again, and it's not a high-pitched giggle, but low and throaty. She takes a sip of her orange juice, smiles at me over the rim of her glass, and throws me a wink. "Maybe I wouldn't be so bad at one of those banquets after all?" Stick a fork in me. I'm done. Can you fall in love with a woman because she eats bacon with her fingers? I think I just did. Perhaps not. I answer her smile with one of my own, trying to hide my reaction to her. Silence fills the room as we eat the rest of our food. Aurora clears her plate entirely, then she sits back and sips her coffee. "What would you like to do today?" I ask her. Not that there's many options. We could laze around the house and watch some television, or we could go for a walk. "A walk would be good," she says. "I have a lot of nervous energy zinging around inside of me right now. I think if we just sit around watching television, I'll explode." My tongue is tingling with the desire to tell her all of the other ways we could burn off some excess energy, but I bite the words back. She's not the only one feeling on edge. At some point, I need to call my brothers. Or rather, I need to call Sasha, because there's no way I'm dealing with Nikolai right now. He's liable to go ballistic when he gets me on the phone. Sooner or later, though, I need to speak with him. Poor Sasha is going to have to be the intermediary between us right now. Nikolai has connections I need. The Greeks, the Russians, and above all, an Italian. I have no idea if either of my brothers have ever talked with Giovanni Bianchi, but I know that their connection in Corfu, Konstantin Silvanov, most certainly has. I've done my own research into Silvanov from the moment my brothers mentioned his name. He's a formidable man and not one that you would want to get on the wrong side of. He has no reason to help me and Aurora whatsoever. However, what he does have is a partner. His partner is probably one of the scariest men in our world. Anyone who has dealings with the Bratva knows the name Andreas. He's one scary motherfucker, but he's also morally upstanding. Andreas has a thing for helping damsels in distress, and Aurora is nothing if not a damsel in distress. It means I'm hoping they will give us asylum on their property in Corfu and an introduction to Giovanni Bianchi. Bianchi has half the Italian police force in his pocket, and if there's one person who can smooth things over in that country for Aurora moving forward, it's someone like him and his brother, Marcello. I have a file on most of the key players in that world because it always pays to know who is moving around on the periphery of one's territory. These men may no longer be Bratva, and they may no longer be operating in the United Kingdom or in places such as Ukraine or Slovakia, but there's still a force to be reckoned with, and therefore a force to be understood. My brothers might think they run things, and when it comes to moving money and setting up fancy clubs, they do. However, I run the operation on the ground. I own and control the territory, and that means ultimately, I run things. Not a boast or a foolish attempt at sibling rivalry, but a simple fact. I don't particularly want to run things, and at least once or twice a week I consider walking away entirely. Then my brothers would see how important what I do is to their business. Without control of the flow of arms in Slovakia, there is no business. One day, I will walk away, and one of those too high society schmoozing dilettantes will have to come home and get their hands dirty. I grind my teeth at the thought of how superior they will be when I finally speak to them. Today isn't the day to be calling my brothers, however, so I get a reprieve. It's too soon. Although, in one sense, we are more vulnerable alone out here than we would be under the protection of a crew out in Corfu. Moving anywhere right now is too risky. Aurora's cousin will most certainly have an eye on the major airports and will be checking flight manifests out of the country. He might also be monitoring either of my brother's conversations. I like to think that both Sasha and Nikolai have their shit together enough he wouldn't be able to do such a thing, but you can never be sure just how advanced the enemy's technological capacities are. No, I need some time to elapse before I contact them. I also need for Aurora's cousin to believe she is elsewhere, and that's where I'm hoping my friend will once more come to our rescue. A classic bait and switch, which I am hoping to get put into play in a day or so. I need to think this through and make sure I plan everything correctly. Once I am sure of my move, I will contact my friend. Until then, Aurora and I have some time to ourselves out here in the middle of nowhere. We might be exposed, just the two of us here, but I really can't see a way for her cousin to find us. The moment when we make our move and try to leave the country is going to be the most dangerous, and it pays to be prepared. For now, holding up here is the safest bet. "Do you mind if I take a shower before we go for a walk?" Aurora asks me, breaking me out of my thoughts. "Of course not," I say. "Help yourself to whatever you need from the things that we purchased. Just make this place your home." I look around me and realize just how small and Spartan the interior of the house is. "I'm only sorry it's not more comfortable," I add. "I think it's charming," she says. Watching her closely, I try to figure out if this is more of her impeccable manners coming through or if she means it. "I must admit, though, that last night I was rather spooked, but that's the location, not the house itself. I think it's lovely. I've always liked cozy places. There's something lonely about a lot of grand, large houses. You wander around them on your own, and you might not see another soul as you pace the corridors. I don't like it." She gives a small shiver and rubs her arms as if self-soothing. She's such a strange mix, and I want to dig deeper into her and see what makes her tick. In some ways, she's incredibly brave. The manner in which she stands up to her cousin, even though she knows it's dangerous for her to do so, is testament to that. In other ways, however, she's nervous, almost like a child. I haven't met a woman of her age before who's quite so scared of things that go bump in the night. Then again, perhaps she simply has an overactive imagination. "I'll go freshen up. I'll try not to be too long. Take as long as you need, I say. There's no timetable here. In fact, you're probably going to be bored out of your mind in about 3 hours from now. She smiles at me. It's closed-lipped, but it reaches her eyes, crinkling the corners endearingly. I rarely get bored. There's always so much to do that I don't understand how anyone can get bored. There are books to read, music to listen to. I like to draw, and I know it sounds childish, but I like to color. I enjoy writing and journaling. Honestly, I think I'd have done rather well in Regency times. You know, when ladies were really into crafting and being, how did they word it? Accomplished, that's it. Oh, to have lived when ladies were meant to be accomplished. Her closed-lipped smile widens into more of a grin, and I get a flash of beautifully perfect teeth. I would have enjoyed seeing the reality of life then. Just imagine it. You get up in the morning and you play a little piano, then perhaps a light lunch with a glass of wine, of course, because they always drank wine at lunchtime. Then you might read a little, or perhaps crochet, or maybe you would do some painting. It would have been a wonderful life. I'm so enchanted by her version of life in the Regency that I don't disabuse her fantasy. The truth is, the life she describes would have only been available to a very small number of people. Most of them, children included, would have worked in dangerous, dirty jobs and died at a very young age. Aurora is a nice soul, I can tell that much, but like many people who have been raised in luxury and comfort, she seems to have little idea of just how harsh the world can really be. Although, in many ways, it has been harsh to her. It certainly hasn't when it comes to the day-to-day comforts of living. In our family, tales of poverty are passed down from generation to generation, and they are stored in the body almost like a muscle memory. I haven't starved myself, but only 2 generations before me did. There is a hardness within us Volkovs, and it began many generations ago and solidified with each new line of blood. You'd have made a beautiful Regency lady, I say. It wasn't really like that, though, she says with a sigh, as if I haven't spoken. They would have been riddled with parasites, you know, and they went to the toilet in the corners of the rooms. Her beautiful nose wrinkles and her mouth turns down. Okay, maybe she's a little bit more aware of the realities of Regency life than I thought. Take Versailles, she adds. Imagine you're there, in the most beautiful building you've ever seen. I mean, honestly, you cannot believe the grandeur. Everything's so symmetrical and so wonderfully designed. Compared to modern buildings, it really was an absolute pinnacle of human achievement and beauty. Then you find out that they literally lifted their dresses and squatted in corners and did their business. She bursts out laughing, and it's deep and rich, and it has me joining too. Just imagine it, the most beautiful building anyone has ever seen, and people wearing the most outrageously stunning outfits, and then they go and poop in the corner. She's laughing so much now a sheen of tears has filled her eyes. There's a lot to be said for living in the period of time we do. It might not be perfect, but at least we don't have to put up with our noses dropping off from syphilis or catching the plague, I observe dryly. On that wonderful note, I think I'll take advantage of modern plumbing and have my shower. She's still laughing as she heads up the stairs, and I shake my head and smile to myself. Aurora's brain is a whimsical place, it seems. She flits about from one thought to another like a butterfly in a garden, trying out all the plants. Throwing myself onto the sofa, I pick up the television remote and flick until I find some athletics to watch while Aurora gets ready. Almost an hour later, her footsteps on the stairs have me sitting straighter and turning to face her as she enters the room. She's wearing a pair of jeans tucked into hiking-style boots with a t-shirt. It's the simplest outfit she could pick, but she looks absolutely astounding in it. Realizing I'm staring at her like a lovesick teenager yet again, I force my gaze away and push myself to my feet. Okay, I say. Let's go and explore.
Chapter 8. Aurora. Maxim packs a couple bottles of water and some protein bars into a small backpack that he must have purchased while in the supermarket. He slings it over his shoulders and tightens the straps until it fits close. The backpack highlights his amazing physique, the way it enhances his broad shoulders and taut middle. I try not to stare, and instead head to the door and step outside. With the sunlight streaming down, the scenery has a very different ambiance to the previous evening in the dark. While there is still a wildness to it, and I can see how it would be considered gothic on a cloudy or rainy day, the sun is so bright as to banish any gloomy vibes. I'm grateful for it. The grass is dry and tinged with a slightly yellow hue, a testament to the recent sunny spell. It will take more than 1 or 2 nights of rain to replenish the moisture in the soil and allow the plants to fully bloom once more. Wind whips at my hair, but it's not cold, and it doesn't give me the same shiver of apprehension as the wind did the previous evening. It never ceases to amaze me how different things look in the daylight. "Which way do you want to head?" I ask Maxim. "It doesn't really matter. We'll have enough exploring to do over the next few days. Maybe we should head upward and climb the hill, see what's at the top." He turns to me with one brow raised. "That sounds like a plan." I agree happily. He sets off walking, and I rush to catch up with him as his large strides already have him outpacing me. I slip my hand into his and realize immediately what I've done. Mortified at being so forward, I try to pull my hand away, but his warm palm tightens around mine. He holds me in place, and I like it. I smile to myself as we walk along, side by side and hand in hand. This is so weird. It's amazing how life can turn on a dime. One moment, you're wearing a 1,000 euro cashmere dress and waiting to marry a prince. The next, you're trudging over the heather and grass in the middle of nowhere, holding the hand of a man you don't know. One of those scenarios sounds like a fairy tale, but is a nightmare. The other sounds mundane, but to me is like a dream come true. I've never felt such an attraction for a man as I feel for Maxim, and the simple act of holding his hand like this is giving me the sort of thrill I haven't had since I was a teenager watching reruns of Buffy and crushing on Spike. We hike in comfortable silence, and it only takes us around 15 minutes to reach the brow of the steep hill that looms behind the house. Once we do, though, the exertion is well worth it. "Wow," I say. "Wow, indeed," Maxim replies. Spread out before us is a patchwork landscape of fields, old stone walls, and hedgerows dotted with grazing animals. In the distance, I can see either a dam or a large lake. I can't tell from this far away, and beyond that, rising high toward the blue sky, are mountains. "I love the mountains," I say. "Those are not mountains, they are big hills." Maxim nudges me with his elbow to show he is joking. "Seriously, though, if you like mountains, you need to come visit my country." His words are full of pride. "We have some of the most beautiful scenery on Earth, and it's relatively unexplored. We don't get the same kind of tourism as you guys have in Italy, Greece, or other countries, but we should, as we have the beauty. I'd love to show you one day." My breath hitches in my throat, and I don't know how to answer. I always assumed Maxim would save me and then send me on my way. Where to exactly, I hadn't stopped to consider. He's talking as if there's going to be more beyond this, as if there's going to be an us in the future. It's exciting, but kind of terrifying too. I don't know the man, and he doesn't know me. "I think I'd drive you crazy," I say with a forced laugh. "You can probably find plenty of girls to show your beautiful scenery to, I imagine." I nudge him back. Maxim turns to me, and his warm thumb brushes against my chin as he tips my head and angles my face so that I must look at him. "There is no one I'd rather show my home to than you." His words are loaded with such sincerity, I once again don't know how to respond. "Maxim, you don't know me." I don't want to upset him when he's laid everything on the line like this to save me, but he's talking as if we've been dating for months, rather than having only met literally yesterday. "I don't want to hold you to anything," I say. "You're not," he replies simply. "I might hold you to something, though," he adds. He isn't joking, and there's a seriousness in his deep gaze. Did I find myself rescued from a situation where I was a captive, only to land myself in another? Maxim might be a kinder, more considerate jailer than my cousin. The way he's speaking now makes me feel as if I don't have a choice in this. Aurora, don't look so scared. He's still holding onto my hand, and he brushes his thumb over the back of it. That won't make you do anything you don't want to. I'm merely telling you that if it pans out that way, I'd very much like to show you where I live. I think you'd love it. You would also be safe there. Safe. Such a small word, 4 letters only, but a word which holds heavy meaning for me. For I've never felt safe in my life. Not truly. Even as a child, when I lived in a relatively happy home with my parents, I always knew there were shadows creeping around the edge of our world. Of course, there were the enemies of our family. I knew about those from a very young age. I was drilled on how to react if strangers tried to take me. When I went anywhere, I always had security with me. Those things didn't get to me, though. What did was the danger lurking within the very bosom of our family. I think even from a very young age, I sensed that not only my cousin, but his father before him, were very bad men indeed. Maybe I also sensed on some deep level that my father was a very weak man. Whatever the reason for it, I never really had security. Perhaps it's why I have such an overactive imagination. I discussed it once with my therapist. Not that I've dared to see her since everything went to shit, and I was taken under my cousin's sinister wing. She said when the monsters are real and all too close, it can be almost comforting to lose ourselves in the fear of something unreal and otherworldly. I mean it, Maxim says with a squeeze of my hand. I realize he's taken my silence the wrong way and thinks I'm panicking about his words. Sorry, I was miles away, I say truthfully. Where were you? He asks. Back in my childhood, I say. I was thinking how I never really felt safe. You know, with you saying we'd be safe in your home country. It's not something I've ever really experienced. Not as a child, he asks. Not really? I answer. That's shit, and ditto. Really? I don't believe it. A man as sure of himself as he is. Yes, really. My father didn't like me very much. He made it quite clear, both with his words and his fists. I didn't truly feel safe until I learned to defend myself. True safety, Aurora, can only come from within. We must learn to trust in ourselves and our capacity to deal with what life throws at us. His words are so reminiscent of those my therapist has told me, but I don't think I'll ever be able to feel the way Maxim says I ought to. Or, he says with a small smile, we have to find people who help make us feel safe until we develop the tools for ourselves. Friends, families, partners. When he says partners, his thumb brushes over my hand once more. The wind whips through my hair as the moment stretches between us. His gaze lowers to my mouth, and I subconsciously lick my lips. I'd very much like to kiss you right now, Aurora, he says. I suck in air, needing it to keep me upright as a rush of faintness washes over me. You can, I say, my voice sounding distant. So he does. It's nothing like I expect. A man like Maxim, so big and powerful. I suppose I'd imagined his kiss would be rough and demanding. This is something else entirely. His lips meet mine gently, as with a whisper-soft rush of skin against skin. I feel his warmth and scent his minty breath before the actual touch of his warm lips against mine. He presses more firmly against me as the kiss goes on, and his mouth explores mine, but he doesn't open his lips or try to push mine open. It's slow, languid, and very sensual, lusciously so. He lets go of my hand, and still holding onto my chin, he cups the back of my neck, fingers warm and rough over my nape, as he pulls me deeper into the kiss. He's exploring my lips carefully, mapping every contour and ridge like a cartographer, charting a new land. A small moan escapes me as we press closer, and in an instant, the kiss goes from explorative and lazy to fierce and demanding. His hand in my hair grips tighter as his fingers tangle in my tresses, and I respond by pulling him to me. Here on this hill, in the middle of the windswept wilds, it's as if I'm having an out-of-body experience, as if what I do right now doesn't matter. This is a place out of step with my usual life, and so it's easy to justify simply giving in and feeling. Maxim pulls away from the kiss, breathing heavily, his eyes glittering and dark. "Christ, I want you," he growls. Then he swallows and steps back. "We can't, though." He glances around and laughs. "Certainly not here." No, this isn't what I want to hear. Exactly here and exactly now. Once we are back at the house, I know I'll start to doubt myself. This is crazy, but I'm so lost in this moment, I want to run with it. "Why not?" I lick my lips again, purposefully this time provocative. He shakes his head and steps back again, hands balled into fists. "We don't have any condoms. Someone might see us. It's not right. Most certainly not for your first time." His words hit me hard. He thinks I'm a virgin. Shit. Is that why he's so hot for me? Men have a weird thing about virgins. The prince marrying me certainly wanted me pure. He'd probably kill me if he found out I wasn't, and one glance at my medical records, which I'm sure he'd have the power and money to access, would prove it one way or another. The doctor I saw was very discreet, but it's there, logged for all to see. I couldn't use a false name and had to take identification with me for the procedure. The memories are like a bucket of cold water over my libido. "What's wrong?" Maxim asks, concern filling his eyes as his brow draws down. "I'm not a virgin," I state bluntly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you by omission. I would have told you at some point, but—" Raising his hand palm to me, Maxim stops me mid-flow. "Aurora, you don't owe me any explanations or need to tell me. It's your past and your body, and ditto. I'm not a virgin either." He grins, and once more it's a punch to the gut with how beautiful it is. It's one reason, not the only one by a long shot, but one at least, why I was so scared to go with the prince. He'd have probably guessed, or perhaps had my medical records checked and found out. I'm amazed my cousin hasn't yet. His frown deepens and he unzips the backpack and pulls out the blanket he packed, lays it on the ground and pulls me down to sit by him. "Wait a minute, back up. I'm lost here. Why is you not being a virgin something which is on your medical records?" I swallow hard and give him my full attention as I force myself to say it. "Because I lost a baby. I started bleeding and I was told the baby had died and it was a boy, needed to be removed from my womb or I would die. My best friend took me and the doctors needed my identification to do the procedure. It was in England, but if the prince had my background checked thoroughly, I bet he could find it." His lips tighten. "I'm sorry. That must have been so hard." "It was. Why did your friend go and not the guy?" Good question. Why indeed? Because I had fallen for a cowardly piece of crap. He was scared if my family found out about it and that he was the father, they'd kill him. His family were diplomats, and he ensured his father got transferred, and I never heard from him again. I blink rapidly, determined not to let the tears come this time. Wow, what a piece of shit. There's no way he should have left you to face that alone. Maxim wouldn't do that. It's crazy because I only just met the man, but I know it. The same way I know the sky is blue and the sun is hot. I guess fear will do that to people. I shrug, trying to come off as nonchalant, when inside my heart is tearing all over again, ripping right down that seam that losing my boy created and dripping sorrow deep into my chest. "Were you okay?" Maxim's question takes me by surprise. Yes, physically at least. Emotionally, well, that was a different matter. He was a family friend, the coward, studying over here in England too. It's ironic. We only got together because we were matched in some stupid secret kink game. I realize as soon as I've said it that I've gone too far. Crap. His eyes narrow slightly, focusing the way a person does when they're intrigued by what you're saying. Secret kink game. I give a carefree laugh and try to bat his question off with a wave of my hand. "Oh, no you don't," he says. "Come on, spill. What was the secret kink game?" I can't do this. He'll judge me. It's weird. Sick. That's what the coward told me when I eventually tracked him down. He didn't want to hear from me again because I was sick. Never mind he had the exact same fantasy because he claimed he'd written it as a joke, which, to be honest, I could half believe as he was so bad at the fantasy roleplay. "Aurora, what kink game?" Maxim's voice is deep, authoritative, and brokers no resistance. I bet he wouldn't suck at the game. I sigh and prepare to spill the beans. You had to write your secret kink or fantasy on a piece of paper and then fold it up with a letter of the alphabet on the back. Then all the paper went into a hat, and you were matched with the closest fantasy. Didn't matter if it was male and male, or female and female, or whatever. If you matched, or almost matched, you were paired up. It was a stupid thing to do, but I was fitting in for the first time. I bring my hand to my face and nibble briefly at a fingernail before carrying on. I wrote my fantasy out, folded it up, and wrote the letter D on the back, as I was the fourth in line. We put our fantasies in the hat, and to compare, someone paid to entertain for the evening, went through matching fantasies as closely as possible, and began calling out people by their letters as he paired them up. When he called D and H, I walked out of the room, followed by the coward. I smile a little at the way he's already become known as that officially in my mind now. You were supposed to have a go at the fantasy in one of the rooms in the mansion my friends, well, my frenemies, if we're being honest, had hired for the weekend. The warped games of bored rich kids. What was the fantasy? Of course he would ask. I knew it was coming. I flush a little and am about to tell him none of his business, but when I glance at him, I see a naked hunger on his features. What if? A voice whispers its dark magic in my mind. What if he likes that too? What if he doesn't judge you but wants to try it? I like to be chased. I say, my voice so quiet it whips away on the breeze. Chased. There's no judgment in his tone, simply curiosity. Yes, chased down, like not, non-consent as such, although maybe some of that but more. It's hard to define, but animalistic, like prey. He goes still, so very still at the word prey. In fact, the way he completely ceases all movement and focuses every molecule of his being on me reminds me of a snake about to strike. You like primal play. What? I have never heard of primal play. I only know I like the idea of being chased, and I found out how much when I read a Beauty and the Beast retelling, where the beast chased Beauty through the forest and took her down to the forest floor before taking her virginity. From there, the idea only grew. Being made to do it is a part of it, but the bigger part for me is being hunted down. My cheeks are red as the thoughts come to me. It sounds like primal play. He shrugs casually, but he's interested. There's a hunger reflected in the tense lines of his jaw, the slight flare of his nostrils, the darkness of his pupils. Oh, I see. I'm not sure the name of it. It's simply being chased, caught, and taken to the ground and rolling around. A bit of biting and nipping, maybe some scratching. That hadn't even come up with the coward, because he didn't seem truly into it. But the minute Maxim says it, I know I like the sound of it. I nod and glance at the ground. Hey. He tips my chin up again. It's okay. You're allowed to be into stuff. It's not weird or wrong. Are you? I mean, is it something you've ever tried? You know what it is, so... Yeah, I've tried it. My voice is all rusty when I speak, like an old door hinge that needs oiling. Did you like it? I liked it. We simply stare at one another, both of us breathing harder than before. Some people say that you don't have safe words with true primal play, he says. I think if we ever went down that route, we'd need a safe word. Now he's the one whose cheeks darken a little as he laughs. Look at me getting all ahead of myself. I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume anything. You're not assuming, I say. This is the first time I've been with a man where I felt I can be truly honest, because I like how freeing it is. I go with it further. We might as well lay our cards on the table, or rather the grass. We both look down at the rough grass the blanket is on and give soft laughs. I'm attracted to you, Maxim, more than I have been to any man in my life. I want you. That's the honest truth. But there are things you need to know. Firstly, I'm a mess. I mean, I'm seriously an emotional mess. Not that you're asking me to marry you or anything. My words turn into a nervous chuckle. I'm a bit messy, too, he replies. I can be controlling, and I know that. I'm headstrong, and I don't always think things through. You might have noticed that trait. Again, we both laugh. I'm attracted to you too, Aurora, more than I've been to anyone in my life. The moment I saw you in that stupid stuffy bar at my brother's club, I knew in an instant that I would burn this world down to keep you safe. Oh my, what's a girl supposed to say to that? I know you mentioned condoms, I reply, nervous as hell now that we're getting down to the real depths of things. I'm on the pill, though. It was insisted upon by the prince himself. I'm also clean because I haven't had sex since I lost the baby, and I was checked out for everything then just to ensure that nothing could have caused my miscarriage, other than an unfortunate series of horrible biological events. I'm clean, too, he says. I've been in a very casual relationship with someone over the past year or so. We always use condoms, and I get tested regularly anyway because every 6 months I have a full checkup. I tend to put my body through a lot of training, some fighting too. His eyes twinkle at those words as if fighting is fun rather than terrifying, which it is to me. I've never been with a man without that barrier between us. Unfortunately, with the coward, the barrier broke. I got pregnant and then lost the baby, and the rest is history. Sad, awful, heartbreaking history. This is kind of an ideal place to try a bit of primal fun, he says, glancing around him. I suppose it is. You could be Heathcliff and I could be Cathy, running away from you across the wild moors. Yes, well, I'd have to read the book first. I'm going to have to give you a reading list. I'm horrified at his never having read any of the classics. Feel free. I mostly read horror. Lowbrow stuff, I know. One of my favorite books is a horror. Dracula. I absolutely adore it. I also like Clive Barker. He laughs and tips his head back a little as he does, the sun catching his dark hair. I watch him, taking in every line and plane on his face, greedy for his expressions. I don't think you'll ever stop surprising me, Aurora. He shakes his head. Here you are, a girl who is scared of things that go bump in the night, and yet you read Clive Barker. It probably isn't the wisest idea. I didn't sleep for nearly a week after I watched Hellraiser. Those 80 horror films were something else.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
They were, and twisted too. We lapse into silence for a beat, and then he turns to me. Do you want to walk back to the house? I know that when we get back to the house, something is going to happen. We might be joking and chatting, acting as if we're friends sitting on the hill taking in the view, but the air between us is thrumming with an unseen force. It's as if an energy stretches between us, waxing and waning. I feel that I could put my hand out and touch it, so strong it is. I do want to go back to the house, though. I want to explore this energy between us. I want to give in to this, and for the first time in my life, do something truly for me. I stand and brush down my jeans as my answer. Maxim follows suit and shakes out the blanket before rolling it up and shoving it into the backpack. He takes out a bottle of water and offers me a drink, and I gratefully sip it before offering it back to him. He takes a few sips himself and then fastens it, deposits it in the bag, and hoists it over his shoulders. The walk down the hill is very different from the walk up. We don't hold hands, but every now and again our arms touch. Every single time they do, I feel a jolt of something sharp and warm against my skin. It's all I can do not to reach out and brush my fingers down the back of his jeans and feel the strength of those thighs that I keep catching a glimpse of as we head down the hill. As we near the bottom and the house looms in front of us, Maxim pauses and takes my hand in his for the first time since we began our return journey. The first time between us is not going to be that way. His gaze is serious and intent. Okay, I say, but I am a little disappointed. I want to do this right the first time and explore you at my leisure. I want to learn what makes you tick and what you like and don't like. It's going to be a warm, comfortable bed, and I'm going to worship you like that goddamn queen you are. We'll take our time and get to know one another, and then one day soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe a few days down the line, I'll open that door, and you will run. You will run. No 3 words have ever given me such a visceral thrill. You will open that door, and I'll run. Yes, I will, knowing he's right on my tail, chasing me, hunting me.
Chapter 9. Maxim. I close the door behind us as we enter the house and try to keep myself under some semblance of control. I meant it when I said to Aurora that the first time we would take it slow. She might not be a virgin, but from what I can gather, she's only been with one man. A man who didn't deserve her and who broke her heart, and he left her with a horrible situation to fix. Not that you can truly fix something like that. That's why I want to be gentle with her, take it easy until I know for sure she's ready for something a little wilder. Aurora has been through trauma, multiple traumas. I don't want to reignite them. I'm going to do this the right way, even if it means I have to lock myself right down and focus entirely on her for the next few hours. I meant what I said when I told her that I wanted to worship her like the queen she is. She is absolutely regal and utterly breathtaking, and I could drop to her feet right now, pull down her jeans, and sink my tongue between her folds. Instead, I'm going to make us some soup, and then we can take a shower and go to bed together. I'm going to make us something light to eat, I say. I don't add that I'm making something to eat because I have absolutely no plans for us to get out of bed for the rest of the day, and I don't want her fainting on me. Let me cook this time, she says. I wasn't going to cook as such. I bought some organically, allegedly homemade soup from the supermarket, and I was going to warm some up on the stovetop. Let me do that, please? She arches one eyebrow at me. I'm more than capable of heating up some soup, Maxim. You're starting to offend me that you don't trust my culinary skills one iota. I smile at that. Okay, it's a deal. You heat up some soup, and I'll go jump in the shower, if that's all right. It sounds like a plan. You shower, I'll cook, and then we'll eat. Then I'll jump in the shower. I leave her downstairs in the kitchen, opening cupboards and searching for pans as I head upstairs to get changed and take a shower. Back home, I would have my fancy aftershave and some decent clothes to put on for what is starting to feel like a date night. However, I only have the things I purchased from the supermarket, and that includes an aftershave that cost £5 and a basic can of shaving gel. It will have to do. The shower is as weak and lukewarm as ever, but I really don't care, because all I can focus on is the excitement thrumming through my veins at the thought of being with Aurora. After I've dried myself off and pulled on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, I head downstairs. As I descend, the scent of herbs hits my nostrils and makes my stomach growl. Our walk today was fairly energetic, so despite the large breakfast we've consumed, I'm quite hungry. I peer through the kitchen doorway, taking a moment to watch Aurora in the kitchen. I imagine her in the same space in my house. She'd look right at home. She's stirring the pan with a big wooden spoon, and every now and again she raises her other hand to push a lock of hair that keeps falling over her eyes back into place. Under her breath, she's humming a tune that I can't quite catch as she sways her hips in time. It's a hypnotic rhythm as her curves move left to right, left to right, left to right. I want to walk up behind her, grab her hips, and kiss her neck. I've not earned that right yet. One day, I tell myself. Pausing in her stirring of the pan, she sachets over to the cupboard, grabs some pepper, which she grinds into the pan, then she bends down and peers in the oven. The movement gives me a great view of her luscious ass. She has the best ass I've ever seen. Grabbing the oven gloves, she pulls a tray out of the oven, and I realize this is where the herb scent has come from. There are slices of bread sprinkled with a mixture of herbs and drizzled with what looks like olive oil. Next, she grabs a bowl that I didn't notice before, and with 2 wooden utensils she tosses the contents. I realize that it's a bowl of salad. Soup and salad? Strange combination, but to each their own. I smile to myself. Trust an Italian to turn a carton of shop-bought soup into a delicious meal. Do you need a hand? I ask. She turns around and smiles at me. You can put this herby bread onto a plate and carry it through if that's okay. I do as she says, and then take the salad in also. Aurora follows me, carrying 2 side plates, which she places down on the table, and 2 large bowls, which she places on the mats by our chairs. She heads back into the kitchen and returns a few moments later with the pan and pours soup into each bowl. As we sit, she indicates the salad bowl by daintily pointing at it. I know it might seem weird to make salad with soup, but I just fancied it. I thought, why not? I shrug and smile. It's different, I'll grant you that, but the salad looks delicious. Thank you. It has olive and balsamic vinegar on it, and I thought it might be nice to have bread too. She eats a little of her soup, then sets it to one side and serves herself some salad. This time she digs in, breaking off some of the bread and dabbing it onto the oil on her plate. I watch her eat and glance back at the bowl of soup, which is almost untouched. Is the soup not to your liking? I ask her. She glances at me, but her eyes slide away as she gives a little shake of her head. It is lovely, she says. Aurora, don't do that. If you don't like the soup, just say. I'm not trying to make a big deal of this or cause an argument, but I hate the way she's so polite that she defers to everything all the time without telling me how she feels. Her gaze slides back to mine, and she watches me for a few seconds before a small smile kicks at one corner of her mouth. Truthfully, I don't really like soup. I know, what sort of Italian doesn't like soup? I had loads of it as a child. I think the first few years of her marriage, my mother wasn't the world's most natural or best cook. We could have employed staff, of course. We did have cleaners, and I had a lady who looked after me a few afternoons a week and did some tutoring for me before I started school. Mother, however, seemed to think that the kitchen had to be her domain, and she must be the one who cooked. Sadly, she found it pretty difficult, which meant that our meals were either pizza, which was delicious, but night after night, it got somewhat boring, or a variety of soups. Mostly Tuscan bean soups. I haven't been able to eat a bean since I was a child. You should have said so when I suggested the soup. She bites into some more bread with perfect small white teeth and chews before swallowing and taking a sip of water from the glass by her plate. I do eat soup sometimes. I mean, it's not as if I hate it. It's just while I was stirring the pan and getting the smell of it, the longer I stirred, the less I fancied it. Do you understand what I mean? I do know what she means. I've cooked many a meal, and sometimes spending hours over a hot stove can put you off of everything that you're cooking. I take some of the bread for myself, break it in half, and dip it into the soup. I chew and swallow, and then lick my lips in surprise. This bread is fucking delicious. It's simple enough to make. Drizzle of olive oil, sprinkle of herbs. Of course, fresh is better, but we didn't have those, so I used some marjoram and oregano. And some salt and a dash of pepper, and if you want, you can also rub some garlic over the bread, but I didn't do that this time. And there you have it, herby bread. I finish my soup and push the bowl to one side, but I don't take the salad plate, not really fancying it. Are you the sort of man who only eats steak and not salad? Aurora laughs. Not at all. I like salad, just not after a bowl of soup. What's your favorite food? I consider her as I think about the question. I think Thai. I really do like a good Thai curry. She sips some more water and then dabs her lips with the paper napkin. I've never had Thai food. We need to remedy that. How about we make a date for when we're not on the run anymore, and I take you for Thai food at my favorite place? Is that in Slovakia? No, it's in Chicago, actually. I visited a few times to see my brother over the years, and I discovered this great place. I'm not really into cities, but so far as they go, Chicago's great. She beams at me. I'd love to go to America. I'd like to see New York, San Francisco, and Chicago. I want to stay on a ranch, too. Then I'd like to go down the Mississippi on one of those old-fashioned boats with the paddle steamers. The Grand Canyon, of course. Oh, and the Florida Keys. I want to see where Hemingway wrote some of his best work. And when I go to San Francisco, I have to visit the City Lights bookstore. So, basically a literary tour of the United States, I chuckle. I suppose so. It's the same here in the UK. I had to visit Bath because that's where all my favorite scenes from Austen's novels are set. After her reaction to me not having read Wuthering Heights, I don't tell her that I've never read any of Jane Austen's work. Instead, I deflect. Seeing as you like horror too, perhaps we should go on a horror tour. We're actually not that far from Whitby, you know. Her eyes widen as she taps her fingers on the tablecloth as she bites her lip. Do you think it would be safe to go to Whitby? I mean, why would my cousin be looking for us there? We could go to the Abbey. It's meant to be fantastic. I've never been, and they say it's so gothic and creepy, especially if you go as it's getting dark. I ponder her suggestion. It's incredibly doubtful her cousin would be looking for her in Whitby. I don't see why it would be any riskier than us eventually needing to visit the local shops around here, for example. Let me take a look at how far it is and have a chat with my friend, and perhaps we can organize it. She claps her hands together in delight, and the action reminds me of a child. Maybe that's what I find so beguiling about her. The odd mixture she has of womanly curves, bravery, dignity, but then added in a childish excitement about the world, which is part of what makes her so scared sometimes. It's her overactive imagination that has her fearing things that go bump in the night, and that comes from the inner child that she hasn't lost. There's something magical about that, being able to hold on to that kind of wonder of the world. I envy her in a way. I think it was beaten out of me a long time ago. Maybe if I spend enough time with Aurora, I can start to see the world the way she does. See it through a fresh set of eyes, instead of always looking at things cynically with my jaded gaze. A heavy silence has fallen between us. It's almost as if the air in the room is sinking to the ground from the weight of expectation bearing down upon it. The desire I'm feeling is pushing at my skin like a second being living within me that's fighting to get out. I told Aurora that I want to do this the right way, the slow way. At least, the first time. "Do you wish to take a shower?" I ask, annoyed at how gruff my voice sounds. "Yes, I'll go up now, shall I? I'll give you a shout when I'm clean." Her cheeks flush, and she stares at the table. This is so weird. I've had one-night stands in the past, but normally there's been alcohol involved. The other women I've had in my life I've dated a few times before I bedded them, and there was a natural progression to the end of the evening. I wonder if she's having second thoughts. Now that we're off that hill and the intensity of the kiss has faded, perhaps she's rethinking things. "You know, it's all right if you've changed your mind." I lean across the table and take her hand in mine. "There's no pressure here, Aurora." "I know," she says without meeting my gaze. "I'm just feeling a little vulnerable, I suppose. I've never experienced such a strong attraction to someone before." She lets slip a soft laugh. "I'm not exactly experienced with this kind of thing." Her eyes finally lift, and her dark gaze locks onto mine, an intense beam of light. I couldn't look away if I tried. "I don't want to disappoint you." I almost laugh at her words, but bite down on it, knowing it will upset her and she'll take it the wrong way. "Aurora, you couldn't disappoint me no matter what." "You say that, but what if I suck in bed?" Her lips twitch slightly, telling me she's joking a little now, lightening the atmosphere. "Well, what if I do?" "Oh, God, do you?" I laugh too, a full, loud laugh, and it's jarring in the room. "Do you think I'd tell you beforehand? Take away my chance?" "I could sue you under some sort of trading standards." "For what? I've not made any claims." She waves her hands in front of me almost in a shimmy, as if to indicate all that I am. "All of this?" she says with an emphasis on the word this. "All of this is your advertising, Maxim. What if this is misleading? Can your actions live up to the hype of your looks?" Her smile is wide and true. I like to see this side of her, a more open and playful side when she forgets for a moment to police herself. "I mean, can you follow through and satisfy what the package promises?" Her brows raise in query. "Oh, I'll follow through all right. Don't you worry about that. Now get that pretty ass upstairs and get yourself in the shower before I carry you up." Her breath hitches, and her cheeks flush at the words. I was joking, but her reaction tells me that she definitely likes that kind of thing. It's in keeping with what she has told me about her deepest, darkest fantasy, but it's nice to see information of that in her reaction. "I won't be long." She pushes her chair back and darts from the table as if the room is on fire. Once she's upstairs, I carry the plates into the kitchen and clear everything away. It takes a good 20 minutes before she calls down to me. Heart beating harder than if I'd run a mile, I take the stairs, fast. When I hit the landing, I stop, and my heart might be about to damn well explode. Aurora isn't in bed like I expected, hiding under the sheets. No, she's standing completely naked on the landing, one ankle crossed in front of the other, her head cocked slightly to one side, and her shoulder leaning against the wall. Everything about her expression says, "Come and get me." My hands ball into fists at my sides as I breathe like a steam train, my gaze tearing down her body. Breasts that aren't big but aren't small either, are pert and firm. A tight waist, soft stomach, flared hips, and curvy thighs. The girl has curves in all the right places. She reminds me of Marilyn Monroe body-wise. Facially, it's been annoying for me for the longest time to think of who she reminds me of. I know it's a star of the silver screen, someone who was famous a long time ago, but I can't quite picture the person. As I slowly raise my eyes to her face, it hits me all of a sudden. Aurora reminds me of a dark-haired and dark-eyed Rita Hayworth. Her lips and smile are so similar, it's striking. I never knew who Rita Hayworth was until I watched Shawshank Redemption, and then out of curiosity I watched one of her films and ended up with my first teenage crush. My mouth dry, I approach Aurora with all the care of someone approaching a wounded animal. I don't want to do anything to risk this moment. I don't want her to take flight and suddenly decide this is the wrong thing to do. Unless, of course, it was the beginning of a game. When I reach her, I stretch out one arm and brush the back of my index finger down her cheek before tipping her chin up with the same finger as I brush my thumb gently over her full bottom lip. She sucks in air, and her eyes flutter closed, her lashes resting against her cheeks and casting a shadow on her perfect skin. Leaning close, I repeat the kiss I gave her on the moors. I keep it just as gentle and just as exploratory, not wanting to rush this. Although part of me can't wait to be inside her, I know this is a seismic moment in my life, and I want it to last. She's not like any of the women who've come before her, and I want to relish every single moment of what's to come. Her arms wrap around my neck, and she presses closer until I can feel the heat of her skin against me through my clothing. I bend down, and with one arm behind her knees, I pick her up and cradle her to me as I carry her into the bedroom, never breaking the kiss. When we reach the room I'm staying in, I place her carefully on the sheets. Her dark hair splays out around her like a luscious cloud, and her deep brown eyes glitter with anticipation. The blood pounding through my veins is moving so fast, I can hear the echo of its rushing journey around my body in my ears. I crawl up over her body and once more kiss her mouth, whisper soft. Then I trail kisses along her jawline and down her throat. I kiss along her collarbone, and when I reach one perfectly rounded shoulder, I take small bites into the skin there to gauge her reaction. She lets out a soft moan at the nip, and I smile. We might not be playing that way yet, but this tells me she likes a little bit of biting with her primal fun. I kiss my way back to the center of her collarbone, and then slowly down her chest. I take great pains to avoid kissing either breast right now, even though my mouth is watering to tug one of her dark nipples into my mouth and suck. I enjoy torturing her, and weirdly, also enjoy torturing myself. She smells of soap and tastes of redemption. When I reach her belly button, I pepper my kisses along to the right and then down past her waist to her hip, where I place another gentle bite. She raises her arms above her head and turns to face the side, letting out a soft sigh. I carry on my oral exploration of her skin by taste and move all the way down her leg, kissing the top of her foot before I move across to the other foot. As I kiss my way up her leg, my gaze is drawn to the dark fold between her thighs. She has a neat, trimmed thatch of dark hair over her mound. I like it. I've never been one for liking women completely shaved. Why would I want them to look so young? As I kiss my way back up the left side of her body, I finally allow myself to suck one magnificent nipple into my hungry mouth. I suck hard and apply a tiny scrape of teeth as she gasps, her back arching as she thrusts more of her flesh into my mouth. I flick my tongue over the hard bud and then suck again, working at her until she's moaning softly and continuously under her breath. I palm her other breast in my hand and bring them both together as I lick between them, flicking both nipples with my tongue and alternately sucking one and then the other into my mouth. I could do this for hours, but there are other delights to explore, and so I work my way back down her body, where I settle between her thighs and push them apart with my shoulders before I open her to me with my thumbs. She's already glistening wet for me, and I groan at the sight. I lean in and take a deep breath of her earthy scent. Holding her lips open, I run the tip of my tongue around her delicate bud, peeking out at me from its hood. I tease her this way for long minutes until she's almost whimpering, and then I finally flick the center of the bud before gently sucking it into my mouth and flattening my tongue against her core. Needing more of her, I push my tongue inside, and the taste of her floods my senses. It's so sweet, and her juices fill my mouth and ramp up my desire to an almost unbearable level. "I need you inside me," she gasps. Those are the most beautiful words I've ever heard. I give her one last lick, and then I kiss the inside of both thighs before I stand at the foot of the bed and quickly divest myself of my clothes. She reaches for me as I climb over her, and she pulls me down into a kiss that is nothing like the ones I've given her so far. This kiss is hungry and demanding. She sucks my lower lip into her mouth, and I respond by sweeping inside with my tongue and tasting the fresh mint on her breath. My throbbing cock is nestled right where it wants to be, at her hot, wet entrance. As I push inside, she moans into my mouth. The long, low sound, a mix of pleasure and pain. I don't stop, but I take it slow. She might not be a virgin, but she hasn't been with someone for a while now. I break off the kiss to suck in much-needed air, and our eyes lock. This is not normally how I fuck. It's raw and vulnerable. Neither of us tear away our gazes, however, and we continue to stare at each other as I push all the way inside. "God, you're so big," she breathes. I'd be lying if I said my ego didn't like the compliment. "Are you all right?" I ask. "More than," she says as she slightly hitches her hips, pulling me in even deeper than I thought possible. Her walls are slippery and tight, and it takes supreme willpower for me not to lose myself in this and slam into her. Instead, I slowly withdraw, and then I brush the hair back from her cheek with one hand and hold myself up so I don't put too much weight on her with the other as I push back inside. We set up a matching rhythm until we are moving as one, like some intertwined beast made from separate molecules that fuse. We fit perfectly together, and we move perfectly together. It's as if God made us entirely for the other. Needing more of her, I pick up the pace, and she matches my tempo, crying out when I slam in deep and hard. Her legs are wrapped around my lower back, and she draws me in with her ankles, pushing against me and demanding more. Aurora is a greedy lover, and her open desire for this is thrilling to me. She doesn't hide it or play coy, but instead pulls me closer with her arms or legs and her whispers of, "Yes, more," and "deeper." I change my angle slightly, then again, and once more, until her eyes widen as I've hit what I've been looking for. The sounds coming out of her now are knocked loose by every strike against her G-spot. Tears fill her eyes, and her head thrashes from side to side as she grips me so hard with her fingers on the back that it hurts. I welcome the pain, though. I relish it. When she falls over the edge with a hoarse cry, I fuck her through it, her pussy squeezing me so tight I see stars. It's only when the last waves of her pleasure subside that I let myself find my release. I come in powerful spurts deep inside her, filling her with my seed. For the first time in my life, a thought pops into my head. I could fill her up with my baby. The thought freaks me out, and I push it to one side. I've known this woman 2 days, and I need to get a grip. As I come down from one of the most intense orgasms of my life, I carefully ease my way out of her and roll to my side, pulling her with me until she's the one on top. She has one arm over me and one leg raised and hooked over my waist. Her face is in my neck as she lets out a small, weak laugh. "Holy hell! That was unbelievable. I've never experienced anything like that. I normally have to play with my clit to come, and it just came over me in such a strong wave, and I thought I was going to pass out." "That was just the beginning, baby," I say, kissing the top of her head. She raises her beautiful face to me and smiles. "Promises, promises, big man. You know what they say about making promises you might not be able to keep?" "I intend to keep it, don't you worry." "I mean it, too. I won't be satisfied until Aurora is a crying, screaming, writhing, begging mess of want and need. I want this girl so far gone that she's incoherent with desire. I want to own her so completely, my mark will be stamped up on her body, her mind, and her soul forever. This woman is mine, and now I just need to make her understand it too.
Chapter 10. Aurora. I lie for the longest time in his arms. My eyes drift shut, and a contentment I've not felt since being a child washes over me, pulling me under as sleep steals over me. Sound loud and frightening rolls at me through the bushes. The wind is blowing hard, and I turn around in a panic, but everywhere looks the same. There's nothing but miles and miles of grassland, bushes, and the odd tree. The hills and dales seem to spread forever. There is no sign whatsoever of civilization. "You run from me, and you will pay." My cousin's voice drifts as an echo over the wind. I want to run and get as far away from that awful voice as I can, but I can't tell which direction it is coming from. "You run from me, and you will pay." I try to move my legs, but it's as if they are mired in quicksand. I open my mouth to shout and scream for help, but no sound comes out. My body is turned to stone and become a prison trapping my soul as the danger grows ever nearer. "You run from me, and you will pay." The voice is nearer now, and finally, with a mighty twist of my limbs, I burst into action as the scream rushes out from my lungs. "Aurora, for God's sake, wake up." The ground is shaking now, and I can't hold myself up. "Wake up." My eyes fly open, and I jerk away, gasping for breath as Maxim shakes me. "It's okay, baby," he reassures me. "It was just a dream." "He was coming for me," I say. I'm still struggling to breathe properly. "He won't find you here, and if he does, there's someone between you and him now. Me. I don't want him to hurt you." I've only known him the shortest while, but I'm already getting feelings for this man. He's so fearless and kind. Kindness is a strength in itself, and it's one I've not come across for the longest time. If my vile cousin did something terrible to Maxim, I could never forgive myself. Let me worry about that. I'm not scared of him. You'd be wise to retain a healthy amount of fear. I've seen him do terrible things to people. He's sick. The secret I hold about my cousin is crawling over my tongue, desperate to get out past the prison of my firmly shut lips. Now is not the time, though. I need to get to know Maxim Volkov a little more before I tell him everything. I have a healthy amount of wariness, don't you worry. I'm not stupid. There's a difference between being aware and being terrified. Once you cross that line into fear, you don't make rational decisions anymore. Panic and terror can make people do the stupidest things. I feel as if there's a double meaning to his words. Does he think the only reason I'm here is because of fear? Perhaps at first, in that sunny little garden in London, that was the case. But it's certainly not any longer. I had plenty of opportunities where I could have simply taken the money Maxim had and escaped by myself. Something kept me with him, though. Something above and beyond the security and comfort an extra body offers. One might say the same of desire, I point out. If we're being truly honest, I think that once my fear recedes to a point where I can look at my situation logically, my overwhelming desire for this man has already taken over. "You are telling me," he says with a laugh. "I read about Helen of Troy and how she supposedly launched 1,000 ships with her beauty, and I thought it was ridiculous. And then I saw your face." I lift my head and look at him. That's about the most beautiful thing anyone's ever said to me. Moving myself slowly, I wiggle until I've moved up his chest, and my face is level with his, my breasts pressing against his hard muscles. His skin is olive, and there's a smattering of hair across his pecs. Everywhere you look, there's nothing but muscles and supple skin. Bending my head, I take his mouth in a slow but sensual kiss. I've never kissed anyone and enjoyed it the way I do with this man. I could honestly spend hours exploring his mouth. I feel as if I want to crawl inside him and insert myself deep in his heart. Is this how men feel all the time? Is this the rage and desire they talk about? It isn't something I've really experienced before, and it's both heady but frightening in its power. I want him so much, it's as if I'm dying of thirst when I look at him, and he's the glass of water all filled with ice and a slice of lime, tempting me every second I look at it. I break off the kiss. I think you've turned me into a sinner, I say. I hope so, he replies. We can be sinners together. I straddle him, sitting with my knees either side of his lean but powerful hips. He looks up at me and his hands skim over my hips, over my waist, until his thumbs brush the underside of my breasts. He doesn't squeeze them or tease my nipples, but runs his hands down over my hips and rests them at the top of my thighs. He glances down and his brows knit together, his eyes darkening. He brushes his thumb over the scar at the top of my right thigh. How did you get this scar? Suddenly, I'm ashamed of my scar. I've always quite liked it in a strange way, but now the thought that he thinks it might be ugly hits me hard. I know it's not very nice. How did you get it? He asks again. This doesn't look like something that was treated properly in a hospital to me. How does he know? I've seen guys with scars like this when they've been hurt, and it's been sewn together haphazardly, or worse. He brushes his thumb over it again. It has nothing to do with whether it's ugly or not, Aurora. I want to know how you got it. My cousin. There's not much point in lying. He cut me with a knife and then laid me on the kitchen table like a slab of meat, slapped his meaty hand over my mouth, and told me if I made a sound, he would cut my tongue out. I bit down so hard, so that I wouldn't cry out while he glued it together. He didn't use medical glue either. It's amazing, really, that I didn't get an infection. I reach down and finger brush my finger over part of the scar his thumb is not covering. Can I tell you a secret? You can tell me anything, he says. I know it's ugly, but I kind of like it. What the fuck? He stares at me as if I've gone insane. As well he might. You like that he did this to you? For the first time, I see real concern in his gaze. He's taken what I said completely wrong, and the poor man is probably wondering right now whether or not he's stolen away a certifiably crazy woman. I giggle a little because I can't help myself, and the worried look in his eyes only deepens. I calm my laughter because I really don't want him thinking that I've lost the plot entirely. No, I clarify. I obviously don't like that he did this to me. The scar itself, though, I kind of like because my whole life, and I mean my entire life, from being a tiny baby when I can't even remember, I've been judged by how I look. I sigh. My mother used to tell me that I was the most beautiful baby anyone had ever seen. She said people used to stop her and peer into the pram, gushing over how pretty I was. When I was a child, all the aunts used to pass me around, pinching my cheek and touching my hair and saying what a beautiful child I was. A Disney princess, they used to say. Then, as I grew older, it kind of changed, and I kept getting strange looks from my aunts, and they'd whisper about me and say how advantageous I would be for the family. That's where my cousin started to make my life hell. I think, in a basic way, he hated the attention I got. I nibble a nail, but carry on. When I went to school in England, the girls hated me. They made it clear the reason they hated me was because of how I looked. I'm not being vain. I don't look in the mirror and see anything special. I'm just being honest about how people have talked about me my whole life. So when Tommaso did this to me, he gave me something ugly. He broke my supposed perfection. In a strange and probably twisted way, I like it. Silence. Nothing but heavy silence. I understand that. Maxim finally speaks. Don't say that if you don't mean it, I reply. It's okay if you think I'm completely crazy. No, I really do get it. You don't want to be defined the way your family have always defined you. But this is an ugly thing, Aurora. It's not ugly because of how it looks. Please don't misunderstand me. It's ugly because of who did it to you, and how and why. You don't need this to be a whole person. You don't need this awful thing that your cousin did to you to not be that Disney princess. You can break free of it yourself. How? I whisper. By making your own destiny. He says it as if it's the simplest thing in the world. He brushes over my scar again. When I see your cousin, I'm going to pay him back for some of the things he did to you. That's my oath to you, Aurora. Whatever happens between you and me, I'm going to pay him back. There's a fire burning in those dark eyes of his. Sometimes when you look closely, you can see flashes of amber in his gaze. His brothers have eyes like whiskey, but Maxim's seem much darker. And every now and again, in certain lights, you can see the flecks of gold hidden in the depths. He might not be as classically handsome as either of his brothers, but to me, he's the most beautiful man I've ever seen. I will take his strength and his bravery 1,000,000 times over their surface good looks. And now he's vowed to revenge me like some knight of old. As if he wasn't already catnip to every feminine hormone in my body. He goes and makes a vow. I'm already wet and aching again, and he hasn't even touched me. I sweep my palm up the length of him. He's half hard, and for some reason that makes my mouth water. He is so long and thick in my palm, and as I rub him, he grows hard as steel. I hold him up and position myself over him as I sink down on him with a moan. Pleasure lights every nerve ending when he fills me up. Jesus, he says between clenched teeth. I move slowly at first, enjoying watching the pain and pleasure chase over his face like clouds across the hills. I tease him and work myself on him until I can't stand that teasing any longer either. He reaches for me and one big hand rests by my scar, while the other hand finds my folds and gently rubs at my clit as I ride him. Maxim seems to know my body and what it likes in a way normally not the case for new lovers. It's as if he knows I like it rough when it comes to him thrusting inside me, but much gentler when he's rubbing my clit. He taps it softly a few times, and it's a new and delicious sensation that sends me right over the edge. I come with a cry as I slide my hips down on him and twist before rising up and slamming down again, wringing out every drop of pleasure from him that I can. He comes with a deep masculine groan, and the sound has my nipples pebbling hard and aching. Then I fall on him, and we lay entangled, sweaty skin against sweaty skin. Once more, I drift off into sleep. When I open my eyes, the room is dark. Maxim's chest is rising and falling evenly, so I figure he must be deeply asleep. I have no idea what time it is, so I roll away carefully from him, not wanting to wake him and step out of the bed before creeping across the room and out the door. I go into my own room and realize I don't have a phone to check for the time. I could do with a watch. I need some way of telling the time. This is ridiculous. A grown woman, and I have no way of knowing what time it is. I can go downstairs and turn the television on, and see that way at least. I pad down the stairs and grab the remote to turn the television on. I also flick a couple of the lamps on, not liking the dark in the room. I glance to my side, and the black mouth of the window gives me a shiver, so I cross the room and quickly snap the curtains closed. When the TV flicks on, I blink in disbelief at the screen. It's almost midnight. We slept most of the afternoon and all of the evening. I yawn and stretch, and my stomach grumbles. I need something to eat. I'm ravenous. The salad wasn't much, not even with the bread, and we've done a lot of walking, followed by further aerobic exercise. I smile to myself at that. In the kitchen, I quickly make myself a plate with some cold meats, cheeses, some of the herb bread that's left over, and a little of the salad, and carry it with me to the sofa, where I sit with it balanced on my lap, and flick through the television channels. I find an old rerun of Friends and watch that as I eat. When I stand to take the plate back into the kitchen, I'm aware of a pleasant ache in my thighs. Maxim gave me a good workout today, and I can't help but think how much more energetic it could be between us if we play the way he's promised we will in the future. The thought gives me goosebumps. It's enticing, but also a little bit frightening. because I know Maxim will play the game in a much more visceral manner than my ex did. My eyes are soon drooping with fatigue, so I head upstairs, brush my teeth, and crawl into bed next to him as if I belong there. He turns over, opens his eyes for a moment, smiles, reaches for me, pulls me into him, and goes straight back to sleep. Feeling safe and warm, I let myself follow him into oblivion. The next few days pass in a dreamlike blur. Maxim and I do some exploring of the local area, but most of it looks very much the same. There's no more wind or storms in the evening, but I sleep with Maxim every night anyway, so I'm no longer that scared of this house. We walk, talk, eat, sleep, and have lots of sex. Lots and lots of sex. None of it, however, involves being chased. I wonder if he's had second thoughts about it. It's not that I mind if he has. It's more that I'm embarrassed to have shared my deepest, darkest fantasy if it's something that he truthfully finds disturbing or distasteful. Then again, I'm probably being paranoid. We can't seem to keep our hands off one another and end up tearing each other's clothes off at the most impromptu moments, which means that really we don't have a chance to do anything more elaborate than desperately connect as if we're dying for the other's touch. I'm starting to feel as though I'm going to go a little crazy, though. I've not seen anything but these four walls and endless moorland and hills for days on end now. It's all starting to feel as if I'm living in a weird version of Groundhog Day. A pleasant one filled with sex, good food, and great conversation. It's still surreal, though. And I am truly beginning to feel as if I'm losing my mind, as if I've stepped out of reality and through some portal into another world where no one exists but myself and Maxim. And as I let myself feel these thoughts, they grow and grow, until I'm almost convinced some sort of apocalypse has occurred in the wider world. On day 5, it all gets to be too much. Maxim is sitting on the sofa, and I smile when I see that he's reading Persuasion. His friend has a selection of classic British novels, and Maxim must have picked up a Jane Austen book to try. He's scowling in concentration as he reads, and I almost laugh at the intense, studious way he's going about it. I need to see some other people, or I'm going to lose my mind. I blurt the words out before I have a chance to think about them or make them a little more polite. His gaze lifts slowly from the page to me, and his brows rise. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was boring you. Oh, God, I always say things the wrong way. My mother used to say I had permanent foot and mouth disease. I didn't mean it that way at all. That came out completely wrong. What I'm trying to say is that I've started to feel a little bit crazy, like we are the only people in the world. And while there is a certain appeal to that thought, it also makes me fearful that the rest of the world really has disappeared. You and your imagination. You could write a better book than this. He waves the novel at me and smiles. I can guarantee you that the world hasn't ended. The TV is still working. He makes a very valid point, but I still feel as if I need to see some normality. Do you think we might be able to go somewhere? Maybe Whitby or Staith's? There's a magazine in the bathroom that has local places to visit in it, and some of the coastal villages and towns look lovely. Do you think it would be safe? I could always wear a baseball cap and pull it low and some sunglasses so I wouldn't be easily recognizable. I look at Maxim and realize that he's probably the bigger issue than me on that front. His height and broad build are not easily disguised. You really need to get out of here, huh? I really do, I say. All right, this afternoon, why don't we go somewhere? Wear something baggy, jogging bottoms, maybe with a loose t-shirt or sweatshirt, and pull your hair up under a cap. I nod quickly. I would agree to going somewhere in full disguise at this rate just to be amongst people in normality. I think Whitby would be safe for us to visit. There is no way your cousin is going to expect you to be there. It's not like we're going to a big shopping center that's full of CCTV cameras. I'll wear a cap as well. We can put some sunglasses on and just keep our heads down and have a wander around and look at this famous abbey. Does that sound good? I run over to him and throw myself on his lap on the sofa, wrapping my arms around his neck and peppering his face with kisses. Thank you, thank you, thank you, I say breathlessly. Then, because I'm feeling both grateful and attracted to him more than ever right in this moment, I pull my t-shirt over my head. I'm not wearing a bra, and his eyes widen as his gaze lowers. He palms my breasts and flicks his thumbs over the nipples. Sucking one into his mouth, he laughs at the way I like. He lets go and smirks at me. If I'd have known I'd get this reaction, maybe we would have gone days ago. His expression darkens as he squeezes my breasts. I haven't forgotten, you know. My heart beats faster because I understand exactly what he's referring to. It has been so good having you next to me, under me, and being inside you. But I haven't forgotten. The next couple of days, we're going to play a game. His thumb brushes over my sensitive buds, making my skin tingle all over. When the game starts, the only way for the game to stop is if you use an agreed safe word. Anything else you say during that game, such as no or please, won't work. So you need to memorize a word and tell me it so that I can memorize it too. You also need a hand signal in case you can't speak. Holy crap. Can't speak. I wasn't wrong when I thought that he would play this in a much different way. He's not messing around, and the thought scares me half to death, but it also has me throbbing and aching with need. Think of a word today and tell me it at some point, and we'll repeat it back to one another over the next day or so. As for a hand signal, I thought if you opened and closed your fist 5 times, that could be a sign you need to stop. I swallow hard and nod. It makes sense, but all I can think about now is that I might not be able to speak, and all the reasons for why I might not be able to speak. We don't have to do this, you know. He says it without any rancor at all. Just this, just you, is more than enough. I want to do it, I say. It's the truth. I really do. I'm yearning for it. It might frighten me, but it also excites me. I suppose it's similar to the way that horror stories can sometimes terrify me for weeks or months on end, but I still can't wait to read them. Maybe there's a masochism deep within me. Maybe deep down, that's why I like my scar. Perhaps I'm completely twisted. Whatever the reason, I'm sometimes very drawn to things that scare and disturb me. He pulls me closer to him and wraps his arms around me, smoothing calloused hands down my back. As he kisses me, I lose myself in what we're doing. I forget all about safe words and hand signals, as he takes me so gently you could almost call it making love. Afterward, I take a quick shower and change into loose, unflattering clothes. I don't care how bad I look. I'd honestly wear a sack if it meant I could get to go somewhere and see some life and something other than endless grass and moorland. When I hit the downstairs, I'm almost bouncing on the soles of my feet. I'm so excited to be going out. Maxim looks at me and bursts out laughing. You remind me of a child who's about to go to the amusement park, he says, grinning at me. It feels that way, I say. Give me 10 minutes to get myself ready, and then we'll go and explore the exciting sights of Whitby. I sit down on the sofa, and as he goes to get himself dressed, I open the book at random pages and lose myself for a few minutes in the story of Anne and her undying love for Captain Wentworth.
Chapter 11. Maxim. The whole drive to Whitby, Aurora fidgets in the car as if she's an overexcited child on Christmas Day. I'm glad I can give her this small thing to try to cheer her up. Personally, I could have stayed in our strange little cocoon forever, but I can understand that she was starting to feel claustrophobic. I suppose I'm used to spending time alone back in Slovakia. Sometimes I would spend upward of 2 to 3 weeks alone at my house, with only my dogs for company. Truthfully, I like my own company because I often find other people confusing. They can be hard to read, and often the things they do don't make much sense. Although I suppose you could say the same about me. It didn't make sense whatsoever for me to steal Aurora away, and yet it's the best thing I've ever done. I sneak a quick glance at her, and her perfect profile punches me in the gut like it does every single time. She's mine now. From the first moment she placed her hand and her trust in mine, she gave herself to me in ways I don't think she yet understands. I understand. This woman is someone I stole away from her life, so now she is my responsibility, mine to protect. What's that famous Chinese proverb? It's something about, if you save someone's life, they don't owe you their life, you owe them the life. That's how I see things between Aurora and me. I'm the one who gave her the choice. I'm the one who stole her away. Therefore, it's now my duty to ensure she comes to no harm. I have my own reasons for agreeing to this trip. Today, I will call my brother Sasha. In order to do so safely, I need to find a phone box somewhere. I don't trust using the burner. Whitby is far enough away from where we're staying that even if Aurora's cousin somehow managed to bypass my brother's paranoia and placed a tap on their communications, it won't lead him to us. Sasha is probably going to tell me off, but I doubt he'll rant and shout the way Nikolai will. I won't get a word in edgewise with Nick. When we arrive at Whitby, my first impressions are not good. I find a lot of British houses positively ugly. The concrete and red bricks so many of them are made from looks horrible to me. We drive through the outskirts of town, and my heart sinks. It seems I've brought Aurora somewhere that is nothing special whatsoever. "Oh, look! The sea!" Aurora claps her hands. I glance to my left and take in the broad expanse of the ocean, which is blue today due to it being sunny and bright. I'm amazed she seems so enamored with it, because I imagine Aurora must have spent a lot of time on the Italian coast, which, let's be honest, has to be a lot more glamorous than this. As we drive, however, the buildings begin to change. Soon, the never-ending streets of brick, semi-detached housing gives way to wide crescents of tall Victorian buildings, which I must admit are beautiful. Soon, we reach street after street of 4- and 5-story Victorian houses, with huge bay windows, all painted in various shades of blues, whites, and even one that's yellow. "It's so quaint," Aurora says as we turn onto a street of shops. The buildings have changed yet again, and these are smaller dwellings. However, they look just as old, if not older, than the big Victorian villas on the seafront. Again, they are painted in various bright shades and house many different businesses. There are churches, too, dotted on every other corner, it seems. We take a left at some traffic lights and onto a new road, and Aurora gasps. I look up, and in front of us are steep cliffs and a hill, perched on top of which is the ruined abbey. "Wow, look at it!" Aurora leans closer to the windscreen so she can see better. I must admit the abbey is stunning. It looms over the town with a forbidding presence. "Imagine when he came here on the boat and got a glimpse of it in the dark night sky." I glance at Aurora and shake my head slightly. I assume she's talking about Dracula, and she's talking about him as if he's a real person. Sometimes the girl's imagination runs away with her to a degree that I find strange. Not wanting to ruin her fun, I don't point out that the real Vlad the Impaler is probably buried somewhere in Romania. Bram Stoker's Dracula is yet another classic I think I will be brushing up on so I can have conversations about it with Aurora. Her love of reading and the magical worlds she enters through her books is part of her personality I find endearing. To be honest, over the past week that we've spent together, there isn't much about her that I don't find endearing. Perhaps if I'm pushed to pick anything, it would be the way she seems to create mess wherever she goes. I can always tell when she's been sitting somewhere because on the table by where she seated herself will be an assortment of things. Often there will be a pen and sometimes a small notebook. Definitely a cup, possibly 2 or 3. Wrappers will be strewn if she's been eating anything, and sometimes examples of the things she seems to carry around with her everywhere, such as a lip balm or a tiny tube of hand cream. I don't see her wandering around the house with a bag, so I don't know where all these things come from. It's like she has a secret place where she keeps all these things. "They claim one of the best fish and chip shops in the world is here," Aurora says. "I've never had proper British fish and chips." Yes, sea bass cooked in olive oil, lemon, and a variety of fresh herbs is always going to be wonderful. Sometimes, though, a girl just wants to eat a huge slab of deep-fried cod with chips and those weird peas they eat here. What weird peas? They have this thing called mushy peas with their fish and chips. I looked it up because I saw someone eating them once and thought they looked absolutely gross. But they're really popular here. They are dried marrow-fat peas. They're soaked, and then they add things like vinegar, I think mint, and some other things to them to make them into this sort of like mushed-up, thick soup. But not soup, as it is too thick. Wow, you're really selling them. She laughs and shakes her head a little. They might be horrible, but I want to try them. I like trying everything when I'm somewhere new. I've gathered that about you in our short time together, I say. It's one of the things I love about you, your enthusiasm for life. I realize what I've said as soon as the words are out of my mouth. It's not a full-on declaration of love. I'm simply saying that I love one aspect of her personality. Thing is, though, I do love her. I love Aurora Rossi with every fiber of my being. She just doesn't know it yet. I can't tell her because I understand deep on an instinctual level that doing so right now will scare her away. She sees this as a crazy adventure at the moment. If I make it too deep, too permanent, and too real, the girl will bolt. One day, when the time is right, I'll tell her exactly how I feel. Until then, I need to keep it light. With that in mind, I laugh and add, unlike your propensity for making a mess everywhere you go, which drives me crazy. She shrugs. I will admit I'm somewhat unorganized. Somewhat? I glance at her and raise one brow before turning back to the road. Try chronically. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for a sign for parking, as I'm at a loss as to where to stop the car and start to explore on foot. After a few more turns, I see a sign for a car park and glide the car into the lot and park. I figure out the payment system easily enough, and once I've paid, I go back to the car and help Aurora out of the passenger seat. What do you want to do first? I don't know, she says breathlessly. She looks all around her, and the excitement glitters in her big, beautiful eyes. Well, what do you want to do while we're here? I'd like to try fish and chips. I want to see the Abbey and the harbor. There are also historic shops and some amazing jewelers here that I'd like to take a look at. Whitby is famous for a black stone called Whitby Jet. Also, it would be good to see the whalebone arch as well. Oh, and we have to walk the 199 steps. I almost wish I hadn't asked. The woman has an itinerary longer than my arm. As if she's reading my mind, she blinks rapidly a few times and puts that small smile on her face that I know is her fake smile. We don't have to do it all, of course. We'll do as much as we can fit in. I take her hand and squeeze it. She squeezes back, and this time I get rewarded with her real smile, the one that meets her eyes and lights up her face. What order do you think we should do these things in? I ask her. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not sure of the layout of the town, how hungry she is, or how long any of these things will take. Maybe we ought to do the steps and take a look around St. Mary's churchyard and the Abbey first. Then perhaps try some fish and chips for lunch, and then maybe a stroll around the shops in the harbor? It might be difficult to do the steps on a full stomach. I bite back a smile. I love the way she suggests it, as if it's all only just occurred to her, when I know she will have been poring over the guidebooks and maps that my friend has dotted around his small house. In fact, I would bet good money she has a list written down in that small notebook she carries around with her everywhere. Today, she does have a bag with her. It's one she bought for herself at the supermarket, and it's just a cloth bag with a fixed strap that she wears across her body. I expect you're used to carrying better bags than that normally. I point at the cloth draped across her hip. We can look for something better here if you like. There's no need, she says with surprise. This is perfectly functional. Thank you. Yeah, but come on. I expect you're used to carrying around Louis Vuitton or Gucci. She smiles at me, and it's the real one. The one that takes my breath away. Not Louis Vuitton, darling. It's French. My family are all about wearing Italian brands, don't you know? She laughs, and we begin to walk toward the town as she continues to talk. Dolce & Gabbana, Max Mara, Gucci, Loro Piana, never Versace. Very few French labels, and most certainly never British or American ones. Although, my aunt did have a fondness for some Ralph Lauren now and again, purely for casual wear, you understand. She sighs and blows out a long breath. For people who are really nothing more than gangsters, my family sure have a snobbish attitude to other people and to life in general. She pats the bag resting against her hip. I like this. I like it because I chose it. Fair enough. I understand that. If you do see anything you want, though, just let me know. Did you bring the envelope? She says conspiratorially. I laugh at that. Not the whole envelope, no, but I stuffed quite a bit of its contents in my pockets, so anything you see that you desire, get it. As we walk toward the center of what I imagine to be part of the historic area of the town, I see in front of us a hugely steep hill covered in stone steps. This must be the steps Aurora has been talking about. Are you ready for this? She asks me. I can tell you do a lot of weights. How's your cardio? She giggles and flicks me a sly look from under her lashes. I think you'll find my cardio fitness levels are more than up to the task, I tell her with a smile. I might not have been getting my usual daily exercise in, but something else has been keeping me quite fit, thank you. The lovely flush that washes over her cheeks tells me she gets the meaning of my words. Despite my bravado, climbing the steps is surprisingly difficult, even for someone as fit as me. At one point, we both mutually agree to take a breather without discussing it. We pause to look at the town spread out below us, and beyond it, the sea and the rocky headlands. It's a stunning sight, and I can understand why she wanted to come here so much now. There's a bench by us, and I gesture for Aurora to sit before joining her. Beautiful view from these benches, isn't it? Aurora looks at me, and there's a tiny smile playing about her pretty lips. Why do I feel like this is a trick question? Not a trick question, but do you know the history of these benches? Every so often, as we climb the steps, I've noticed a dark, simple wooden bench by the side. This last one we took a seat upon. No, I say. They are coffin benches. What the hell? I don't like the sound of that, and I almost stand up. Burials used to take place up at the church right at the top there. She points to the churchyard at the top of the stairs. It was a long way for pallbearers to walk, and so these benches were installed every so often along the way to rest the coffin upon. God, that's a bit grim. I suppress a shiver. Right? She says gleefully. Now imagine it at night, with the old gas lamps lit, the rough North Sea below, and the ruined abbey above. There's no wonder people think this place is haunted. It's no wonder that when Bram Stoker came here it fired his imagination and he wrote Dracula. You love it, don't you? I ask her with a smile. All this gothic stuff and the history. You really love it. I do. She rests her hands on her lap and looks down the stairs for a moment before returning her gaze to me. My whole life I felt like there was something dark lurking in the corners. I can't explain it. It was just there, this presence. I don't mean any real genuine sense of the supernatural, but just that, as a child, I think I picked up on the darkness within our family. Yes, my life on the surface was wonderful. We had a beautiful home and it was filled with wonderful things. We lived in Italy with sunshine and the beautiful food, so I suppose in a way, the horror books, the gothic novels, and the dark romances that I read kind of gave me a sense of belonging. They kind of felt like my true home. Because deep down inside my world did feel mysterious and a little bit dark and gothic, I suppose. Her explanation makes so much sense. In many ways, we are similar, in the sense that our childhoods made both of us feel there was a threat against us. The difference is, Aurora escaped her threat by delving deeper into the darkness, and I escaped mine, first of all, by violence, and secondly, by finding the light. My home in the mountains is amongst a huge network of meadows, filled with wildflowers in summer months. I love it for the openness and the brightness. The mountains are far enough away that they don't shade the valley my house is in, but close enough for you to see and admire the grandeur. "Shall we carry on?" I suggest. Aurora nods, and we stand together and resume our trek up the stairs. As soon as we reach the top of the steps, we enter a graveyard. "Do you want some more scary facts?" Aurora asks. "Go on," I say. "Some believe Dracula's grave is here, and they also say there's a coach that haunts people. They claim people have been walking through the graveyard minding their own business, and they hear the whinnying of horses and the thunder of hooves. Out of the mist, the coach roars down upon them as the coachman whips the horses, getting them to go faster and chase the person down." "You know you're not going to sleep tonight?" I point out to Aurora. "I'll sleep," she says with a smile. "I have you next to me now." She walks ahead, but I falter. Her words tell me so much. They tell me what I already know, which is that I provide her comfort and make her feel safe. They say something much deeper, though. Maybe she doesn't realize it, but Aurora is talking about me as if I'm a permanent fixture. A sense of satisfaction rolls in my veins, and I'm grateful that I came here and brought her to this place. It's made her happy, and it's given me more insight into how her somewhat unique brain ticks. We look around the graveyard, and Aurora points out a couple of graves that possibly might be Dracula's grave. We take a tour around the abbey, and I have to admit, despite myself, it is gothic and striking. There's a real sense of history about the place, and when Aurora tells me that it's over 1,000 years old, I stare at her in disbelief. After we've headed back down the steps, we're both famished. Time to try British fish and chips. I simply order one fish and chips, but Aurora orders fish and chips with the famous mushy peas. We could have seated ourselves in the restaurant and eaten them there, but Aurora wanted them wrapped in paper with lots of salt and vinegar sprinkled on them to eat with a wooden fork sitting on a bench looking out of the sea, which she says is the traditional way. I break the crisp batter covering the fish and pop some into my mouth. It's delicious. The batter is crisp, and the sea salt and vinegar provide a perfect counterpoint to the oiliness of the batter. The fish itself is soft and fluffy and deliciously flavored. I take a chip and dab it in some ketchup that's on the side and bite into it. It's nice, but nowhere near as tasty as the fish. Aurora eats some of her fish, a couple of chips, and takes a sip of water. Then she scoops up some of the disgusting-looking peas on her fork and pops them into her mouth. She chews, and her eyes widen almost comically. She keeps chewing, and her face scrunches up. She swallows quickly and drinks a lot more of the water. "Nice?" I ask her sarcastically. "A bit strange," she says. To my surprise, she shoves some more in her mouth and chews again. This time she doesn't look as dismayed by the taste. "It was the texture that got me the first time," she explains. "They are different and interesting, but not horrible. I can taste the earthiness of the peas, and then there's the sharpness of vinegar and something sweet. Mint, but I think maybe sugar as well. Probably a good dash of food coloring, too, if the neon green color is anything to go by," I point out. "Try them," she says as she pushes her paper toward me. "No thanks," I say. "Go on," she pushes. I look at them and shudder. I like to taste the different dishes of nations that I visit, though. I pick up my small wooden fork, plunge it into the mushy mess, and lift it into my mouth before popping it inside and chewing. God above, it's vile. I take a big drink of my water and wash the stuff down. "More?" she offers. "I'd rather stab myself in the thigh with this wooden fork," I deadpan. She chuckles and goes back to eating her fish. I finish all of my meal, but Aurora leaves most of her chips, a lot of the peas, and around 1/3 of her fish. I can't blame her. It's an absolutely huge portion, more like the kind of portion served in America. Would you like to get coffee? I offer. I take her hand and walk back to the small cafe on the corner. I grab us lattes, and we sip at them as we slowly wander around the historic streets. Every now and again, the seagulls above us break out in a cacophony of cries. That sound and the scent of brine in the air is extremely evocative and will always remind me of this afternoon here. After we have finished our coffees, Aurora asks if I mind if she looks around a couple of the jewelers. She's not like some of the women I've been out with in the past. She doesn't spend hours poring over everything in a shop. She's very quick and seems to be able to home in on things she does like easily. In the very last shop we go into, she focuses on a small pendant. When she walks over to the other side of the store to take a look at some postcards, I turn back to the pendant. It's gold with a small octopus at the end, also wrought in gold with an oval-shaped piece of Whitby jet stone as the body. It's whimsical and oddly charming in a way that suits Aurora down to the ground. I glance at her and see that she's talking to the lady behind the counter at the other side of the store, and so I quickly purchase the pendant and push it into my pocket before I go and join her. When we exit the store, the light has changed, and dusk is beginning to descend. "The gloaming is upon us," Aurora says poetically. A sense of melancholy steals over me as I realize we need to leave soon. Not only do we need to leave Whitby, but sooner rather than later, we need to leave my friend's house. The longer we are in Britain, the riskier it becomes for us. We needed a period of time to throw Tommaso off the trail. I'm sure that the first few days after Aurora went missing, he would have had his people all over the flight lists and any security feed he could get from the train stations and the airport. Now, though, I imagine he's beginning to suspect we are still in the country. It's what I would do. If I couldn't find any trace of people leaving, then I'd assume they were still here. It's why I need to speak to my brother today and try to get a plan into place. I need to find a phone, I tell Aurora. I saw one, actually, about 3 streets back. I noticed it because you don't see public phone boxes anymore. They are a rarity now. Do you think you could find it again? Yes, come, of course. I'll show you the way. She leads me back to the phone box, and I ask her to wait outside for me, telling her I won't be long. I feed money into the machine and call my brother's cell. My heart is pounding because I know he's going to be absolutely fuming with me. What I don't know is whether or not he will stand by me or betray me. Hello? Sasha answers on the 3rd ring, and his voice is deeply suspicious. Sasha, it's me. I don't need to say anything more. He will recognize my voice. Where the fuck are you, motherfucker? I smile to myself. This I was expecting. It's what comes next I'm not sure of. Whitby, I say. It's not a lie, but it's not where we're staying. Where the fuck now? It's a seaside town in the north of England. I know what the fuck it is, idiot. Why are you there? Is the woman with you? Yes, she is. Silence. It stretches for over 30 seconds, and I begin to shuffle from foot to foot. It's hot in the phone booth and airless, and I run my fingers around my collar. You know if her cousin finds you, you're both dead. I know. That's why I need your help. Yours and Nikolai's. Good luck with that. Nick is ready to kill you himself. Never mind letting Rossi do it. Come on, Sasha. Neither of you can lecture me after how you behaved recently. You had your head turned completely by Leah. It was more than having my head turned. I love her, and she's going to be my wife. It is a totally different thing. You took one look at Rossi's cousin and lost your damn mind. I love her, I say simply. And don't you dare tell me I haven't known her long enough. Not you. Don't be a hypocrite, Sasha. You've never been one before, so don't start now. I've spent more time with Aurora this past week, every minute of every day, than I have with any other woman. And I know she's it for me. Now, if we're on our own, so be it. I will defend her with my life, and that's not just a throwaway sentiment. I'd rather have the help and backing of my brothers, though. You know you'd have mine if the tables were reversed. Another long beat of silence, then... What can I do? The relief that grips me is so intense my legs sag a little, and I put my hand against the glass door to steady myself. Talk to Nikolai and get him on board. I want to come to Corfu. Jesus Christ, have you lost your mind? Not only do you want me to talk to Nikolai, but you want me and Nikolai to speak to an ex-Bratva Paken and demand that he lets you on his territory with the woman you've stolen from the Italian Mafia. Is that correct? That about sums it up, yes. You're gonna give me an ulcer. Please. Let me see what I can do. Just get me an introduction. In fact, if you can, get me an introduction with Andreas. I want to speak to them, and then I want to speak with Stamatis with you. Nobody knows the inventory better than me. Nobody can guarantee the movement better than me. You need me in that meeting. It makes perfect sense. So if you can get me to Corfu, we can all sit down, and I can do you and Nikolai a favor by knowing our current inventory inside and out. Then I can speak with Andreas and Constantine, and ask them to get me an introduction to Giovanni Bianchi. Holy hell, Max, what is this? Some sort of United Nations meeting of all the criminal elements that you want to attend? Bianchi can assure Aurora's safety moving forward. He has the power to do that in Italy. I need to get to him. He's the endgame for me. The endgame for you and Nikolai is making the deal of the century with Stamatis. I can help. So, you see, brother, you scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Now all I need you to do is explain it to Nikolai in a way that doesn't make his brains explode, so that he's on board too. You will owe me forever if I do this. You know how Nikolai gets, and I really don't relish having to talk to him. Once this is all over, you and he need to sit down and clear the air. I don't know what the hell happened between you two to make things so bad, but it ends now. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being piggy in the middle between you two hotheads. I don't tell my brother that if everything goes my way, I'll be out of his and Nick's life forever. I plan on getting out of the business and starting a new life with Aurora, if she'll have me. That's a conversation for another time, though. I doubt Sasha will help me if I tell him I'm about to do a hit and run on the business I've been managing for years now. If I do walk away, those two will have to spend a lot more time in the home country, and I doubt they'll relish the thought. They both enjoy swaggering around big ponds like London, Chicago, and New York far too much. Well, tough, because I've been doing it for years, and now they need to get their hands dirty again if they want to keep the business going. Then again, another reason not to say anything is that it might end up being the safest bet for Aurora for me to continue doing what I do. I highly doubt even her crazy cousin would take on a bunch of Slovakian arms dealers who have complete control of hundreds of miles of territory. We've seen off far scarier people than him in the past. If I returned home and carried on in my role, Aurora would be safe. From her cousin, at least. However, none of us in this business are truly safe. There's always rival gangs and organizations trying to take out those of us who run things on the ground, so they can take over our inventory and routes for moving the weapons. I'm running away with myself, though. First, I need to convince Aurora she was meant to be mine forever.
Chapter 12. Aurora. Whitby was a blast. I loved every moment of it, and being amongst people again felt so normal. With Maxim by my side, I felt safe. I noticed all the looks he got from both women and men. The men would glance at him, look intimidated, and glance again. Sometimes they looked to their women to see if they were noticing. The women stared at him, and wow. But people talk about the male gaze. Those women were eating Maxim alive with their eyes, running them up and down his body. It didn't bother me or make me jealous, because he's with me. After he talked with his brother, though, something changed. He became quiet, pensive almost. It carried on into the evening, and for the first time, we didn't have sex. To be fair, we were both shattered, but it felt odd. This morning when I woke up, he was already up, and I found him chopping some wood for the burner, even though we don't need the wood burner at this time of year. Not that I'm complaining. The sight of Maxim shirtless, swinging an axe, is seared onto my brain. But I feel like he's slipped away from me a little. His brain is in planning and plotting mode. I get it. He needs to consider our next steps and keep us both safe. But I miss the closeness we've shared ever since we ran away together. Now he's taking a shower, and I have an idea. A dangerous and slightly insane idea, but one that's itching away under my skin nevertheless. I want to get close to him again. More than before, though. I have the distinct feeling that Maxim is hiding part of himself from me. He is always telling me, "Don't do that, Aurora. Don't sugarcoat it." Or, "School yourself. Be authentic." Or words to that effect. But he's schooling himself. In bed, most definitely. There's a control to him, and I want to break it. The thought scares me a little, but it excites me a lot more. Maxim is a piece of art, a perfect male machine, and I want to test that machine out, take it for a proper joyride. To do so, I need to break past this barrier he has where he seems to believe I need to be treated with kid gloves. As he showers, I sneak into my room and take out the lacy white maxi dress I purchased in the supermarket. It's not my usual style at all. It is cotton with cap sleeves and buttons down the middle. It gathers in at the waist and then flows down to just above my ankles. The sleeves, collar, and hem are enhanced with a lace pattern. It's innocent, but also strangely seductive. It's a dress made for ripping from someone, buttons flying all over as the man chasing you gets tired of trying to undo them. Or perhaps it's a dress made for simply lifting up as the man takes what he wants. Either way, it's an essential part of my impromptu plan. I put the dress on, hands shaking slightly. Then I grab my cloth crossbody bag and my sneakers. I head downstairs where I grab a bottle of water. I put it in my bag, fasten my shoes, and then write a note for Maxim. Dear Maxim, I've decided to take a walk on the moors, alone, in complete defiance of your orders. If you want to show me how bad I have been, you'll have to find me and catch me first. I dare you. Aurora. He's either going to lose his shit for real, find me, spank me, and carry me back here and lock me in my room, which would be a truly shitty outcome, or he's going to find that note and come and get me in the way I want him to. I chose a word the other day as instructed and told him it repeatedly. Pineapple. I also have a hand gesture, which is opening and closing my hand into a fist 5 times in rapid succession. I think we're good to go on the being safe, sane, and consensual side of things. It depends on whether Maxim can get over his knight in shining armor hang-up when it comes to me. He knows I'm no innocent virgin, but a lot of the time, he treats me as if I am one. Our sex is amazing, the best I've ever had, so I have no complaints. Except for the fact I want to experience all he is, and I know he's keeping that from me. I slip out the door and close it softly, and then I head up the hill. I'm sure he'll know which direction I've taken. We come this way the most often on our walks, and it is the safest place to play our games, because the ground is more even here. If you turn right out the door and take that path, it starts off okay, but soon becomes uneven with lots of tree roots and other obstacles that can trip you up. Turn left, and you end up heading down to the valley, and there are farmers' fields full of sheep and cows. I don't fancy being trampled by a bovine herd while we play out our fantasy. So up the hill it is. When I get to the top, I head just over the brow, and then I sit and wait. I can see down the hill from here, but if Maxim is walking up, he won't be able to see me. Unless he knows exactly where to look and has binoculars. I laugh at that thought. Him trudging up after me with binoculars, like some wildlife boffin while I sit and wait. Time ticks by, and all I can hear is the odd call of a bird and the faint baaing of sheep carried on the breeze. I wait some more, and then I start to panic. This was so stupid. He will kill me for doing this. He won't be in the mood for sex because he's going to be scared, then fuming. Scared because I'm out here alone, and I should have been more wary of the risks. The more I think, the more afraid I find myself growing. I've gotten so used to being out here with Maxim, where we never see a soul, that I've fooled myself into thinking it's safe. It's not. Hence his rules. Don't go out here alone. If I ever go out here alone for any reason, take a weapon. Learn to use a gun. which I have not done yet. I've been putting that one off because the idea is horrendous to me. "Aurora, what the fuck?" His voice bellows over the grass, carried on the wind. Oh, thank God. He's heading in the right direction. This relief is followed by more terror. He's heading in the right direction, but angry as hell. "You better come out of hiding right the fuck now. This isn't funny." I stand and walk over the brow of the hill, heading toward him. My stomach flips as his furious face comes into view. "You stupid idiot." He's breathing anger like a dragon breathing fire. His words whip at my skin, harsh and with a tone I've never heard from him before. "What the fuck? Are you insane?" "I thought I'd start our game, seeing as you seem to have no intentions of doing so." I go on the defensive immediately in response to his anger, and as soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize they were entirely the wrong thing to say. "So this is your idea of foreplay? Worry me sick. Put yourself in danger." I scoff, fully invested now in the defense bitch mode I seem to have slipped into. Danger from what? Rabbits and the odd bird? His eyes narrow. He is almost upon me now, and his chest is heaving. He's wearing a t-shirt cut tight on his big biceps and jeans. He looks good enough to eat. I'm angry, but I'm also intensely aware of how magnificent he is in this moment. "If someone was watching us, they'd have taken you." Oh, come on. If someone were watching us, they'd have done something by now, attacked us. Unless they didn't want you harmed, and were biding their time. It seems to me that your cousin views you as an asset. He has had one old fucking pervert willing to give him a lot of power in order to get his hands on you. Even if things fall through with the prince, I bet there are others in line. He's not going to risk truly harming the golden goose now, is he? Shit. I hadn't thought of that. I truly believed if my cousin were watching us, he'd have made a move by now. Maxim's sure and solid presence, and the lonely, strange nature of our days out here have lulled me into a false sense of security. "I'm sorry," I say. "The note was idiotic too, I suppose." He frowns. "What note?" "What? You must have seen the note. How else did you know where I was?" "You weren't in the fucking house. I thought you'd been taken, then I saw your tracks and followed them." Oh, shit. He didn't see the note. I left a note. I start to shake a little as I realize how stupid I've been. Imagine if he hadn't seen my tracks, if he'd driven off to look for me. "Where?" he snaps. "On the damn kitchen table. There's no note." "Yes, there is. Maybe you ought to have looked first." "I did fucking look. There's no note. What did it say? 'Dear Maxim, I have lost my mind and I'm going out for a stroll'? I can't see it making any difference to this epically stupid decision." "No, asshole," I shout as I push at him with one hand. He's standing downhill from me and has one foot behind the other, so when I shove him, he stumbles back. "The fuck?" he growls. "I wrote that I wanted you to come and chase me, as in, you know, the way we agreed?" Jesus Christ, so this is foreplay. Wow, Aurora, you have a weird idea of what is sexy. Let me tell you, me thinking you'd been taken is not. If you had read the note, you wouldn't think that, would you? We are going around in circles here. God, this has ruined everything. Right now, I feel seething resentment toward him. I put myself out there, and yes, maybe it was stupid on reflection, but he's making me feel like shit over it. Oh well, doesn't matter now. I don't care if you chase me for days. You're not getting a taste of this. On an angry whim, I lift my dress and flash him my bare pussy. I didn't put panties on entirely for this little fantasy, so screw him. He stills and stares at my exposed sex so hungrily that I drop my dress again, a new fear creeping over me. His gaze slowly lifts over my body, taking in my white dress. I'm dressed like a prairie virgin, but acting like a woman in a biker bar desperate for some dick. Hands on my hips, I stare him down and try not to take fright and run for real. "You're saying you're off limits now." I nod and try to look resolute and pissed. "What makes you think you get to decide?" What? Is this for real or a game? I'm so confused right now. If it's a game, then great. If it's for real, He can piss off with that attitude. I decide to test the waters. If you want it, you have to come and get it. Oh, I will. You have 2 minutes. You better run. I'm still unsure if this is our game or if I've pushed him over some edge. But then he leans in and whispers, "Remember your word and your signal?" I nod. "Go on then. Fucking run." I do as he says. I don't look back. Hair flying behind me, I race away from him. It doesn't take long before I hear heavy footsteps behind me. I glance around once, and he's gaining on me, fast. All that muscle he's packing means he can sprint at speeds I can only dream of. I might have more stamina, but I doubt I'll get to find out because he'll be on me before I get the chance. Veering to the right, I head into a small copse of trees, dodging this way and that, hoping to lose him. My blood is pumping, and the adrenaline is dancing in my body. The air burns in my lungs, and I haven't felt this alive in years. As I glance up at the blue sky glinting through the tree canopy, the wind is knocked from me, and I head to the ground with a grunt. Arms wrap around me, cushioning me from the blow I was braced for, when I land on top of Maxim. He holds me so tight I can barely breathe. "You're not running now, are you?" He laughs in my ear, his voice soft but deadly. I kick out at him, some strange adrenaline filling me and making me fight. It's as if I become another being. I'm no longer Aurora, and instead, I'm an animal fighting to break free. Trouble is, Maxim is a bigger, stronger animal, and in this game, I will always lose. He rolls me under him and easily pins my arms above my head. I kick out with my legs, landing some blows, but it's as if he's made of rock. His lips draw back in a demonic grin, and my heart races with fear and something much darker. A sinful desire courses through me. This is the man I wanted to see, the beast underneath the civilized exterior. His eyes are burning as he looks at me, and I lick my lips, my mouth opening for him like a flower in spring at the first touch of rain. He takes me in a ravenous kiss, and I let him, kissing him back for a moment and enjoying the wild taste of him. Then I seize the moment I've been waiting for. He's so lost in our kiss, his hands go slack at my wrists, and I knee him in the thigh, taking care not to hit his balls, and as he grunts, I wrench my hands free and roll out from under him. Scrabbling along the mossy floor, I crawl forward and get to my feet, but I only manage 3 steps before a hand grabs my ankle and pulls me back down to the ground. I hit it hard this time, and an oomph of pain leaves my lips. I try to get up again, but a heavy palm between my shoulder blades pins me to the ground. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" Maxim is breathing heavily, and his voice is rougher than usual. "Imagine finding a morsel like you out here on the hills all alone. Stupid thing to do, go wandering off alone, especially dressed like this." His hand stays on my shoulder blade, essentially pinning me to the ground like a butterfly. My face is turned to the right, and my cheek is pressed into the grass and moss. It's soft enough, but I hope there aren't too many creepy crawlies scuttling around. Maxim's other hand pushes my dress up from behind. "What do we have under here?" he asks conversationally. The material reaches the top of my thighs, and he exhales. "Dirty little bitch," he says with a laugh. "You came out expecting me, did you?" "No, let me go!" I try to crawl again, but he slaps my right buttock hard, making me cry out. "Don't you dare!" "Look at you, all naked under your prim white dress." His hand dips lower between my cheeks and down to part my folds. "You're soaked," he says with relish. "Wet for me. Have you been watching me?" "Sometimes," I say, playing along. "I hide up on the hill and watch you when you cut wood. You're a tease." I spit the word tease out into the undergrowth as if it's offended me. He laughs. "Says the girl wearing no panties." "Let me go. This isn't for you." "Too bad, because I'm taking it." He rolls me over so quickly my head spins. Then he grabs the top of my dress and rips it right down the middle. Buttons go flying, and it's way better than I'd imagined it when putting the dress on. He's so strong he rips the thick cotton as if it's paper. I'm not wearing a bra, and my breasts are freed to the air. "Nice tits." He looks at me coldly, as if I'm a slab of meat. He reaches out and slaps one breast, then does it again, watching as the flesh jiggles. Then he does the same to the other. He slaps the sides of both of my breasts over and over. It's not hard, but it starts to sting a little. Then he pinches my nipple hard enough to make me cry out. The pain is momentary, and it's followed by a wash of pleasure and an answering pulse in my clit. "You like that, huh? Want me to play with these tits some more?" He bends his head down and sucks one nipple into his mouth. I moan and try to push him off with one hand, as the other tangles in his hair and pulls him in. I'm feeding him my breast while pushing at his chest, and yet pulling him in with the other hand. It's a mindfuck, and I'm so hot for this. I honestly think I could come at any moment without any stimulation to my pussy. He lets go of my nipple and leans up, straddling me. He grins down at me for a moment, then stands, leans down and grabs my hips before he flips me over. He pulls me to my knees and pushes my shoulders down, so my ass is in the air. The dress is torn around my breasts, but still in place at my waist. Then it's pushed up to my hips, and the whole thing makes me feel obscene, horny, desperate. When he parts my folds roughly and rubs my clit, I moan and buck into him. "You made it far too easy to catch you." He palms my whole pussy now. His hand rubs me in a circular motion. "I think you wanted to be caught. You're so wet and aching for it. Next time, though, you need to run faster and hide, because next time I won't be so soft with you." Soft? He thinks this is soft? For a moment, a frisson of real fear jolts through me. But he leans over me, his body warm and heavy, and bites my shoulder hard. I cry out, and he laughs again. His heat leaves me, and the sound of a belt being undone tears into the quiet of the countryside around us. His zipper coming down is as loud as a car to my sensitized hearing. Every single sense is on high alert. My skin tingles all over. I'm more aware of being than I've ever experienced in my entire life. Something tells me to try to get away. I crawl forward, and he lets me. "Where do you think you're going? There's nowhere to escape to. I'll let you crawl because I like the view. That asshole is inviting, and your pussy is dripping and swollen. You should see yourself. Fucking beautiful. Fucking depraved. Fucking perfect." Hands grab my hair, and he wraps it in his fist, halting my progress. "You're not getting away that easily." "Get the fuck off my hair!" I yell as I twist in his hold and lash out. My nails connect with the flesh of his bicep, and I leave long red lines in his skin. "Yes, that's it. Fight me." I do. I scratch, hit, and struggle, and when he gets close enough, I bite. It's the most freeing moment of my life. I simply let go and fight him the way I wished I could fight my cousin. Except this is so very different, because I never wanted my cousin to touch me. And if I was fighting my cousin, I would want to win every time. Now, I want Maxim to win because him winning means me getting what I need. His cock deep inside me. His hand at my throat stills my struggles. He holds me firm, not tight enough to cut off my air, but enough for the threat to be there. "That's it," he says. "I love it when my prey goes still. Let's try this lying down again." He takes me to the floor, one hand still wrapped around my throat, the other at my back, lowering me carefully. When I hit the mossy undergrowth, he pushes up my dress once more and holds me in place as he uses his thighs and knees to force my legs farther apart. Then he's at my core, and he pushes in hard and fast, taking my breath away. "Fuck, you feel good," he growls. "So fucking perfect. Look at you, taking me like a good girl. That's it. Squeeze my cock, baby. Work yourself on me." I do as he says, and he changes his angle, but then he stops and pulls out, and I almost sob. What the hell? "You know, I think I've found your G-spot, but I don't think I've properly worked it over." He kisses me once, fierce and a little unhinged, and then he holds me in place, one hand at my throat again, and his other lowers between my legs. "You fucking fight me, and I'll cut off your air." I still at that threat. If he does that, I will be making the fist sign because of all the things I am down for. Breath play is not part of it. The idea terrifies me, ever since I once almost suffocated stupidly after playing with a plastic bag. He doesn't press any tighter, though, so I relax a little. It's a threat and part of the game, but I can stop at any time. When we talk after this, I'll tell Maxim that's a red line for me. I should have before we even began. He parts my folds again and pushes 2 fingers roughly inside me. I cry out and arch to meet his harsh thrusts. For a while, he finger fucks me like that, his gaze glued to where his fingers plunge in and out of me. Suddenly, though, he changes the angle and slows it down. He crooks his fingers and rubs them against my internal wall, and I gasp as he hits me in that spot. It's too much this way, though. Far too intense, and I start to thrash for real. His hand at my throat tightens, and I still. I can do the safe sign and tap out, but I want what he's giving me. I'm just scared that when I get it, it will obliterate me. My pussy is so wet I can hear it squelching as he works me, and I feel my cheeks heat in shame. Then he presses on me just so, and I come so hard I scream. I soak his fingers in my thighs, and the contractions of my orgasm seem to go on forever. He pulls his fingers out and slams into me, fucking me so hard it hurts a little. But I love it. My pussy tightens around him as if she never wants to let him go, as if she's as much of a beast as he is. And I wrap my arms around him, grab his shoulders, and dig my nails in until I feel warmth. Christ, fucking tear me up and make me bleed, he demands. I scratch at him and bite his skin, and he fucks me so hard I cry out with it. I'm gonna come again. I can feel it building. One pinch of my clit, and he sends me over the edge, following me as he pumps me full of hot seed. When it's over, I fall back onto the ground, too dazed and overwhelmed to move. Tears prick at my eyes and, for some reason, spill over. I don't know why I'm crying. Maxim fastens himself away and gathers me to him. Big arms wrap around me. My dress is pulled together, and Maxim lifts me up, carrying me as he heads down the hill. I tuck my face into his shoulder and cry, letting it all out. All the pent-up fear I've been feeling, the sadness at what my life has become, the anger at my cousin. It's all flowing out of me, carried away by salt and water. When we reach the house, he kicks the door open, carries me over the threshold, and straight up the stairs. He runs a bath, and when it's ready, he gently undresses me. He pulls some leaves and sticks out of my hair and places me in the bath. He leaves the room for a few moments, and I float on a cloud of weird, blissed-out, emotionally spent exhaustion. When he returns, he's carrying a brush and a bottle of water. "Take a sip of this," he says as he thrusts the water at me. I drink and then hand it back. He brushes my hair, carefully and gently. Then he washes me. His hands sweep over my body, washing every line and curve of it with such great care. It has those tears threatening again. After he's rinsed me, he lifts me out of the bath and pats me dry with a soft, fluffy towel. He takes a jar of the moisturizer I use after my showers and rubs it all over my skin. Then he wraps me in a robe and carries me to his bedroom, where he pulls back the covers and places me between the sheets. He quickly undresses, gets in beside me, and pulls me into his arms again. "Rest now," he says. "We'll talk later. But one question. Were those tears because you hated what we did, or because it set something loose?" "The latter," I say. God, my voice is slurred like I'm drunk. I loved what we did. It scared me, but I loved it. The only thing I don't want is to do any breath stuff. Don't cut off my air. Noted, and I promise. I won't touch your throat again if you don't want. No, I say quickly. I like that. It feels possessive. Only, don't actually squeeze. I once nearly suffocated as a child. My own fault, and it's a fear. Christ, baby, that's scary. I nod and yawn. I promise, no cutting off your air. I trust him. I trust him that I can give him a boundary and he will never cross it. But within those lines, he'll be so wild that trying to tame him will be like riding a wild stallion bareback. And I love that. My eyes drift closed, and I snooze.
Chapter 13. Maxim. Aurora is sleeping because I've exhausted her again. Since we tried our first chase over a week ago, it's become an addiction. For both of us, I think. I feel so alive when I'm chasing her down. I love it even more when I catch her and she fights me. Aurora asked me last night if I thought it made us sick that we like to play this way. I told her not at all. Sick people like to harm others. They enjoy doing things specifically against the other person's will. That's not what we're doing here. We're exploring a mutual desire. Not that it's the only way we have sex. 2 days ago, we spent a leisurely afternoon exploring one another's body. Last night, however, I chased her in the dark for the first time. I think her genuine fear of spooky beings lurking in the corners only served to heighten her arousal because she was on fire. Now I've had a taste of Aurora, and I can't ever let her go. The idea of another man's hands on her is enough to make me want to commit murderous violence. Opening the front door, I step outside with one of the burner phones and my cup of coffee. There's a small metal table to my right, and I place the coffee on the surface and sit on the uncomfortable chair. I expect the set came with cushions, but Sergei probably lost them a long time ago. Tapping out my friend's number, I pull the cigarette packet from my pocket and tap one out. It's extremely rare I have a cigarette, maybe once a month. Right now, though, I've been craving one because this phone call is so important it has my nerves in knots. I light the cigarette and take a deep inhale. I blow the smoke out in a perfect smoke ring. Watching it drift toward the heavens, I try to contain the nervous energy inside me. If Sergei refuses to help, it makes getting Aurora out of the country harder. Of course, I could always ask Sasha to do this for me. I think he would agree. The problem is, I just cannot be completely sure that Tommaso doesn't have eyes and ears on either of my brothers. There's nothing to link me to my old family friend. He's about the safest bet right now. Da! I smile at the familiar, gruff tones when my friend answers on the 5th ring. Good morning, Sergei, I say. Maxim, my friend, how is life treating you? Are you still at my house? We are still here at the moment, yes. Is that okay? Of course it is. Anything I can do to help, you just ask. He just offered, and so I ask. There is something you could do. It might be dangerous, though. He bursts out laughing, and it turns into a coughing fit. When he's recovered himself enough to speak, the mirth is still evident in his voice. Boy, I used to breathe danger. It will give me a good feeling to do something that reminds me I'm alive once more. I feel as if I'm sitting here rotting away and simply waiting for time to pass these days. It's boring, dull. Tell me, what can I do? I need for Aurora's cousin to believe that she's left the country, preferably to believe she's gone somewhere like America. I want him to think she has left in the next couple of days, so that he's distracted and focused elsewhere when we do leave. Do you still have connections with people who could alter a flight list? Absolutely I do. This is not such a difficult thing, my friend. Very easily I can make this idiot you talk of believe his cousin has left the country. We can make it appear as if she left either on her own or with yourself. We will make it look like she went to Chicago, yes? This will be believable, I think. Your family spent many times there. I believe that this man will look at the information and take it to be true. Of course, the issue is how do you get the information to him without it looking suspicious? That is what kept me up last night, pondering how on earth to ensure that Tommaso Rossi sees the information without it seeming obviously set up. I could just take the risk that he's observing the flight list and hope he sees it. However, That leaves far too much to chance. If I know anything about this man, it's that he will have a whole host of people working for him. He's going to be so angry that Aurora, someone he sees as a weak and pathetic female, has outsmarted him. He'll be turning over every single stone to find her. And me, of course. I expect he goes to bed every night dreaming about ripping me limb from limb. This is where it gets dangerous. If you ask your friend to change a flight list so it appears as if myself and Aurora were on a plane to New York or Chicago, I need you to give the information to Rossi. Tell him you're looking for a payout, money. It's risky because if he figures out you've double-crossed him, then he's going to come for you. He chuckles, and after another brief coughing interlude, he says in a raspy voice, "I like it. This is very clever. I contact him and give him the information and tell him he must pay. I tell him to pay and I will give you up. This he will believe, I do think. You see, people like him, without honor or loyalty, expect everyone else to be the same. They project all their own flaws onto other people because they simply cannot face themselves. It means he will be far too ready to accept my story. As for him finding out I am, how did the British say this? Leading him down the garden pathways. I do not care. Let him come for me. I have more weapons here than a small army. One man alone, though, against the Italian mob. I don't say anything else, but let the information hang there. I am not alone. His words take a moment to sink in. I always thought of him as the ultimate loner. His friendships were few, but intense and loyal. His relationships with women even fewer. Since he moved himself to Britain, I was always under the impression that he kept very much to himself. I didn't know you had a lady friend, I say to him with a soft laugh. You're a dark horse. A very dark horse indeed, my friend. It is, however, time that I am honest with you. I do not tell many people back in the homeland, and for my generation, it was very much a taboo, you know. My companion is not a woman. I live with a man. For a moment, I can't speak. I don't give a crap whether a man loves a man or a man loves a woman. It's just taken me by surprise, and it's immediately followed by a rush of emotion, both that my friend has found someone and that he trusted me enough to tell me. Taking a drag of the cigarette and blowing the smoke out, I answer him. I'm very happy for you. Now, though, it is making me reconsider what I am asking of you. It's not only putting yourself in danger, but someone you love. The man I love, and who lives with me, is ex-Mossad. He will not be scared of this Italian Mafia man you discuss. Most organized criminals are ultimately weak. They also don't do a lot of the violence themselves. You are different, Maxim. You are very much like me, in that you have fought your way up. You literally fought street battles for the right to control your territory. I respect you for it. Most of these types, though, I do not respect. I most certainly do not fear them. Let this man come, and he will find a welcome committee. You are seeing the worst-case scenario anyway. In order for him to come after me, he would have to believe I gave him false information. He lets out a hoarse chuckle. How will he prove whether Aurora went to New York or Chicago or not? He cannot. He can only have suspicions. To act on this would be reckless. Of course, he may be a reckless man, but is he really going to want to come all the way to the middle of nowhere to hunt down someone who he thinks gave him the wrong piece of information, and to get back, what, 20,000 pounds? I will sell you out for a very small fee, my friend. He bursts into more raspy laughter. Also, there are people I can have here to watch my back if necessary. You would not believe the little community of ex-soldiers, special forces, and spies we have living out in the middle of nowhere. I have people who will help me if I need them to. I have spent most of my life waiting for death to come after me. Highly trained death, too, not some low-level thug. My property is extremely difficult for anyone to approach without me knowing. It is heavily fortified. I have dogs, and I have weapons. The dogs are trained to rip a man to pieces if you dare step on my land without my invitation. Truly, I am not scared. Let me do this to help you. As I say, it will be exciting." I finish the dregs of my coffee and wince at the bitter taste found at the bottom of the cup. "If you do this for me, I will owe you for the rest of my life. Anything you ever need, you only have to ask. You know that, right?" "Maxim, I knew this before you asked me to do anything for you. Always you have been there for me. You have taken time to write to and call an old man most have forgotten. You are like my son. I know that you will be here for me if I ever need it. And the same goes in reverse, okay? Stop worrying and stop feeling guilty. If it makes you feel any better, I will share that my lover is many years younger than me and in extremely good shape. He is not an old man like me. In fact, right now, he is out running 10 miles. He's a fitness freak, as they say. This is a cross I must bear. However, it means he has a very good physique. I can put up with it." There's more laughter, and I join in too. We make a plan, and I hang up knowing that within the next day or so, I will get the message to my phone letting me know that everything is in play. Then I do something entirely out of character and tap out a second cigarette. I sit and smoke it as I watch the natural world around me come to life. It's amazing how things can change so quickly, how we can meet someone, and in the blink of an eye, everything that we thought mattered doesn't, and the things we never knew were important suddenly become everything. I dial the phone again and hold it to my ear, much less sure of the outcome of this call. "Sasha," I say as soon as the other end is answered. "Hello, pain in my ass," is the answer I get. "So?" He blows out a sigh, large enough for me to hear it clearly on the other end of the call. "You're lucky that I have very persuasive negotiation skills. Our brother is going to go for it. He's fuming, by the way. I think he might need to start blood pressure medication because of you, if you're not careful. I don't think I've ever seen him so angry. He smashed up half the bar." Holy crap. He must have been absolutely livid to do that. That bar and that stupid club are Nick's pride and joy. "I'd have paid good money to witness that. I bet you didn't film it, did you?" He laughs, deep and smooth, and so very different from the raspy laughter of my old friend. "I was too busy dodging projectiles, brother." "Did he do much damage?" I ask. Guilt snaps at the edges of my skin, sharp and unpleasant, like little gnats biting you on a summer's day in the mountains. "Nothing that couldn't be replaced easily. There were no customers in at the time, and I was careful to approach him with your news after he closed for the evening. I didn't want to talk in front of Sienna, so I asked him to meet me in the bar after everyone left. I'm glad I didn't tell him in his apartment, because I'd still be getting grief from that woman now if he'd have smashed that place up. Anyway, he's going to do as you ask. I told him if he didn't, I'd simply do it myself. You know Nikolai. He likes the illusion of being completely in control. He sees everything as his baby. I had to point some facts out to him." "Such as?" I ask, genuinely intrigued. "Such as, without my legal and financial skills, this business would have disappeared a long time ago. Such as, without my investment skills, it never would have grown to the size it is. Such as, without your skills on the ground, and the way you control everything so tightly back in the home country, we could have lost it all a long time ago. Nikolai is the face of what we do. He's the head of it, I'm aware of that. However, we all play our part, and I think it's time he realized just how important his brothers are in his success." I had no idea Sasha felt this way. I mean, they've always been competitive. I saw it, however, as friendly competition. The usual sibling rivalry. But the anger behind Sasha's words hint at something deeper. Maybe I'm not the only one who feels pushed out in our family. How did he take this little heart-to-heart? Strangely well. Sasha sucks in air, and I wonder if he's smoking too. Then I realize it's far too early for him to be partaking in a cigar, something he only does occasionally. I think it's having Sienna in his life, Sasha explains. It's made him realize that he doesn't want to carry this alone. With the glory comes the burden, no? If you're the only one with your head above the parapet, then you're the one who's going to lose your head. I think for the first time in his life, Nikolai does not want to lose his head. He lost his heart instead, and it softened him a little. Not that it's turned him stupid or made him weak. Perhaps a little more human, though. Whatever the reason, the upshot of it is he will help. He's going to speak to Silvanov. I'm trying to organize the meeting with the Greeks to take place on their compound in Corfu. He will also ask Silvanov if you can speak with his partner, although I think Constantine has more of an in with Bianchi. Something to do with his son. I don't remember all the details. Either way, you will get to meet the Greeks and the Russians, and you can be part of the business deal we flesh out. After all, it will affect you on the ground much more, perhaps, than it will myself or Nikolai. While you're there, you will know that Aurora is safe. Emotion overwhelms me. For the first time in my life, I truly feel as if my brothers have my back. Thank you, I say, clearing my throat as my voice catches slightly. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Sasha. Did you really think that I wouldn't help? There is hurt in his suddenly tense tone. You're my brother. You might drive me crazy, as does Nikolai, but when it all comes down to it, you are blood. And Nikolai, he might be a hard man, but he still knows the value of family. He also knows deep down how much you've done for the business. He might struggle to admit it, but he knows. Hell, your particular brand of crazy and your love of a fight is part of the reason why we are so revered amongst the very people we need to be afraid of us. I don't tell him he might not be my full brother. I'm not sure if it's a secret I'll ever share. I do, however, thank him again. I tell him I look forward to seeing him and Leah in Corfu. Before we hang up, he asks me if I need help getting there, but I tell him I think that's covered. I don't want to risk the lives of either of my brothers or their women by taking the journey with them. Plus, if I need to change plans suddenly, it's much easier to do so if it's just Aurora and me alone. We hang up our conversation, and I consider what we need to do in the next few days. Aurora cannot travel looking the way she does. She needs a disguise. So do I, to be honest. Aurora will be easier to disguise because she's smaller, and if she's wearing baggy clothes, a wig, and makeup to make her look pallid and insipid, she won't attract the same attention as she normally does. I, on the other hand, always attract attention because of my height and build, rather than my stunning good looks. It's much harder to disguise those things than it is striking features. Still, I could maybe turn my bulk into something a little less intimidating. Perhaps I could make myself look overweight rather than muscular. I could also dye my hair. Trouble is, that will probably make me stand out even more. I think for myself, some padding around the middle, thick glasses, and the cap pulled down lower my head will be the way to go. For Aurora, we need to head into a town with stores where I can find her a wig and some very unflattering clothing. We need fake IDs, but I'm not worried about that now. Nick is on board, and he can get that shit easily. It feels as if the plan is slowly coming together. I didn't know you smoked. Aurora's voice startles me. I turn to see her standing in the doorway, looking at the 2 smoldering cigarettes in the cup I've been using as an ashtray. I rarely do, I answer truthfully. Maybe once a month. I was nervous, though. I had 2. I can't remember the last time I had 2. I rub my stomach. It's made me feel a bit sick. If you're nervous, then that makes me terrified. You're always so calm and confident, Maxim. What are you nervous about? She saunters over to the table and takes a seat opposite me as she lifts her legs and places her feet in my lap, as naturally as if we have been together for 30 years. It's a good nervousness, I reassure her. I'm just getting the plans sorted for us to leave. To travel to Greece? She asks. I discussed the vague plan with her at the start of all this. I told her that I wanted to get us to Corfu first of all, and then hopefully to a connection I had in Italy who might be able to smooth things out between Aurora and her family. Thing is, I still wish to speak with Bianchi and his brother, but I don't want to smooth things out with her piece of shit cousin anymore. I spend my nights mapping the marks on Aurora's body. I memorized them all, so I can return the favor when I find Tommaso. I want to speak to Bianchi to let him know that while it might be outside of his locale, a major player in the Mafia is going to be taken out. If anything happens to me, I want Aurora promised sanctuary at his villa. Rossi is a dead man walking. He's going to pay for everything he did to her. "You look fierce," Aurora observes. I smooth my hands up her perfect legs, but stop at the scar just below her knee. "How did this one happen?" I ask her. She sighs. "Maxim." "Tell me." "I fell in the gravel running away from Tommaso, and when it bled, he pushed dirt into it, and it got infected. I needed antibiotics." My teeth grind. Her body is mapped out in my mind, and every mark he caused is a burning destination for me to match on her cousin's torso when I meet him finally. "You worry me," she says softly. I brush my hands over the scar. "Soon we'll be in the sun," I tell her, changing the subject. "No more gothic moors for us for a while." "Maybe we ought to make use of our surroundings while we have the chance?" She winks at me and stands before heading into the house. When she comes out wearing another of the long, simple dresses she bought, I smirk. Game on.
Chapter 14. Aurora. I stare at myself in the mirror. God, I look awful as a blonde. Some people with my kind of dark hair and dark eyes look awesome blonde, but not me. It washes me out. It's been a week since I found Maxim smoking outside the front door, and things have moved quickly. We now have papers, a flight booked, and today we are getting ready to head to the airport. My stomach rolls and I swallow down the anxiety and nausea threatening to rise. This is it. Today we leave our strange cocoon out here on the moorlands all alone, and we will be flying. The most dangerous moment, Maxim said. For traveling coach, as he said anything first class might be too conspicuous. I'm Margaret Roberts, and he's David Adderton. Normal names, mundane. Hopefully, there will be no reason at all they would stand out on a flight list. If they did and someone looked them up, they'd find backgrounds, pictures, all the necessary information to make them stop digging. We are colleagues, traveling to Greece on business. David is middle-aged and a bit overweight. The padding Maxim is wearing is heavy. It is worrisome if we get stopped at security. He says we won't because they've been paid to look the other way, but there are so many moving parts to this that could go wrong. Once we reach Corfu, we will be safe, but I'm nervous about that too. Will Maxim's family judge me? Will his brothers see me as someone who has caused their brother to take a foolish risk and put them and their business in harm's way? It will be nice to see Sienna again, though. I want to thank her. She could have easily called that security guard back into the room, or called for help when I said I was stepping out, but she didn't. There will be so many other people there, though, and they might judge me. Plus, they are all criminals or ex-criminals. The men, at least. Maxim has told me something of them. Brodfa, hard men who have supposedly turned their backs on a life of crime. Doesn't mean the idea of being amongst them isn't frightening. You might think it's strange, me coming from a Mafia family and being scared. But we were all about hiding our criminal roots and dressing and acting as if we were royalty. I doubt the Brodfa have the same ethos. Then again, Maxim doesn't. Does he? I'm not scared of him. I need to get a grip. I just feel as if I might as well have a scarlet letter painted on my back. This is her. This is the woman who made Maxim lose his mind and risk everything. Bored of my freak-out, I shake myself out of it and focus on applying my makeup the way we discussed. Unflattering. Navy eyeliner, a touch of dark shadow in the sockets to make my eyes look tired. The eyeliner looking harsh. My skin is paler than usual due to a foundation that strips it of any color or sheen. Chalky stuff. It's hard to apply. I dab face powder on after I rub it in, and then I apply the lipstick, a shade of mauve which makes me look positively undead, like a vampire. Wow, stunning. Not. Finally, I adjust the wig and make sure it is fixed firmly in place. We were going to go with sweatpants as my attire, but since our cover story is we're traveling on business, I'm wearing an ankle-length gray skirt, flat shoes, a loose cream blouse with a stain on the lapel, applied by me this morning from a fresh pot of coffee, and a gray cardigan. I have glasses, too, with a bit of a tint to hide my eyes. Maxim is wearing an ill-fitting suit with added padding underneath. He has colored his hair salt and pepper gray, and he's also wearing glasses with thick fake lenses. His height and broad shoulders cannot be hidden, but he's been slouching around the place for a couple of days, rounding his shoulders and dipping his chin into his chest. That and the padding change his silhouette, and the way he carries himself adds 10 years to his age easily. The doorway darkens, and I turn to see him standing there. He's ready, dressed and wearing the ill-fitting suit. "This is a glimpse into your future if I let myself go," he says with a smirk. I look closer, taking in the graying hair and the rounded belly, and I find I still think he's a damn well-attractive man. If this is how you look in 15 years' time, I'd be a happy woman. He shakes his head. "No way am I looking like this. I'm going to keep working out until I'm too old to move." I laugh. What if I let myself go? Pop out a few kids, eat too much pasta, a little too many desserts. You'd be beautiful to me no matter what. He comes and stands behind me and puts his arms around my middle. "Aurora, I love you." The words are simple. They're meaning anything but. My heart falters and I take in air with a gasped breath. Our gazes are locked in the mirror. "I love you too, Maxim." He turns me around and kisses me, messing up the mauve lipstick. When he's done, his lips are stained and I giggle, grabbing some tissue and wiping them clean. "You can't kiss me like that on the plane. We're work colleagues, remember?" "Damn it. Oh, well, best get my fill in now." 30 minutes later, and we're both adjusting our disguises once more after an impromptu moment of passion against the bathroom countertops. He glances at his watch. It's a Swatch, not anything fancy, and he purchased it for this trip. "Okay, baby, time to go." Kissing me once on the forehead, he squeezes my hand and heads out of the bathroom. The sound of him lugging the bags down the stairs has my heart picking up speed. This is it. We are traveling light. One bag for him and one for me. I purchased a plain black leather bag in a small town 10 miles from here 2 days ago. That is by my side on the counter. Most of the things we bought in the supermarket we have taken to thrift and charity stores. The house is cleaned and tidied. We emptied the fridge and ensured all the food was thrown away. Maxim has no weapons with him for this journey, which scares me to death for him if my cousin finds us. "Are you sure this will work?" I ask him as I walk downstairs for the last time, meeting him in the living room. "As sure as I can be of anything. My friend has sent your cousin on a wild paper chase. He believes you to be in America. Me too. I trust Sergi with my life." He's about to. Mine too. I don't say as much, but the thought is terrifying. A man I have never met holds my life in his hands. If he really sold us out to my cousin, we're dead. God, Maxim, I'm scared. Listen, we're gonna be okay, I promise. We get out of here, and once we're in Corfu, we can make plans. What plans? He's not gonna stop looking for us. I made a fool of him, you too. I know Tommaso. He's gonna be filled with murderous rage. He's not the only one, Maxim mutters. What do you mean? He's not gonna be a danger to you going forward, Aurora. I promise as much. Let us get to Corfu and then we can discuss things further, once we have you safe and sound on that compound. Oh no. I don't like the sound of this. I put my hands on my hips. Maxim, you're not leaving me there to go off on some hero mission to find my cousin. We'll discuss where we go next once we're safe, he repeats. Okay, whatever, but just so you know, that's not happening. He pinches the bridge of his nose and then rakes his hand through his hair, mussing it. Come on, he says. We head out the door and he locks it, checking it twice, belying his own nerves. Then we're on the road driving to the airport. We fly from Manchester, so we don't have to journey all the way back to London. Once we reach the city center, Maxim ditches the car he stole all those weeks ago, and we take a shuttle bus to the airport. The air between us has grown tense. All I want to do is grab his hand, but I can't. I must keep my fears and thoughts hidden. The airport is packed when we arrive. There's comfort in the crowd. We can hide amongst the throng. We check in our bags and go sit in the corner of a coffee shop, sipping at bland corporate lattes and pretending to work. I have a phone. It's brand new and under my new name and identity. It has a prepaid amount on it, but it means I can access the internet, and I scroll through the news and celeb gossip. Some reality TV star has married a rapper, and a movie star has left her abusive pop star husband. Someone else has gone from blonde to brunette, and a little-known actor has been found to be sending dick pics to all and sundry. It's comforting getting lost in the banality of the news. Life is carried on as normal while we were cocooned together, and will do long after our drama has played out one way or another. My fear is, if Maxim intends to go after Tommaso, he won't be here with me to see how our particular play ends. He'll exit stage in a blaze of blood and glory, leaving me broken and alone. Life without Maxim already seems untenable, unbearable. I have such a searing connection with him. The idea of it being torn apart is too much to contemplate. So I don't. I push it to one side and focus on the gossip magazines and the crap being written in the papers. The battle I must have with my man to stop him from doing something crazy can wait for another day. A tinny voice announces the flight to Corfu, and Maxim grabs his things, nudging me with his thigh as he does so. I, too, gather my few possessions and shove everything into my black bag. As promised, Maxim is not searched or patted down as we pass through security, and time seems to speed up and pass in a blur as we go through all the motions of the airport and finally board the plane. Fiddling with the magazines in the rack in front of me, I marvel at how little space there is back here in cattle class. I always flew at least business, and often either first class or private jet. Well, if there's one thing money can buy, it is comfort and space. I'm not bothered about fancy things, but traveling this way all the time would be tiring and unpleasant. It's not a hardship, and I can do it, but it's not the luxury experience of more expensive modes of flying. Shuffling about in my seat, I finally get comfortable. "You okay over there, Princess and the Pea?" Maxim shoots me a smirk as he addresses me under his breath. "These seats are awful," I say. "Yeah, it's a plane. A to B. It's not meant to be comfortable." "Ah, you've never traveled first." I shrug. "I have. My brothers always travel that way. But it's not something that bothers me. You get on board, sit your ass down, fly to the destination, and get off again. What a waste of money paying for what? Champagne and leather seats." "Leg room," I whisper. "Cooler air. Those little bags with treats in. I love those bags." He laughs softly and turns to his magazine, flicking through it. Soon the engines start to whine, and the plane jerks before the wheels start rolling, and we taxi slowly to the start of the runway. We sit still for a minute or so, then the engines kick into gear, the noise intensifying and the plane shaking before it starts its rapid descent down the runway. I grip the seat handles as we barrel toward liftoff. I always both fear and love this moment. It's exciting and scary, a bit like being with Maxim. The wheels leave the ground and we are off. As we climb, England recedes into patchwork fields, a massive green, and then nothing as we head out over the ocean. It's not a country I fell in love with, but it is one which will always hold a place in my heart, because it is where I met the love of my life, the man beside me. I close my eyes and think about heat and sun as we climb to the heavens, heading for Corfu. Chapter 15. Aurora. We approach the imposing gates, huge and metal, framing the winding driveway. Maxim pays the taxi driver and we get out with our few bags. There are 2 men either side of the gates, and they are armed. I swallow hard. Our security back home carried concealed weapons, but these guys have big guns slung over their arms. Their aggression is brazen and open. A figure approaches us down the long driveway. A man, broad and tall, and as he nears, I take him in. Severe features, gaze focused on Maxim without even a glance at me. As he approaches the gates, the man says something to Maxim, but I don't understand what. It sounds Russian. Maxim answers, and the man watches him for a beat before the gates slide open. Once they are wide, Maxim gently guides me forward with a hand on my lower back, but I falter. This man is scary. "Konstantin Silvanov," the man says in a voice that is as rough and raw as his face. He's a striking man, but no one would ever call him pretty. He sticks his hand out, and years of having good manners drummed into me works, because I hold mine out in response automatically. "Aurora Rossi." "Welcome, Aurora." He turns back to Maxim. "Your brothers are already here, with their women." "This is the welcome committee, is it?" Maxim states bluntly. "Just you. I wanted to talk to you, without anyone else around. My wife, she's in a delicate position. She's been through a lot." Konstantin runs his hand over his jaw, and I can see how tired he is in his eyes. "I don't want you bringing trouble here. However, my partner, he has a soft spot for a damsel in distress, and so here you are." He shoots me a quick glance before refocusing on Maxim. "If Rossi comes here for you, then you leave. I won't have this place put in danger." Maxim widens his stance, and his hands flex at his side. I don't want this to degenerate into a fight and for us to be thrown out, so I touch his wrist lightly. "It's okay, Mr. Silvanov. We will leave if my cousin arrives." "Not you," Konstantin states bluntly. "You can stay. Your cousin has no right to take you against your will. I won't throw you out on the streets, and Andreas, my partner, would have my balls if I did. You, though." He flicks his cool gaze back to Maxim. "You took her. You took her, and if he comes here looking for vengeance, then you have to face him, and not on this property. You can have my men, though. Help." Maxim nods, and he's relaxed completely, which shocks me, as this is my idea of hell. "Thank you," he says with great sincerity. "So long as I know Aurora is safe, that is all that matters. I will be dealing with her cousin in my own way." They nod as if they've come to some great understanding, but I'm not happy at all. "If you think I'm going to sit around while you go off and fight my cousin, Maxim, you have another thing coming." "Aurora, we will discuss this later." His words are firm. I leave it, for now, but later we will be discussing this bullshit. "Come, everyone is waiting to meet you, Aurora." Konstantin is warmer, now that he has what he wanted to say out of the way. I follow him up the drive, but the whole way my stomach is sinking. Maxim is going to go after my cousin and get himself killed. I know it. When we reach the top of the hill, I'm surprised to see not only one house, but many. The land with the dwellings on it seems to stretch ahead for a long distance. There are a couple of large, grand houses. They both have pool and patios and lots of outdoor space around them. Beyond those, there are many paths leading into the woods and beyond. And dotted around these paths are other houses of varying size. I can see in the distance what seems to be a stable block, and another building that seems to be either another stable block or perhaps apartments. I wonder how many people live here. This really is a compound, and it almost reminds me of those places where people who believe the end of the world is nigh go to set up their own cult headquarters or something. Konstantin turns right and takes us to the first house, the biggest of them all. "Your brothers are inside. Violet, Andreas's wife, is cooking a feast. She loves to prepare a mezzi for guests." Konstantin points to the house as if we can see through the walls. We enter the front door, and the noise of various voices greets us like a wall of sound. There is a long hallway and rooms off to either side, and I can see people moving about within at least two of them. A glamorous woman stalks out the door to my left, glances at me and Maxim, and gives us a smile before she gives a nod to Konstantin. She's wearing a beautiful Versace dress and sky-high heels. As she click-clacks away from us down the corridor, Her hips sway in a mesmerizing fashion, as if she's walking to the beat of music only she can hear. If all the women are this glamorous here, I'm gonna feel very out of place. "Come into the main living room and meet my partner," Constantine says. We follow him into a large space, which is beautifully decorated. It's simple and has a rustic feel, but I can tell some of the pieces dotted around the room must have cost a fortune. I don't see either of Maxim's brothers in this room, but there's a gathering of large men in one corner and a group of women sitting along a sectional couch, with a table in front of them holding drinks and snacks. I let my gaze break over the men first. One of them stands out purely by virtue of his size. He is bigger than even Maxim. He has dark hair and deep olive skin. There's another man with longer hair, a man who is facing me with a cold, harsh face. And finally, to one side, is a strikingly handsome man with unusual cool gray eyes. One look at the women tells me that they aren't all as glamorous as the beauty who I saw on arrival. There are two petite blonde women, and neither of them are particularly glamorously dressed. One has wavy, warm blonde hair and is wearing jeans, sneakers, and a white t-shirt. The other has pale, almost white hair, and is wearing a simple linen dress. Sitting by them is a tall, slim woman with dark hair. On the right-angled corner of the sofa, there's a pretty young woman with curly brown hair and a friendly face. "Come, meet my partner," Constantine says. He directs us across the room to the men, and the one with the ghostly eyes breaks away from the group and approaches us. He's a very handsome man, but his gaze is unnerving as it settles on me, like the mist shrouding the moors in the morning. I feel as if his otherworldly gaze can see right through me to the inner workings of my mind, or my soul. I give myself an internal shake and tell myself not to be so dramatic. Maxim would laugh if he knew the tangent my thoughts has taken. "Hi there, you must be Aurora, and I'm Andreas," he says. "It's nice to have you here with us. I know it's not the best of circumstances for you, but I promise you that you will be safe here." "I need for Maxim to be safe, too," I say. I can't stop myself from blurting out what's on my mind, despite knowing I should hold my tongue. He makes me feel safe. You don't understand. I turn to Constantine with a beseeching look. I've seen this place, and yes, my cousin is a powerful man in our region, but our region does not have a strong Mafia presence. He's nothing like as powerful as this operation you have. Even if he comes here after me, I doubt there's little he could do. He doesn't have an army. Maxim's hand brushes over my lower back, and he rests it there but with more pressure than usual. It's more of a warning than a sign of affection. "That's for us to talk about later, Aurora," he says. "No, it's not." I keep my voice low as I don't want the other men to hear, or the ladies who are sitting around the sofa. I know not to make a scene, because it's been drilled in me from a young age. However, I need to say my piece. It's really not okay for you all to sit around later and discuss my fate. If you think what happens to Maxim doesn't affect me, then you're sorely mistaken. I've spent my life living in fear, and I've only felt safe in the last few weeks. If something happens to him, it doesn't matter how long you let me stay here, guarded by you and your men. I won't feel secure. I would rather leave and take my chances out there. It's wrong that you all get to decide what happens behind my back when I'm the catalyst for this, and I'm the person who it affects the most." "She's not wrong," a throaty feminine voice behind me says. I turn around to see the glamorous woman from earlier standing right behind us. She has a glass of champagne in her hand, and she sips at it as she looks at the men with one raised brow. "Maya, this isn't really any of your business," Constantine says politely. "Well, I think it kind of is. You see, from my understanding, this gentleman here is one of the Volkov brothers, and the Volkov brothers wish to do a deal with my family, my father and my husband. Therefore, it is something to do with me, and the lady here is correct, because it most certainly is something to do with her. I suggest that this is something we all discuss together." "I'm not having my wife upset right now. There's no need to have some sort of huge gathering with everyone involved." Constantine speaks through gritted teeth. "You can keep your wife in the dark if you wish," Maya says quietly. "However, I would like to be involved in the discussions, and I think the young lady here would too, as she's made abundantly clear. So how about after we've eaten later, all the gentlemen, myself, and this young lady retire for brandy, or whatever it is you men do when you go huddle in rooms on your own, and we discuss it further then."
"Jesus Christ,"
the Russian huffs angrily. The massive man that I noticed upon first entering the room turns now and walks toward us. When he reaches us, he pushes past the Russian and slips his arm around the shoulders of Maya.
"Is my wife giving you gentlemen grief yet again?"
he asks with a shit-eating grin that tells the room he loves it, really.
"You could say that,"
Constantine snarls. "I would just like to be involved in any discussions later. I don't think it's too much to ask. I can't stand the way the little ladies are all meant to sit back and sip at sherry or something, while you men make all the big decisions."
"Of course you can be there if you want to be there, darling,"
the big man says. He stares at Constantine, then Andreas, as if daring them to say anything. They glance at one another, and a small exchange of understanding seems to happen, because they both nod in unison.
"Marvelous,"
Maya says, clapping her hands. I look at her in admiration. I get the feeling that nothing stands in this woman's way if she wants something. I wish I could be like her. Perhaps if I had a smidgen of her bravery and had started to stand up for myself at a younger age, then I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Then again, I wouldn't have met Maxim. Now that I have, I can't imagine life without him. "I am Aurora," I say to Maya. "Call me Maya, my darling. Nice to meet you." She links her arm through mine and pulls me away from the men. I glance back nervously at Maxim, hoping that my little outburst doesn't mean that he's about to be dragged from the room and strung up. However, when I look back, I see the giant is offering him a glass of what looks like brandy or possibly scotch. "They'll be fine," Maya says. "You, on the other hand, look rather shook up. It can be a lot when you meet all of us at once. I understand that. It's like when you go to one of those Christmas gatherings to meet your new boyfriend's family, only to find out that they're absolutely huge, and you're meeting about 30 people in one go. I always think meeting us must be a bit like that, but on steroids. I imagine we are a little bit intimidating." She taps my hand. "I always find a little glass of something helps settle my nerves. Would you like a glass of champagne? Or perhaps some white wine?" "A glass of champagne would be lovely, thank you," I say. She pours me the drink from a bottle of champagne, sweating in an ice bucket on the table at the far end of the room. "You did well standing up for yourself, then. It couldn't have been easy. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I know a little of your background, only because Constantine and Andreas discussed things, and then when we arrived, they told Damien, my husband, and he tells me everything. It wasn't easy, but I can't bear to be separated from Maxim. I'd rather leave here with him and risk it than be stuck in here without him wondering how he is." "Quite, and we will make sure that is what happens." I frown. I don't know. Constantine was firm on his red lines, says his wife has been through a lot. "She has." Maya looks over at her and then at the men. Then her face lights up. "You know, you don't have to stay here. We have a compound of our own in Athens. I'm not in the same situation as Cassie or Violet, and we don't have kids. Marcos does, but he and Star don't live on the compound now anyway." Her smile grows. "Damon, darling, can I have a word?" Her husband glances at her and leaves the group of men to head our way.
"You okay?"
he asks. "Yes, I've had a thought. I understand why Constantine wouldn't want trouble here right now, what with everything he and Cassie and the others have been through. After we talk business, couldn't Aurora and Maxim come back with us?" Damon blinks a few times as he watches his wife, his face growing tight. "Please?" she says, as if she's asking for a puppy. "We have more than enough security, for God's sake, and my father's name is enough to put the fear of God into anyone with a working brain cell. She'd be safe with us. They both would." He glances at me, dark eyes assessing.
"Tommaso Rossi is your cousin, yes?"
I nod. "He's not a huge outfit, Damon," Maya says. "Not like my father and you guys."
"How do you know?"
he asks. She shrugs. "I might have looked him up."
"I didn't think Google had a section on Mafia kingpins,"
Damon says sarcastically. I might have asked around. I spoke with a few of the wives. You know how it goes. She smiles up at him, batting extremely long lashes that I believe are probably fake. You know I can't resist you when you look at me like that. He shakes his head. Okay, but you have to be the one to tell your father this latest plan of yours. If he agrees to it, then yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
She throws her long arms around his neck and peppers his cheek with kisses. God, will I ever stop being so malleable to your whims? He asks with a laugh. I hope not, she says. Maxim, can you come over here for a moment? Damon calls Maxim over. Saying something to the guy with the long hair, Maxim disentangles himself from the group and heads our way. My wife and I would like to offer you our hospitality in Athens. That's very generous of you, thank you, Maxim says. Perhaps when this is all sorted out, we can join you for a holiday then. I think you misunderstand, Damon says. I mean, as soon as we finish discussing business and we return to the mainland, we would like you to come with us. We can offer you good protection. We don't have quite as many men as there are here, but we have a lot. What we also have is our name. Or rather, I should say, Maya's father's name. No one wants to go up against her father, Stamatis Kantos. No one. If he gives you his protection, you'll be safe. Maxim shoots me a quick glance and then looks back at the man. It might be bringing trouble to your doorstep, he says. It's not only her cousin, but the man she was going to marry as well. He has a whole kingdom of wealth. He's already married someone else, Maya says. What? I gasp. Yes, literally days later he got married. Some poor 19-year-old girl. I think it means that you're not in the prince's line of interest any longer. There is only your cousin to consider now. This is the best news I've heard all day. My cousin is one crazy guy. He also has huge anger issues. However, he's not suicidal. From simply looking at this operation, I can see it's bigger than anything he could put together. If Maya and Damon have anything half the size of this, then he'd be risking everything. And for what? The marriage has already fallen through, and the prince has found someone else. So my cousin would have to start from scratch anyway. I don't think it's going to be worth it for him. Come back with us. We would love to show you the sights, wouldn't we? Maya looks at her husband and flutters those long lashes again. We would indeed. The Acropolis and the Historic Center of Athens. Make a holiday of it while you sort things out with Tommaso, Damon says to Maxim. He nods and thanks them both, but there's something lurking underneath the surface of his thanks, and I don't know what. Okay, why don't I show you around and tell you who everyone is? Maya takes my arm again, leading me away from the men. 20 minutes later, and I know the big man with the long hair is called Priest, and he's with the pretty dark-haired girl called Rose. Casey is the girl with the golden hair, and she's with Constantine. And Violet is the ash blonde, and she's with Andreas. The dark-haired girl is called Zoe, and she's with cold-looking man Vasily. There are other people who come and go and live on the compound, but they aren't all here right now. Later this evening, Maya's father Stamatis will be joining us, along with another man named Alesso. The rest of the day passes in a blur as I drink too much champagne and eat great food. There's a lovely, warm vibe amongst these people, and they really are like a family. Maxim reunites with his brothers, and it is pleasant enough on the surface. But so far, I don't think they've had a chance to clear the air and talk alone, so things are strained. Around 9 in the evening, when exhaustion is clawing at my soul, we are all sitting around the big living room sipping at wine and chatting, when 3 people enter the room, and the air changes. There's a man who is so handsome he looks as if he dropped off the front of a men's magazine. Then an older, distinguished-looking man who has his arm around a striking red-haired woman, who appears to be in her late 30s or early 40s. The man has a gravitas to him that makes you sit up and take notice. He almost sucks the energy in the room into himself, like a black hole. Konstantin Slovanov has a similar energy, but his is louder and more in your face, and almost cackles around him. This man's energy is like a cloak of quiet, regal importance, and one you ignore at your peril. Stamatis? Andreas stands and goes to greet the new arrivals. Rhea, he says as he kisses the redhead's cheek. Alesso, Malaka. I don't know what Malaka means, but Alesso, the handsome one, returns the greeting and punches Andreas on the shoulder. Then the room erupts in noisy greetings. Maya runs to the older man and throws her arms around him, kissing his cheeks, and then she gives the same treatment to Rhea. She throws a wide grin Alesso's way as she begins offering everyone drinks. Who just arrived? I ask Maxim. That, he says, pointing at the older man discreetly, is Tomatis Cantos. He's a veritable cartel boss, so powerful he controls many of the shipping lanes around Greece. Wow, I say. Yep, wow. And we are about to be his guests. That's good, right? I say. We will be safe, and it was offered to us rather than the begrudging invite Constantine extended. I don't know if it is good. I don't know him. Well, we know Maya, and she seems lovely. I feel more at home with her than I would here. You don't know her, Aurora. You only just met her, and you really shouldn't have said anything. What? We will talk later, he says, shutting down the conversation. I glance opposite me to see his brother, Nikolai, watching me with those wolf eyes and a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Bastard. When it gets to 11, Violet and Cassie are yawning. Priest and Rose have already left, and Zoe and Vasily make their excuses. Time for bed, Cassie says. Cassie, can you show Aurora to the room she and Maxim are in, please? Constantine asks. I open my mouth to protest, but Maxim simply says, Don't. What the hell? I am fuming, so angry I don't know how to react. My face starts to burn. I told them not to discuss this without me as if I don't exist, and now they're doing just that. Okay. I lean in and whisper the words to Maxim. But if you arrange to go off and hunt down my cousin alone on some macho bullshit quest, then you and I are done. I mean it. I'll leave here and take my chances. He doesn't reply. He barely even acknowledges that I've spoken. Walking out of the room, I pause when Maya squeezes my hand. I've got your back, babe, she whispers. All the women leave except Maya, and as we climb the stairs, I hear cigars being offered around and drinks being poured. Same old, same old. I might as well be back home.
Chapter 16. Maxim. Well, this is quite the fucking mess you've made, isn't it? Those are the first words Nikolai says to me, the moment him, Sasha, and me are alone. The men are passing around cigars and pouring drinks, and we excused ourselves for a moment to have a talk on the seating area outside the glass doors. It's almost like a ground floor balcony with a fence around it and some chairs dotted around, and an opening on the far left side leading to the wider patio. Aurora has gone to bed, and if her face is anything to go by, she won't be giving me any loving tonight when I join her. In fact, I'll be lucky if I'm not sleeping on the floor. I didn't do anything you two wouldn't have done, I point out correctly. And Damon has offered us a place on his land in Athens. And, Nikolai snaps, you're just gonna hide there forever? No, fucker, I grind out. I'm gonna stay for a week or two until Aurora feels comfortable, and then I'm going to find Rossi and end him. Since when? Sasha's brows shoot up. I thought the plan was to get this Bianchi dude to negotiate for you so Aurora could have a clean start. Then you and her were going to go back to the home country and raise sheep or something in between smuggling weapons. Raise sheep? Nick scoffs. Yeah, he likes that shit, Sasha says. I blow out a breath and count to 10. Listen to me, shitheads. Firstly, I might be the youngest, but I could take you both on and give you a beating you won't forget, so a bit more damn respect wouldn't go amiss. I don't miss the way Nick's eyes flick over my frame. Yeah, take a good look, because I've packed on about 15 pounds of muscle since you last saw me, asshole. Secondly, we are family, brothers. I need you to have my back. I can't let him live. Fuck my life. You want to kill him? Nick is incredulous. It will start a war. Firstly, with who? He's it so far as I can tell for that family. Secondly, not if no one knows it's me. You're not an assassin, Nick says. She has marks all over her body, I state. All over. I've mapped them all out. I know every single one by heart. He started torturing her when she was a girl and never stopped. He beat her, bullied her, and taunted her. He did other shit, too. I know this is not my story to tell, but Aurora shocked me when she casually told me one night how he forced her to pose in her underwear when she was only 12 years old, then sold the pictures to his friends. He also used to make her kiss some of the boys he brought home, and that's if nothing else went on. She might not have told me everything. Knowing my brothers won't repeat this, I tell them. Sasha's jaw tenses as he listens. She fell once, running away from him, and got gravel in her knee. He didn't help her clean it. Instead, he rubbed dirt in until it got infected. He cut her with a knife, and then he held her down while he glued it back together. And he didn't use medical glue. That woman's body is a map of horrific abuse. Truthfully, I don't think she understands how bad it was. I think she's normalized a lot of it. He's fucking sick, and I can't let him live. I get it, Sasha says simply. Then he looks at Nikolai. Come on, Nick. You'd do the same if it were Sienna. Nick pinches the bridge of his nose, but he nods. I repeat what I said earlier, though. You're a great fighter out on the street. You're a brawler. Yet you say you want to do this quiet, with no trace back to you, and I say again, how? You're not an assassin. No, he's not. But I am. I almost jump out of my skin as I whip round to the far corner where the low voice came from. Sitting in the dark, on the rocking chair, sipping at his drink, is Andreas. This was a private conversation, Sasha says, somewhat idiotically. In my house, on my land, you don't think I have ears everywhere? Andreas unfurls himself from the chair. Quite the litany of abuse you've listed there. I nod glumly. And that's just what she told me. Who knows what else happened? A lot more, I'd imagine. He sips again at the drink and swirls the glass, ice cubes clinking. They were silent before. This man knows how to stay hidden. I laugh softly. So, do you have any tips for me? Tips? No. Disappointment burns in me. I thought maybe he'd be about to tell me some tricks of the trade, ways I could get to Rossi without being discovered. You can't teach what I know. It would take me a very long time. However, I don't like the sound of this man. I don't like that he's out there in the world. While I cannot teach you, I can come with you. What? I stare at him, uncomprehending. Listen, we can't move on the amount, Nick says, obviously referring to some business they've been discussing previously. Andreas doesn't even glance at him, which takes massive balls because Nick has a very commanding presence. This offer has nothing to do with the business we may or may not do together. Andreas sips again at his drink, cool eyes focused on me. This is an offer for help. It's for her, not you. Do you want my help? Yes, I say immediately. Yes, I would appreciate your help. Okay then. We find out where this man is, then we kill him. How? First, let's find out where he goes, what his routines are, and his weak points. Then we can make a plan. There is no way it won't lead back to you, Nick says. Then you'll be in the crosshairs of the Rossi family. What family? Maya steps out onto the ground floor balcony. Fuck my life. Is there no privacy here? Nick groans. Not from me. I'm a nosy bitch. I've been listening at the glass doors like a sneak, Maya says openly. I repeat, what family? She shrugs. The aunts and nanas? Tommaso Rossi is the family. He goes, and it probably all falls apart. A few thugs will be left. Some of them will take over the territory, and someone will eventually run things. How do you know so much? I ask her. Like I say, I'm a nosy bitch. Bullshit. It's more than that. She sighs and purses her lips. Crap, I am going to get into trouble. Okay, I asked Beauty, who asked her Beast, who did a deep dive. You did what? Damon's deep voice booms out onto the balcony. Who the fuck are Beauty and the Beast? I am so lost. I asked Amelia, who asked Gio, who asked Marcello. Oh, wow. She's talking about Bianchi, the Italian king of finance, and his brother, who are as murky as shit, but not openly Mafia. The very man I first thought of approaching to try to smooth things over with Aurora's cousin before I decided the man had to die. Maya, you have to stop poking your nose in. Damon looks fit to explode. I didn't poke my nose in. Amelia is my friend. I told her about Aurora and Maxim here. I said Aurora's cousin had been going to marry her off like some brood mare, which frankly, gentlemen, is offensive. And she agreed about how offensive that is. We chatted, and then she went and talked to Gio. He was also offended by this, so he spoke to his brother, and you all know he can find anything about anyone in Italy. She turns to me. He has a lot of law enforcement ties. I nod at her, dumbfounded. Nick stares at her in awe, and I swear if he wasn't in love with Sienna the way he is, I'd think he'd be about to lose his heart. Anyway, she says airily, Marcello looked into this Tommaso character, and he's not as scary as you're all making him out. He's the last male of the family, really. If he's... She draws a hand across her throat and makes a gurgling sound. Then there's no one left to take his place. Obviously, he has men who work for him. There are some old great-uncles who might take over, but they're no godfather figures. Thing is, if you went after him openly, yes, you'd have to fight his men too, but if you do it Andreas's way, then no one will know. She finishes her drink. Right, gentlemen. I need my beauty sleep, so if you'll all excuse me. She leans into Damon and whispers in his ear. It's loud enough for me to understand what she's saying. Don't be too long. I know I'm in so much trouble, and I can't wait for my punishment. She saunters into the living room and starts to say her goodnights. Fuck me. This is working out better than I could have hoped. Much better. Now that we've sorted that issue out, how about we discuss business? Andreas says. Christ, Nick says, shaking his head. You guys are fucking crazy. Certifiable, Andreas says. We get shit done, though. So, business? We nod and follow him back into the room. I soon learn that Stamatis Kantos drives a hard but fair deal. Konstantin Silvanov is like an immovable force, and Damon is the peacemaker. I don't understand what it is you think we need from you, Konstantin says in response to Sasha trying to open negotiations with him. I thought we were done business-wise. You scratched my back and I scratched yours. Now you have Stamatis here in the room and he's who you need to deal with now. There is something we can give you, Nick says. Weapons. You can't keep arming your training center fully legally. There's no way you can get enough arms and ammo that way. You have recruits who need to be trained, and we can get you plenty of weapons to do so. Nick fixes Konstantin with his whiskey gaze and doesn't blink. The world is in major flux, Sasha says. Shit going down everywhere. We control the flow of weapons in Slovakia, which means we basically control the flow of weapons across Europe. We have our hands on the tap of the biggest cache in Europe. He's not wrong. Nowhere else has as many weapons as Slovakia. So, you give us weapons, and what do you want in return? Men, Nick says quickly. Trained men. No. Andreas's voice is low but firm. We only provide men for personal protection, not for other enterprises. That's what we want, Nick answers. Protection for our women. We have our own, of course, but we want them to have personal guards at all times, and for those guards to be the best and most highly trained. Andreas nods. On every other front, I believe we are even, Nick says. Konstantin and Andreas glance at one another and do this strange thing where they seem to have a whole conversation without speaking. Okay, You give us weapons purely for training, and we'll provide you with men as personal protection, Andreas says. Is this where I come in? Stamatis Cantos speaks, and his voice is quiet, but it rings out in the room with earned gravitas. I understand you want to talk to me about shipping. Nick nods, and then he does his thing. The thing I could never do, which he does so beautifully. He lays it all out for Stamatis, how they control the movement of arms in the nation with the richest cachet of said inventory. Stamatis controls the movement of everything on the water. Two groups of people who move weapons, but in very different ways. One is a cartel boss who mostly treads on the legal side of the arms business, at least on paper. The other is a group of brothers who have fought their way to control the entire illegal movement of arms in a nation. We need shipping routes that are safe in order to expand, and I hear you need fresh supply in order to do the same, Nick says. We can keep on as we are, of course, or we can work something mutually beneficial out. We have more inventory than we can move, Sasha adds. You have ships with space on them. They sit back then and shut up. Stamatis leans back in his seat and sips at his drink. I don't want your weapons, he says. Nick's face darkens, but he holds his tongue. I don't want to be tarnished with the outright illegality of what you do, Stamatis carries on. Which means no room on my ships, I'm afraid. However, if you can get your own ships, I will ensure your route. You will have safe passage. Why would you do that if you don't want a share of the weapons? I ask. Damon laughs. For a cut of the profits. We don't share our profits, Sasha says. You do if you want access to my waters, Stamatis answers easily. You will gain easy entry to entirely new markets. You can expand at such a fast rate, you won't even notice the 30% coming our way. Nick chokes on the drink he's sipping. 30%? Stamatis nods and smiles as he crosses one leg over his opposite thigh, Hermé loafers shining in the dim lamplight of the room. Fuck you. No way. Make an offer then, Damon adds easily. 10%, Nick says immediately. I don't get out of bed for 10%, Damon replies with a wink. Damon, Stamatis says, but he's smiling a little now. He's enjoying this as much as he might pretend not to. 15, Sasha says. 20 or we leave now, Stamatis counters. Bearing in mind, you can move your inventory to Africa now without any issue. My brothers look at one another and then at me. If we can move the weapons hassle-free, we can triple or quadruple our turnover. It's a no-brainer to give these guys a 20% cut for that. I have the weapons. It's moving them easily, which is the issue. I give them a nod. Okay, 20% it is. Nick holds his hand out. Stamatis shakes it, and the next minute, Sylvanov is handing out big fat cigars, and everyone takes one. I excuse myself, though. I have an angry woman waiting for me upstairs.
Chapter 17. Aurora. The bedroom door closes quietly behind Maxim. He takes his clothes off in the dark, the rustle of them hitting the floor loud to ears used to the silence of this room, interrupted only by the distant chirping of cicadas in the night. We need to shop tomorrow. Maxim climbs onto the bed, making the mattress dip. We have nothing with us. I suppose you brought the envelope, I mutter. We'll be using that? No, of course not. I'll use my bank card now that we're here. You are safe here, Aurora. No, I am not. Not if you insist on this plan of going for revenge without taking me. If you leave me here alone and something happens to you, what then? I'll spend the rest of my life a prisoner here amongst people who don't know me. An orange glow makes me blink rapidly as the light hits my eyes, making them sore. Maxim has turned the bedside lamp on. Don't hate me, he says softly, turning my face to his. Then he plays his ace because he kisses me like he's been in the desert for a month, and I'm an oasis. My body shivers as his lips claim mine. His big arm pulls me into him. and I try to resist, stiffening for a moment, until his sinful mouth finds my throat and kisses there. My entire body shivers in response to his warmth, his scent. Traitorous receptors thrill at his touch, and tense muscles go languid. This man can have me going from 0 to 60 in a minute, no matter how angry I am with him. I hate him for thinking he can leave me behind like a nobody. I crave him no matter what. I love him, deep down where it hurts to admit right in this moment. He doesn't understand, but right now I want this more than I want to relish my justified anger. That can come later. My arms snake around his neck, and our lips once more connect as our tongues gently duel for dominance. He tastes of brandy and power. His arms feel like security and my prison at once. He's ruined me, turned me into an addict for him. No matter what, I can't deny him this because I want it as much as he does, maybe more. I yearn for him all the time. When I catch a glimpse of him, my stomach flips. His aftershave is enough to have me wet. His voice has my nipples pebbling. He's like a sickness which has infected me with a fever of need. "You're so delicious," he says as his mouth leaves mine, and he trails lazy kisses and licks down my neck and between my breasts. "I could eat you up." He sucks one nipple into his mouth and gently bites. I shiver and offer him more, arching my back. When he's worked my breasts so much I'm whimpering under my breath, he slowly kisses his way down, down, down to where I need him most. Before he kisses me there, he blows a hot breath across my mound, and then parts me with his thumbs, opening me like a flower for him. His tongue circles around my needy bud, not quite touching where I ache the most. After a few minutes of it, I feel as if I'm going to lose my mind. "Maxim," I moan, "stop teasing me." "I like it," he growls. "You must be made of stronger stuff than me," I complain. "Or maybe you don't want me as much." He stills, then raises his dark gaze to mine. "You think I don't want you? Are you fucking crazy? I can't stop thinking about you. Your taste, your smell, your laugh, the feel of your hair, your skin. I take my time because even though it is torture, at least I'm touching you, feeling you. The times when I'm not, it's as if part of me is missing." Oh, okay. That's kind of poetic. I swallow hard and my fingers tangle in his hair. "Come here and kiss me," I whisper. He does as I ask, sliding smoothly up my body until our mouths meet. His cock is right where I need it, and I hitch my hips and take him into me. He and I become one, and for a time all is right with the world. The moan escapes me, forcing its way past the barrier of our joined mouths, and he responds with a deep groan of his own. It reverberates through me, and I clutch him closer to me as we begin to move in sync. Like this, we are a symphony. Two sonatas who, when together, create the perfect rhythm, timing, and form. There's a beauty in it, both in it this way, slow and luscious, and in the wilder way we come together, violent almost and desperate. Maxim surprises me when he groans deeply and loses his control as he starts to come. The act of him losing it over this, over us, has me tipping over the edge too, and I cry out as I come hard against him, getting as close as I can while I ride it out. The melancholy I was feeling before crashes in on me again, even as Maxim pulls me into his arms and hugs me close, my back to his front. His arm is under me, my cheek resting on it. The tears come despite me not wanting them. One drops on Maxim's arm, and he gently tips my face toward him. "Don't cry," he says. "Don't treat me like a nobody, then," I answer. "Don't make decisions for me. When we were in the house, I felt as if it was us, you know? Like we were a unit. But down there, you made me feel as if it was you and those men, and then me and the women. I didn't like it." He sighs. "I get it, baby, and I don't want to make you feel like crap. I'll try to compromise always. But on one thing I cannot. your safety. You can't take him on in a war and win, Maxim. You don't have the men he does. These men here could. And please don't get all butthurt about your masculinity. I'm not talking about your strength or bravery here, but cold hard facts about resources. He laughs. I have an army of my own in Slovakia, Aurora. He's not as strong as you think. Maya had Bianchi do some digging, and a lot of your cousin's strength is seemingly illusory. Anyway, I'm not going alone. There's been a change of plan. What? Andreas is going to help me. We do it stealthily. Take him out. So you're going to go out there alone and find my cousin and kill him. Great plan. He always has security with him. It hits me then hard. I never told Maxim the secret I hold about Tommaso, because the time never seemed right. Holy hell, he doesn't always have security, does he? Not when he caters to his little kink. He doesn't always have security. I say softly. My voice trembles because sharing this information means Maxim will use it to avenge me and might get himself killed, but it also gives him knowledge that can give him a decisive edge. What? My cousin doesn't always have his security. He goes to this club once a week. He took me for training a couple of times, and we were alone. I thought it was odd. One day I told the woman training me that I had a bad stomach and needed the toilet. It was a lie, and I explored. Or you might want to say I snuck around. It was some sort of sex club. I was being trained in how to be a good submissive for the prince. I nibble at my nail and try to squash down the butterflies of fear the memory is creating. After a bit of nosing around, I was heading back to the room we were in when I heard Tommaso's voice. He was shouting at some woman, and I thought he might be hurting someone. I headed in the direction of the shouting. I found Tommaso on a wooden thing. It looked like a cross of sorts. There was a woman in front of him being beaten by a man. He was using a whip on her. Tommaso was being hit by a woman, and he was shouting awful things at her. Vile things that were sexist and hate-filled, and each time he shouted, she hit him harder with this paddle she was holding. What the fuck? I thought he was a sadistic fucker. Why was he being beaten? I think he's both. He was watching the woman being beaten, and she was crying. I don't think she was enjoying it at all. His eyes were alight at the scene in front of him, and he was very aroused. Naked. I didn't need to see him naked ever, but I was so shocked I stood there staring. I shudder. If he'd looked up and seen me, I have no doubt I'd be dead. He has no idea that I know this about him. But he took me there twice, and the second time I snuck out again and scanned the guest book. He signed in under a false name, but I recognized his handwriting. He went every week, signed in by the name of Roberto. Maxim holds me tighter. Do you know the name of the club? I nod. Pleasure Gardens. This is really useful, Aurora. Tomorrow we will tell my brothers, okay? I sigh. I don't know if we can trust them. I don't like his brother Nikolai. I don't say as much, but my instincts are that he's cold and calculating, and I think he'd sell Maxim and me for sure right down the river if it suited him. We can. The thing about your cousin, Aurora, is his power is big because no one stands up to him. Does that make sense? He doesn't have a huge army around him. He doesn't need it. Everyone in your province does as Tommaso Rossi demands, precisely because he is Tommaso Rossi. My brothers met with him initially because he's a big, powerful crime boss, on paper, and they didn't want hassle. That's a very different thing from them letting him terrorize the woman I love. From what I'm learning, though, his power is in his name and your family's reputation mostly, not borne out by him having a huge army of men. He has enough, I say, and he doesn't need it because, as you say, everyone from miles and miles around where our family is based does what he says. Yeah, like a king of old, but if a king doesn't keep his army well-fed and well-numbered, he becomes vulnerable. Your cousin has made a fatal mistake of believing his name and family reputation alone are enough, and always will be enough. Maxim pauses for a beat. You know, perhaps he does know that his influence will wane, and that is why he was so happy to sell you off. Didn't you say your father lost the family a lot of money? I nod, ashamed of what my father did. Maybe there's not the cash there used to be. Perhaps he can't hire as many people as he'd have done in the past, and things are more shaky in the dynasty than we realize. It makes sense. Even 10 years ago, his father had many more men around him all the time than Tommaso does. It would also explain his utter disdain and hatred for me. This information you gave me tonight will be very useful. Try to sleep, Aurora. Tomorrow we will talk with my brothers. We? We, he says as he kisses the top of my head. I close my eyes and try to sleep. Nikolai still scares me, but not quite so much. This morning, as I was sipping my orange juice by the pool at Andreas and Violet's house, he came outside with Sienna. I don't think they knew I was there, and the way he was with her was so different to how he is with other people that I saw a softer side of the man. I also realized he does have a heart. He simply covers it up better than most. Now I'm sitting in a room with him, Sasha, Maxim, Andreas, Damon, and, thank God, Maya. Is your partner not coming? Nikolai asks Andreas, referring to Constantine, I presume. I told him I was helping you last night, and he's fine with it. He has no need to be here, and frankly, we have a lot going on right now, so his time is better spent organizing the new recruits. Andreas sips at his coffee before placing the cup on the sideboard next to him with precision. Shall we get down to it? Maxim asks. Andreas nods. Last night, Andreas offered to help me take out Tommaso Rossi. Maxim lets that hang in the air, but few seem shocked. You're such a heroic bastard, Maya says and gets up to hug him. Thank you, she says. Wait, did she ask him to do this? I'm determined to find out later. Get back here before I have to kill him. Damon growls, but his smile tells me he is joking. I think. Maya retakes her seat next to Damon, and he brushes his finger down the back of her hand. Aurora has some information which may help us, Maxim says. Nervously, my voice shaking, I repeat what I told Maxim the previous evening, without quite so much detail. Is this when you were in Italy or while you were in London? Sasha asks, leaning forward. London, I say. Didn't Rossi say he was staying there for a few months, at least for business? Nick adds. Yes, he did, Sasha says. When? Maxim demands. When you were stealing women off my fucking property. Nikolai snarls. Maxim shoots him the finger, and I lick my lips nervously. I really don't want to fight between them because of me. The point is, I know a dominatrix in London very well, and she could be a big help, Sasha says. Christ, not trying to air the family's dirty, kinky linen in public, Sash, Nick says. Fuck you, she's a friend, but she could help us out here. She knows people on that scene very well. Andreas leans forward and steeples his hands together. His gray eyes are focused on Sasha like laser beams. Call her. If she's willing to help, let us see if we can get her in that club. Bound, gagged, beaten by women. Andreas grins, and it truly transforms his face. We get him then. No one in the family is going to be avenging his death. It will be seen as totally shameful. I don't think we should kink-shame people, Maya says. I'm not kink-shaming anyone, Andreas points out. I'm simply stating that the Italian mob, much like the Bratva and other such organizations, are hardly bastions of equal rights and forward thinking. A mob boss found dead in such a compromising position, that's going to be hushed up and brushed over. Even if there are people under Rossi who would try to avenge a hit on him, they won't if he's killed while he's tied up and beaten. Instead, I expect there will be a battle to fill the void he's left, and the territory will fracture and splinter. Will that mean my aunts and Nana will be in danger? I ask. You mean the bitches who hung you out to dry? Maxim growls. Who fucking cares? I do, I say firmly. No, they won't be in danger, Nikolai says. There are rules about these things. No wives and mothers. They will be fine. Perhaps a little poorer when all the dust settles, but fine. I nod, a queasy worry settling deep in my stomach. Now it seems like things are really in motion. Are we truly about to end my cousin's life? It's huge. I should be happy due to the way he's treated me, but I'm not. I'm saddened it has come to this, and scared. Do you think we could scare him off? I ask. Take photographs of him and threaten to expose him? No. Andreas shakes his head. It will only make him more dangerous. I did some digging last night. He's a sick fucker. He has killed women, or so the rumors go. I suck in a sharp inhale of breath. What? There are reports he's killed women from nearby villages. Nothing that can be pinned on him, but the villagers are convinced Rossi and his men took the women, raped them, and then killed them. Bile rises in me, burning as tears fill my eyes. Good God, I'm related to pure evil. I want to take a shower and scrub my skin until it bleeds. I scratch absent-mindedly at my arms as the rest of the conversation turns into a blur around me. The men make their plans, but all I can see are dead young women. My family did that. My blood. As soon as the meeting is over, I flee to the guest room. Maxim finds me in the shower 5 minutes later, scrubbing at my skin so hard it's turning bright red. Aurora. He grabs my hand with the sponge. Hey, Aurora, no. Stop it. What are you doing? You're gonna rub your skin raw. I can't wash it off. I'm crying. What? My tainted blood. My sick family. My fucking name? I spit the words out. Rossi, filthy, sick, disgusting family. I start scrubbing again. Maxim steps into the shower, seemingly not caring that water is beating down on him fully clothed. Stop. His voice is calm, authoritative. You did nothing wrong. His deep gaze burns into mine. Nothing. You want to lose your name? I nod and sob. Then marry me.
Chapter 18. Maxim.
You'll never catch me!
Maya squeals as she dodges Damon's outstretched arm, barrels past him, and dives straight into the pool. Her husband watches her for a long beat before executing a perfect dive into the pool and swimming after her. Cassie is sitting in the shade with her baby, and my brothers are soaking up the sun. Sienna is next to Nikolai, but she has an umbrella over her, providing shade. Leah, on the other hand, is wearing a skimpy bikini and slathered in what looks like tanning oil.
She is going to give herself early aging if she's not careful,
Aurora says to me quietly. My own woman is sensibly wearing Factor 30 sunscreen, despite the fact that only a few days here in the sun have turned her skin the most beautiful, rich olive shade. God, I love the heat of the sun burning away the war at the back of my mind. Things are being put in motion, and my brothers have provided the backup that I could have only dreamed of mere weeks ago. However, it means that things have taken on a life of their own. I'm no longer as in control of this whole situation as I would like. I glance toward the house. Inside are Violet and Andreas with their child, and I know that him being on board is for the best. The man is legendary. They say he's like a ghost, and he could be right beside you with a knife in your gut before you even knew anything was wrong. That's not how I operate. I'm a fighter, a brawler. You will see me coming. In this instance, it is much better if we attack by stealth. Sasha has been in contact with Miss May, and we have a meeting set up with her early next week back in London. Andreas will travel back with us, and we are no longer flying commercial but taking a private jet, which belongs to Giovanni Bianchi. The man I wanted to meet to beg for Aurora's safety only a few weeks ago is now providing a luxurious means for us all to travel. Of course, the private jet also means that Andreas can take whatever weapons he wishes with him. Whilst I haven't spoken to Bianchi myself, he has passed on a message via Maya that if Aurora ever returns to Italy, she will officially be under his protection. I should feel relieved. Instead, I'm anxious. There is so much up in the air right now, it makes my head spin. I thought I wanted out of our family operation, but my brother's loyalty and help has made me see the value in close family ties. If I walk away, I weaken those ties. It's a difficult choice because, on the one hand, being in the family business means Aurora is at risk purely by being with me. On the other hand, it provides a certain amount of safety because very few people dare to challenge us. It's just if someone was crazy enough to do so, they would probably target my family first. The thought makes my blood run cold. Now that I've experienced a world with Aurora in it, I can't imagine one without her. Yesterday, we went into town together and bought ourselves some clothes and toiletries, the good stuff this time. It was fun seeing Aurora trying on clothes and deciding what she did and didn't like. Her style is slowly making itself known, and she's a lot more bohemian than the classy but old-fashioned clothes her family dressed her in. She picked out a couple of long dresses, one of which is white with billowing sleeves. She tried it on for me when we got home, and I thought she looked like an angel in it. The white contrasted beautifully with her dark hair, eyes, and skin. Unlike the other women around the pool, Aurora is wearing a swimsuit rather than a bikini. When I asked her why she didn't wear a bikini, she told me that she doesn't like her stomach. I swear to God, even if it takes me a lifetime, I'm going to make this woman realize her own worth. How anyone so strikingly beautiful, who has spent her whole childhood and early adulthood being told she is a rare beauty, can be so insecure, I do not understand. Still, I suppose if your whole life has been about how you look, then that becomes so important you can only find fault. I glance over at where Cassie is sitting with the baby and watch as she kisses the top of her child's head, her eyes closing as she breathes in. I get a twinge deep in my chest. I want to see Aurora with my child. It's a certain knowledge beating deep inside of me. I wonder if either of my brothers will have children. For some reason, I can't imagine Sasha ever doing so. Nikolai, however, despite his hard-faced act, I can see with a brood of children when I imagine his future. I only hope they take a lot more of his wife's sunny disposition than his grumpy temper. Sienna stretches and stands before heading into the cool darkness of the house. To my surprise, Aurora stands too and follows her. I don't think much of it. She's probably going to get a drink or something. Anyway, I want her to start to get on with the other two women, as she's probably going to be seeing a lot more of them in the future. Earlier this morning, while Aurora still slept, I headed into town and purchased something that is sitting in the bottom of my bag in the bedroom right now. When I proposed to her in the shower, she didn't answer me. I think she was so shocked and in a state of distress that she didn't think clearly. I'll be asking her again properly today. Movement out of the corner of my eye has me turning to see Nikolai get up and follow the women into the house. And for some reason, my instincts tell me to go too. Walking quickly because I'm not wearing shoes and the tiles are hot, I head into the house. "What the actual fuck?" Nikolai says to Sienna. "Leave it," she replies angrily. "We'll discuss it later." "No, we won't. We will discuss this right now. You helped her escape? Do you know the shit it could have brought down on our heads? That it did bring down on our heads? Christ, Sienna, what were you thinking?" "I'm so sorry. I never meant to get you into trouble." Aurora is distressed. Her eyes have filled with tears, and she's nibbling at her nail, which is a sure sign she's incredibly anxious. "I only wanted to thank you for your help. Nikolai, you can't be angry with her. I'd have done the same thing." "With all due respect, Aurora, this is between myself and my wife, so please leave." "Don't talk to her like that," I say. Nikolai whips around and fixes me with a livid stare. "Seriously, the both of you fuck off and leave me to speak to my wife." "What the hell is going on?" I ask, frustrated at only having heard half the conversation. "I helped Aurora," Sienna says. Nothing she could have said would have surprised me more. Helped her how? She blows out a breath of frustration and rolls her eyes. "Oh, for God's sake, let's not make a big deal of this. I could tell that she was terrified. It was awful having to sit with her in that conservatory while she was so scared and upset.
I saw Maxim, okay? I saw you. I knew what was going on. Anyone who'd been with you two the moment you met could sense the electricity between you. You could power half the English grid with it. When I saw you outside, I just knew you'd come for her. I wanted to help. Aurora mentioned taking a stroll in the garden, and I had to make a choice. Call Logan back into the room or let Aurora go. I let her go. She puts her hands on her hips, angles her head to one side, and juts her chin as she stares at her husband. And I'd do it again, Nikolai. Now, if you will excuse me, I'm going to take a shower. I'm hot. She walks out of the kitchen as she passes by Aurora and squeezes her arm and gives her a gentle smile. God damn it. Nikolai shakes his head, shoots me a filthy look, and stalks after his wife. I feel terrible, Aurora cries as soon as the room is empty. I've caused a huge problem between them now. I'll never forgive myself if they split up because of me. I burst out laughing. I can't stop myself. Sometimes she's so dramatic. They're not going to split up, baby. It's a row, that's all. Just a normal row between a husband and wife. God, have you seen the way my brother looks at her? He's not leaving her any time. She'll have him calmed down in 5 minutes, mark my words. I still feel awful. All I wanted to do was thank her, and now I've got her into trouble. I go to her and pull her into my arms, kissing the top of her silky head. I breathe in the scent of coconut shampoo, and my heart swells. Her skin is warm under my fingertips, and I tip her chin up and take those full lips in a soft, quick kiss. Families fight, baby. It's normal, and it's healthy. I don't think you had that growing up. My family is a nightmare, always arguing. It's our way. I laugh. I swear to God, when you meet my mother, you'll leave me. She can be a real handful. I've learned something this week, though. Deep down, despite all the crap we throw at one another, we have each other's back. Nikolai will not split from the woman he loves because of this. She's his family now. Do you understand? She nods and bites her lip. I think so. He would die for that woman. My tone is serious because what I'm saying is the truth. Same way that I would for you. Her eyes widen. Don't say that. Especially not when you're planning to do something as dangerous as trying to assassinate my cousin. It scares me. I don't want you to die. I'm not planning on it either, baby. All I'm saying is that if I had to, I would. If it keeps you safe. Nikolai feels the exact same way about his woman. All these men here do. He's not going to leave her because she's done something he's pissed off about. At worst, right now, they are having an argument, and at best, they will already be making up. So please, put it out of your mind. We only have a few days left here in the sun, and I want you to enjoy them. At some point, we need to decide what to do next. She rests her head on my chest and wraps slender arms around me, holding me tight. I suppose once you've done the deed, then I'm free to do whatever I want. Her words are like a bucket of ice water drenching my warm skin. My heart stutters and then sets into a new, faster rhythm. She's talking as if once I've handled her cousin, she'll be leaving me. Yes, I suppose you will. What is it that you imagine yourself doing? I have no idea. My heart does another tumble. Christ, I'm going to need medication. What do you see us doing? She asks into my chest. And with that one line, everything is right in my world again. She's not talking about leaving. She's simply wondering where we go from here. Us. We. As in the two of us. Baby, I don't know. We need to talk about that and make it a joint decision. So long as we're together, that's all that matters. I run the operation on the ground back home, but I've got it to the point where it works smoothly for long periods without me. It is why our mother felt confident enough to demand that I come to London to learn more of the business side of things. She's worried always that I'm being pushed out by my brothers. I don't think she understands that I just don't care about that side of things, really. The thing is, though, there are people on the ground I know I could trust to run things if I decide to leave. It's a big decision. It would hurt my mother immensely, and my brothers, too. It's not where my heart is, though. Where is your heart? Aurora's voice is muffled because she's still resting her cheek against my chest.
Truthfully, living somewhere off the grid, growing my own food, raising animals, a really simple life. That's my dream life too. She pulls away from me a little and steps back so that she can look up at me. You know, you do the deed with my cousin, and my aunts are going to be really vulnerable, as is my nana. People might come and try to take the house from them. I know you think I shouldn't care what happens to them, but I do. They are as much a prisoner of our family's antiquated belief system as I was. Thing about our house, though, in Italy is that it's on acres and acres of land that could be used to grow food. I was lying in bed last night, unable to sleep, and I had the strangest little daydream of you and me being back there. I'd always assumed it would never be a possibility for me to live there again, but with my cousin out of the way, then it might be. I think about what she's saying. It's a tempting idea, but once her cousin is dead, there will be a power vacuum, and there will be some very nasty people rushing to fill it. It's true that her female relatives should be safe, because there is a code even amongst thieves and murderers. However, if I went to live in her house, I would definitely become a target. Ah, Christ, it's hot! Priest sighs as he enters the kitchen. It amazes me how everyone walks around in and out of each other's houses in this place. It's like one huge extended family. It's the way I imagine people would have lived a long time ago. It's probably much more akin to our natural way of living than the small nuclear units most of us live amongst these days. What are you guys up to? Priest asks. He's a big man with a craggy face, but he seems laid back and genuinely friendly. Daydreaming about where we might live when we've sorted everything out. I don't go into details, but I assume this guy knows pretty much what is going on. He seems to be an integral part of the operation here. I don't really want to go back to doing what I was before. I suppose my dream has always been to have a small holding and maybe a restaurant attached. I laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. I'm an arms dealer. What the hell makes me think I can run a restaurant? He opens the fridge and takes out a beer, unscrews the cap, and takes a long sip before turning his attention back to us. There's a place for sale down the road here, he says. What? A restaurant? Aurora asks. There's a house, more of a farm really, with about 7 or 8 acres of land. The land stretches down to the beach, and on the beach there's a small cafe and a beach bar. It could easily be changed into a restaurant, though. It could become whatever anybody wanted it to be, really. The owner passed away a few months ago, and no one's bought it so far. You could easily grow most of the food that you served in the restaurant on that land. The wild greens grow there naturally. The Greeks call it horta, and they say it's incredibly good for you. There are some olive trees on the land, too, and you could get some chickens for their eggs. Be a perfect place to do something like that. He leans back against the counter and crosses one ankle in front of the other as he eyes me speculatively. Sometimes we need to change our life. It's the only way. I did, and I'm much happier now. What did you do before you worked with these guys, then? I ask. I don't really work with these guys as such, not unless they really need me. I work with my wife, and we run a charity for abused women. It's still in the process of being set up, but the plan is to have a mix of activities, including survival skills, some self-defense training, and then a week of sailing. We both love sailing. Rose was studying to be a psychologist, and I was working as a gun for hire, and now we're doing something positive. It's a passion we both have, and we're going to use it to change our own lives, but also the lives of the women we take on the course, we hope, at least. His words give me a lot of food for thought. I look out to the pool and beyond it, the hills that are so green for somewhere so hot. This island is stunningly beautiful. It has a magic that lures you in, and even though we've only been here days, I feel as if I've somehow known this place forever. Life here seems happier and easier than most of the places I've ever been. Looking at the hills in the distance with the olive trees scattered amongst them, I wonder if it's something we really could do. Of course, an added bonus is you're just down the road from us. You need a hand or a friend, could always call me. Priest takes another swig of his beer and walks by me, patting me on the back as he heads out to the pool. I don't even know the man, and he's just offered to help if I ever need it. I look across at Aurora and realize something. There is somewhere that we'd be safe, both of us, and also any children we might have. That place is here. Aurora is looking right back at me.
I think we should go look at it,
she whispers as if she's sharing a secret. Okay, baby. 2 hours later, and we are on the most beautiful beach. To my right is nothing but golden sand. To my left is the headland, and nestled into the bay is a small dwelling, which has been operating as a beach bar serving snacks and lunch. The kitchen would need gutting if this place was to become a restaurant, but as I wander around, I realize that it's actually quite nice as it is. The place opens at 11 a.m. and it closes at 7 or so in the evening. It means the mornings and the evenings are free for family time. We could run it as a bar, but instead of serving snacks like fries and burgers, we could serve good, local food. No need to run a full evening menu. This place could be somewhere people come to drink good beer, sit, talk, snack on olives, feta, salads, and good local meats while they enjoy the sun or watch the evening set in. My heart is singing in the same way it did when I saw Aurora. This place calls to me on a soul-deep level. What do you think? Aurora's eyes are shining.
I absolutely love it, she says. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. And the main house is absolutely fantastic. It will need a lot of work, but it's something we could do together. It's a huge decision, though. I suppose we really ought to think about it. Then again, it might sell.
I take her hand in mine. Are you saying that if I do this, if I buy this place, that you're in with me?
Of course I'd be in with you. You're not getting rid of me that easily.
She pushes at my chest with a laugh.
The idea of going back to Italy was nice, but I understand that it wouldn't be safe. I also don't want you going back to Slovakia and running arms. You could go to prison, Maxim. It is a possibility. I could be left at home all on my own. I'd hate that. And you said so yourself that your heart isn't in it. I want you to have a chance to live a life you truly want. And if that means running a beach bar, so be it. We will manage financially. If money gets tight, I could get a job in one of the shops in Corfu town, or possibly work as a tour rep in the summer. There are all sorts of possibilities.
Baby, money isn't going to be a problem. I have enough money for us to live here for, well, at least the next 40 or 50 years. She blinks rapidly.
Seriously?
Seriously. Moving weapons pays a lot of money. I've not lived the same sort of life as my brothers. I haven't spent my money on fancy cars, big houses in London, and clubs in which to impress the glitterati of British society. I didn't earn as much as either of those two, but what I did earn I invested, and I saved. I don't have to work another day in my life if I don't want to. I'd get bored, though. Something like this will be perfect.
Is it crazy that I want to do it?
She shakes her head.
This is all happening so fast. I must be going absolutely insane. I can't stop picturing us here, though. It's as if the minute we saw the house, and especially here down on the beach, I felt like I'd come home. Does that sound completely crazy?
It doesn't sound crazy to me at all. I feel the same way, and I felt exactly the same way when I first saw her face. I slide my hand into my pocket and feel for the small square box. Then I capture Aurora's gaze as I sink down onto one knee. Keeping a hold of her hand, I look up at her and smile.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Aurora's face is a mix of astonishment, joy, and a tinge of fear. Aurora Rossi, please, will you marry me? I take the box out of my pocket with my free hand and flip the lid open with my thumb. Nestled inside the box on a velvet cushion is a simple 2-carat engagement ring. It's a round, brilliant cut diamond, and I hope she loves it. But if she doesn't, we can change it. She stares at the ring and then back at me, her eyes filling with tears. For an awful moment, I think the tears are because she's about to let me down. But then she gasps and laughs, and she's half laughing and half crying. More importantly, she's saying yes over and over again. I stand and pick her up, twirling her around before I put her down and kiss her so hard our lips will be bruised. Then, I take the ring out of the box and slip it on her finger. We can alter it if it doesn't fit and change it for something else if you don't like it. I love it, she says, holding her hand up to the light. She shakes her finger and frowns. It is a little big, though. That's okay. Take it off, and first thing tomorrow, we'll go and get it properly sized. I don't want to take it off. She giggles and admires it some before slipping it off her finger and handing it back to me. I love you, she says. I love you too, baby. Always. I kiss her again as the waves lap onto the shore.
Chapter 19. Aurora. Maxim spends the next few nights worshipping my body, but he's also back to mapping my marks and scars, the ones Tommaso gave me. I don't know why he does it, and I want to ask him, but I'm scared of the answer. Does he hate them? Find them oddly appealing in some sick way? After all, I did, didn't I? I relished those little imperfections that showed I wasn't beautiful after all. Not that I need the scars any longer. My stomach is so pudgy these days from all the food I'm eating, it easily ruins my supposed beauty. I stare at myself in the mirror and sigh. Wearing a bikini was a bad idea. The women here all have amazing figures. I'm curvier than most of them, and I don't like it. Leah is so toned, she could be a personal trainer. Maya is just drop-dead glamorous. She reminds me of a movie star from the silver screen. Violet is petite, and Cassie is all golden glowing health. Rose is petite and pretty, and very quiet and sweet. I feel big, tall, and too big-built. These days, it's as if I've eaten all the cakes and they've bloated me right up. I put my hand on my stomach and push it right out, staring at the bloat in the mirror and hating it. I can hear everyone out by the pool this morning, and the idea of lying there like a blimp makes me feel self-conscious. Big arms come around me from behind, making me jump. One day you'll look like that for real, because I will put a baby in you. Maxim kisses my neck, his fierce gaze meeting mine in the mirror. Stop obsessing about your damn stomach. You're the most beautiful woman here. Own it. I might have a pretty face, but my figure is going to the dogs. I haven't worked out in forever, and I'm eating far too much. I weighed myself today, and I've gained almost 7 pounds in the few weeks we've been together. I don't care if you gain 20. Stop hating on yourself. It's in order. I wish I had Leah's body. I say wistfully. She's so slender, but with big boobs. God, no. She's far too skinny. Maxim pulls a face and kisses my cheek. You're perfect. Stop it, Aurora. I suppose I'm not used to being around women who aren't in my family, except for school in England where I was bullied for being fat. No, he says sternly. You were bullied because you're so beautiful, and those girls were jealous bitches. You are not fat. Stop it. I swear to God you keep this up, and I will put you over my knee and turn that luscious ass red. My cheeks heat. I'm not sure that's the deterrent you think it is. I inform him with a grin. Girl, don't tempt me. I laugh, but then grow serious. Today we fly back to England. This week, plans will be put into place to kill my cousin. I'm not sure I can deal with it. No matter what he's done to me, the idea of his death being on my hands makes me queasy with guilt. I have to talk with my brothers about some business issues, Maxim says. His face is drawn. Are you going to tell them you're buying a beach bar? I can't imagine their reactions. I've thought long and hard. Mother wanted me in England, yes? I nod. For a while at least, and I made sure things would run smoothly back home in my absence. I won't walk away completely. I'll fly home once every 2 or 3 months and put the fear of God into people, and then I'll come back here. My heart drops. That sounds dangerous. It's not dangerous, and it's a short-term measure until Nick and Sasha get things properly in place. They've been discussing things, and Nick wants to spend more time in Slovakia. He wants to change things up a little on the ground, and I am happy with what he's proposed. It will be a handover period,
Once things are set up to flow more efficiently and Nick and Sasha have new lieutenants on the ground permanently, I'll step back. In the meantime, I will be here more than I am there. When I'm gone, though, I want you to stay here."
"What?" I shake my head. "No, I'll be safe in our house. You can put fencing up and get a dog."
"Non-negotiable,"
he says firmly. "You don't have to stay here with Andreas and Violet if you don't wish. They say there is always a cottage going free. You can stay in one of those. I simply need to know you're on this compound when I'm not here." His face softens as he watches me. "Baby, it won't be often and it won't be for long periods. Sooner than you can imagine, I'll be all yours. I can't walk away without helping my brothers restructure for the future." I sigh. There's no point arguing when he's so determined. The idea of being here if I have my own cottage doesn't sound so bad. I wish Maya stayed here. I loved the idea of spending time with her and Damon in Athens, which has fallen by the wayside now that Maxim and Andreas are going to deal with Tommaso once and for all. Perhaps I can persuade her to visit. I get on well with her. She's friendly with everyone, but she told me privately that she feels a bit out of the loop with Violet, Cassie, and Rose because they spend so much time together. The other girl, Zoe, isn't part of the group at all, it seems. She was here the night we arrived with her partner, Vasily, but I haven't seen her since then. They say there's another couple, Bodan and Dasha, but they are always traveling as she's a famous ballet dancer. Maya told me that if I ever got to meet Amelia, Gio Bianchi's wife, I will love her. Cassie and Violet are more than friendly toward me, but they are very close and share having young children as something in common. Although Rose doesn't have children, she talks with them a lot about the charities she's setting up and also babysits from what I can gather. I had asked Maya if she ever babysat, and she looked at me, shuddered, and said no, she did not. Her face made me laugh. I get it. Not everyone loves babies. I'm more likely to go gaga over a puppy personally than a baby. I never thought I'd want children, especially after losing my baby. It hurt so much it scared me to think about trying again. Maxim talking about it, however, has made me realize that with him, I do want a family and that one day I will be ready to try again. I'll come find you when I finish discussing business with my brothers in Stamatis Kantos. Don't hide away in this room, baby. He kisses me on the cheek and leaves me staring at myself. Who am I? Who is this woman who is about to start a new life in Greece, engaged to a man she only met weeks ago? Have I gone insane? Or is this me truly beginning to live life for myself? I suppose time will tell. A ring flashes on my finger as I brush a strand of my hair from my forehead. It's stunning. We got it resized in super quick time, and it fits perfectly now. The thought of getting married is surreal and exciting. I want Maxim with me always. He makes me feel safe, but more importantly, when it is just us, he sets me free. Free to run, hide, fight, and be chased down. Free to truly be myself. We fit perfectly.
Take this brief pause to let your mind settle. The journey ahead awaits with new emotions and new discoveries.
My body fits into his at night when we snuggle, as if it's a perfect piece of a jigsaw. We enjoy watching the same things. We both love food and cooking, and we want to live a simple life. We like dogs and want a veritable pack. He shares my vision of a small holding with animals, except donkeys. He says they are too noisy, but I think I can persuade him. We both have a dark, somewhat edgy sense of humor and laugh at inappropriate things sometimes. And we both like to play the same way, which is something I never thought I'd find. Pulling on a strappy sundress over my bikini, I slip my feet into some slides and head downstairs. The scent of coffee pulls me like a siren into the kitchen. I hesitate when I see there's only Andreas there, making a drink. He unnerves me. Turning to me, he smiles. "Hey there, want a coffee?" I nod and walk to stand near him as he uses the fancy machine. This man is a killer, an assassin. He worked as a hitman, for God's sake, for the Bratva. He's terrifying, and here he is doing something as mundane as making coffee. I can't get my head around it. "Do you dislike me, or do I scare you?" His question shocks me with its directness. "I don't dislike you at all. I am a little bit scared, though. Sorry." I don't know why I'm apologizing, but it seems rude to tell him he scares me. "Don't be sorry. I scare a lot of people." He laughs. "Normally, though, Kay is the one they react this way to." "Nah, you're the scary one. He's all swagger and you're quiet deadliness." His eyes narrow slightly. A good judge of character, I see. Kay is kind of deadly too, though." I feel guilty. I blurt out on a strained whisper. My cousin, my own flesh and blood, is going to die because of me. "Not because of you." He answers immediately, his voice low. "The things he's done? I'd have gone for him anyway if it had ever come to my attention. He's a very bad person with some rather unique tastes, and he sometimes dishes those tastes out to unwilling recipients. His removal from the earth will mean lots of possible future victims get to live their lives freely. So take that guilt away. This has nothing to do with you. If you went back to your family tomorrow and I let him marry you off to someone else, I'd still come for him." "Really?" He nods. "Really. I have a wife and a woman in my life who I see as a sister, and she has a partner who I also love. I have a daughter. I can't take out every predator in this world, but when I find out about one, I can." I nod, understanding. "I saw shit," he says, voice rough now. "Shit done to my family. It makes it personal for me to deal with trash like your cousin. Drop the guilt because I'm going for him regardless of your involvement in this." His words are hard, but they work because the guilt does lessen. This is out of my hands now. It's not my fault either that my cousin has ended up coming to this man's attention. If he hadn't tried to sell me off, it wouldn't have happened. If he hadn't used me as a bargaining chip in his tawdry power games, then Andreas would never have heard of the name Tommaso Rossi, and my cousin would live. He only has himself to blame, really. "Do you like sugar and creamer?" Andreas asks, changing the conversation. I nod. "Please." He finishes my drink and hands me a steaming mug of coffee. I take a sip and smile. "Delicious." "It's not bad. Cassie is the one you want to make you a coffee. That woman can make anything you want. She worked as a barista for a period, and she's damn good." "I am." I jump at the female voice from the open doorway leading to the pool area. Cassie is standing there smiling at me. Her smile is as golden as the rest of her. It lights up her entire face. She looks less tired today. "If you ever want someone to help you install a coffee machine and show you how to make various fancy drinks for the tourists at your new beach bar, I'm your gal." "You guys really going for it then?" Andreas asks. "I think so," I say. Maxim seems keen, and I love it here so much. "We all do," Cassie says. "It's magical, this place, I swear it. We've all fallen in love with it. I'm head over heels. I seriously get that dippy tummy feeling sometimes about the place, the same way I do about Constantine." "Don't tell him I said that," she says, laughing. "Where is he?" Andreas asks. "Rehab in the gym at our place," Cassie replies. "The physio is here." Andreas nods. "You doing okay?" "He's doing okay, you know." He nods again. "And you?" "I'm feeling better every day. Today is a good day." She beams again. A warbled cry comes from the pool area, and Maya shouts a panicked, "Cassie?" Cassie grins. That woman is no good with babies whatsoever. She heads back out to relieve Maya. If you do buy the bar, she'll definitely set you up with a great coffee-making situation, Andrea says. I cock my head to one side and regard him. Do you guys just go around adopting people like this all the time? He bursts out laughing. Real, genuine laughter, which crinkles his eyes and softens his face tremendously. I suppose we do, he says. I haven't thought of it that way, but yeah, we do. I like it, I say truthfully. A strikingly handsome man pops his head into the kitchen. Hey, Malaka, come and play some rugby. I have learned Malaka means wanker and is used as a term of endearment here. I forget the handsome man's name. 2 minutes, Alesso. Andreas Hanley supplies it for me. The handsome man, Alesso, gives me a brief smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He's quite cold as that one. A few of the men here I don't like. Alesso, Vasily for sure. I'm wary of Constantine. He's okay, but he's gruff and hardly friendly. Andreas I feel much more relaxed around after our conversation. And Damon I really like. Stamatis keeps himself to himself, and other than Damon, his daughter Maya, and his wife Rhea, seems introverted almost. I bet he's not. He's simply not one of those people to waste time bothering to make small talk. Nikolai is a bit the same way. Sasha is more polished and can chat with anyone. Maxim, I suppose, would seem gruff perhaps to people who don't know him. I'm shy, and for the first time I wonder if I come across as aloof. Instead of wondering what everyone thinks about me and worrying about everything, I determined to make an effort to be friendlier for the rest of my short time here before our flight. Thanks for the coffee, I tell Andreas. I walk out into the bright sunshine, and instead of taking a seat far away from everyone, I head over to where Cassie and Violet are sitting and take a deep breath in. Time to try to make friends.
Chapter 20. Maxim. Fucking lap of luxury. We need a private jet, Sasha says to Nick as we cruise smoothly over the ocean back to England. We do, Nick agrees. We can more than afford it, and now we're going to be moving more product over a wider area. It pays to look the part. We can talk to Bianchi about his running costs for this, and then take a look at the numbers. Nick turns to me. Not that you'll benefit, seeing as you're determined to run off and be a goat-herd beach bum. No, I'm setting up a beach diner, serving locally grown and sourced foods at lunch and early evening, and buying a house and land to run a small holding from. Yeah, goat-herd beach bum. I glance at Aurora beside me. She's fast asleep, her mouth slightly parted, and tiny, cute little snores escaping her lips. I smile at her and turn back to my brothers. I won't leave you in the lurch, but long-term, I want to change things up. It's not for me. A good job, your family. I'd kill people for less, Nick grouses. Look at it this way. You and Sienna get to spend more time back home. Your wife can get to know her mother-in-law. I dodge the nut he throws at my head, chuckling. Fucker. He's smiling, though. Sienna has softened him. A year ago, if I'd told him I was walking away from it all, I do think he might have actually tried to kill me. He and Sasha will take things from strength to strength. I know they will. Nick can more than make up for the muscle I provided on the ground, and he'll scare any competitors to death once they hear he's back on the scene locally. Sasha can do the schmoozing and the legit business side of things, and they both have wives now who can help on that score. Both women are beautiful, and both have friendly, easygoing personalities. You owe us money if you walk, Sasha says from his seat opposite Nick and across the small aisle from me. I know. I'm not expecting you to let me go without me cashing out. I still have more than enough to live for a long time without working, and that's my plan. A beach cafe won't provide much income, Sasha states. I don't need a lot. I'll rent the house in Slovakia out to tourists wanting mountain holidays. I'll work the land on Corfu and run the beach bar and diner through the summer. If I need money in the winter, I can always do building work or painting, but I won't. You're not the only one with a head for investment, Sasha. His brows raise. Oh? Yeah, oh, I'm gonna be okay. Don't worry about me. Do we get free holidays in Greece? Nick asks. Of course. House has 10 bedrooms for fuck's sake. I hope you do come. His grin turns diabolical. Maybe Mother would want to come and stay? I swear to God, you put that idea into her head, and I'll sneak into your room in the dead of night and cut your heart out. Imaginative, he says approvingly. Just put a stake in him and be done. Sasha laughs at his own joke. Make sure he doesn't rise up from the dead. Like Dracula, Aurora says with a yawn as she stirs next to me. Nick shoots her a perplexed look, and I burst out laughing. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for landing at London City Airport within 20 minutes. The announcement made, we all shuffle in our seats, sitting up and belting ourselves in for the landing. Come back to my place, Sasha offers as we disembark. Are you sure? I'm relieved he's offered. There are rooms at the club I could take, but I don't think Aurora will feel comfortable there. It's not safe, Nikolai states. Not enough security. There's a shit ton of it at the club. I know Aurora might not like the ambiance, but she'll be safe, and for the next few days, that's the main thing. I blow out a breath. He's right. I glance behind me to see Aurora talking with Sienna and Leah. They'd both taken seats at the back of the plane, pulled blankets over themselves, and slept for most of the flight. You are welcome too, Andreas. Good. I don't fancy a hotel. I think it's best if we all stay together, Nick adds. I know you want to get home, Sasha, but it's not for long. Once the deed is done, we can all go back to our usual lives. After we plan a massive wedding, Sienna says with a grin as she squeezes past me and hooks her arm into Nikolai's. I want to get married in Greece, Aurora says. On the beach, by our new bar. As soon as she says it, I know it's perfect. Not in a church? Nick asks. Fuck me, is he serious? Brothers, the sins I've committed, I would probably burst into flames if I tried that. Nick tried it, and he's not ashes or a pillar of salt. Sienna laughs, and I join in. You're lucky I love you. Nick grouses, but he kisses the top of her head and pulls her in closer. We still get to go dress shopping, though, Sienna says to Aurora with a grin. I want something simple. Simple but expensive, Sienna says with another grin. No, I think simple and inexpensive is what I want. What? Why? Leah asks, as if Aurora is crazy. Why would you want inexpensive on your wedding day? Because I get to choose. Aurora shrugs. My family would have made me wear something that costs thousands, so now I get to choose. And I choose simple and not too expensive. My heart swells. This woman, she kills me. By the time we get back to the club, everyone is tired in that way only air travel can cause. Aurora and I are shown to a suite, and we both fall onto the bed. Within minutes, she's asleep. I lie awake for longer, worrying about what is to come next. He's a complete piece of shit, Mistress May stomps her foot. The women he has beaten don't want to be there. I would never do this sort of thing normally. Her cheeks are red, and she paces as she talks. You're doing this to help us, Sasha points out. I know, but it goes against everything I believe in within my professional life. Well, tomorrow is your last session, I add. I glance around the tawdry room and try not to breathe in too deeply. The entire sex club stinks of sweat and sex, and it's not pleasant. Thank God, she rolls her eyes. Where does he get the girls from? Sasha asks. The club supplies them. His caveat is they don't like pain play, and then he subjects them to it. I'm not saying they're being kidnapped or anything as serious as that. They are paid, but they have no idea what they are getting into. Last week the girl safe-worded out, and he instructed the man whipping her to ignore it, which he did. So the club needs to be closed down too, Sasha says. Oh no, that is beyond what is meant to be, I say immediately. That will make things much riskier, shine a light on our involvement. Don't worry, we won't be doing it, but in a few weeks, I'll send some men to close it. I shrug. I suppose I can't argue with that. Who? He simply looks at me and doesn't answer. Okay, moving on. I go over the plan again with May. Andreas already knows the part he has to play, and things might not even get this far, if the intel we have is correct. My stomach twists, and I stomp down the nerves. We all say our goodbyes, and Sasha, Nick, and I leave and head back to the club. I can't get back to Aurora fast enough.
Chapter 21. Aurora. I step out into the walled-off garden, where what seems like years ago now, but was mere weeks, my life changed forever. The sun is strong this afternoon, and although the heat is nothing like that of Greece, the high walls make the garden a sun trap. Pottering about, I look at the various flowers and get lost in my thoughts. Sienna is walking beside me, and for a while we simply enjoy being outdoors in companionable silence. "Damn," she says suddenly. "I need to make a call. My phone's inside. I'll only be 2 moments, okay?" Before I can answer, she is gone. Suddenly, I'm alone in the garden. I ought to go back inside myself. Then I tell myself I'm being stupidly paranoid. The walls are 6 feet high, and there are guards inside and on the perimeter too, as Nikolai told us yesterday. I decide to enjoy my moment of solitude. I smile as a slight breeze ruffles my hair. I turn my face up to the heavens and close my eyes. Outside the 4 walls, there's a hum of traffic, and the odd click of heels as people walk past. Here in the garden, though, all is quiet except for the sound of the odd bird. "I knew you'd come back here eventually," a horribly familiar voice says. My hand slams over my heart, and I turn with a sense of dread. Standing right behind me, with a maniacal grin on his face, is my cousin. He's flanked either side by 2 of his enforcers. My mind is racing, and all I can think is, how the hell did he know I was here? "You're probably wondering how I knew you were here." My cousin laughs. "I've been renting a room over there with a lovely view over this courtyard. Another one of my men is renting a small room above the bar opposite the entrance, and I've had eyes on it for the past few weeks. You see, there's one thing about me you ought to know. It is that I'm a patient man." "You're in danger being here." It's not a lie. I can't believe he's standing there as if any minute he might not get discovered. "How did you get into the garden?" "Over the wall," he says with a shrug. God, he's a sneaky bastard. I didn't hear a thing. "You were so lost in your own world, I think a band could have started playing and you wouldn't have noticed. Look at you." His face twists into a vicious sneer. "It's written all over your stupid features. You've gone and fallen in love with him, haven't you? You ought to leave while you have the chance, right now. As we speak, a few of my men are making a scene at the front of the club. It means that your boyfriend's guards are very distracted. I know for a fact that the 3 brothers aren't here. There's no one in the conservatory from what I can see. Who's gonna hear you scream? I don't give a fuck if your boyfriend comes after me once I've done this. You've ruined everything. Your father and now you. I would die 1,000 times over so long as I get to take you with me." The burning hatred in his eyes tells me he's not lying. When families feud, the hatred is explosive, and I have not only ruined his plans, but I've also humiliated him. "Take hold of her arms," he orders his men. They close in on me and grab an arm each. My mouth opens to scream, but a big hand slaps over it, cutting off my air. I panic and thrash out, kicking my legs as hard as I can behind me. I only hit air, however. "Stop panicking, you stupid bitch. You can breathe through your nose." Tommaso laughs. "If this is how you're reacting now, I can't wait to see how your eyes will widen when I cut your stomach open and pull your guts out. I'll be long gone, sadly, by the time your boyfriend finds you. I'll be across the road, though, able to see via my binoculars how upset he is. They will have no idea where to look for me, and once your body is discovered, I will be gone." The minute the hand moves, I'm talking. "Please don't do this." I'm not above begging, and it's not for my life, but for Maxim. Him finding me like that will destroy him. He'll blame himself for the rest of his life. "I'm sorry, my lovely cousin. You have nothing more to offer me." Wouldn't you rather take your time with me and torture me? Think of all the depraved things you could do to me, Tommaso, if you take me with you. I can't believe I'm suggesting this. But if it saves Maxim from the pain of finding me bleeding all over the flagstones, it's worth it. This way, he might think I've simply left him. One of the men's phone buzzes in his pocket, and he takes it out and looks at the screen. "Boss, they are back." "Better make it quick, then," my cousin says. He pulls a knife out of his pockets and flips it open. The blade on it is long and vicious. I imagine it driving into my stomach, and a wave of faintness washes over me. Something whizzes past my ear with a high-pitched whoosh, and suddenly my left arm is free. 2 more strange noises rush past me on the other side, and that arm is free also. I can't move or speak. What's happening? I turn around to look behind me and gasp when I see both men who had been holding my arm lying on the floor. One of them has his eyes open, staring straight up at the sky. But there's a hole in his head, and blood is oozing from it. The second has his head turned to the right, and there's a bloom of blood spreading over his shirt. Andreas steps out into the open. "What the hell?" Tommaso stares as Andreas advances upon him. "How did you get from the front of the club to here so quickly?" "I didn't." He shrugs casually, as if he and my cousin are 2 old friends having a conversation. "Nasty-looking knife you got there." He never takes his eyes from Tommaso. "I never went to the meeting. You see, you might have been spying on us, but we've been spying on you. I have a man who does this sort of thing for me back in Corfu. We've been monitoring your messages and phone calls for a few days now. I got in the car to go to the meeting, but they let me out around the corner, and I changed into a hoodie and came in the back entrance of the club, carrying a crate of beer. Then a different man came out in the same hoodie, got into a white van, and drove away. I never went to the meeting. We know you've had eyes on this place for a long time." Tommaso's hand tightens around the knife, and he takes 1 step toward me. Andreas twitches the gun barrel twice, mimicking someone shaking their head. "You really shouldn't do that." "I'm dead anyway, so what does it matter? Might as well take her with me." "There are things worse than death," Andreas says conversationally. "For example, I could shoot your cock off." My cousin's face slowly empties of color as his gaze flicks rapidly between myself and the man holding the gun trained on him with impressively steady hands. The door to the conservatory opens, and Maxim steps out. "I'm sorry we couldn't tell you what was going on, Aurora." He comes straight to me, not even looking at my cousin. "You had to seem completely natural as they were watching you. You were never in any danger, though. Andreas was hiding in the corner the whole time." He turns his attention from me and focuses on my cousin. I've never seen Maxim look this way. There's a fire burning in his eyes that could set the whole world alight. Absolute hatred and rage simmers in the depths of his gaze. 2 more men walk out behind Maxim, and I recognize them as Victor and Vadim, 2 of Nikolai's muscles for hire. "Take his clothes off," Maxim orders. What the hell? What is going on? Tommaso struggles at first, but Vadim slaps him around the face 4 times in quick succession, and he soon gives up fighting. As they strip his clothes from him, I get a distinct uncomfortable feeling. It's one thing to kill the man and make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else, but this is something else. "Do you know how I've spent every night for the last few weeks?" Maxim asks my cousin. Tommaso shakes his head. "I spent my nights trailing my fingers over your cousin's body and feeling every single fucking mark you put on her. I know exactly where they are. It's all up here." He taps the side of his head. "It's a map in my mind, one that can be transferred from her body to anyone else's." He advances on my cousin and takes the knife from him. "Thanks for bringing this with you. Saves me a trip to the kitchen." As I watch, oddly transfixed, Maxim digs the knife into Tommaso's thigh, exactly where I have the worst scar. My cousin's screams fill the courtyard for a brief moment before Victor slams his hand over his mouth. "Come inside, you don't need to see this." Nikolai is by my side. I hadn't even noticed he entered the courtyard. I'm in such a state of shock that I do believe a pink elephant could fly by, and I would think nothing of it. Gently, Nikolai takes my hand and leads me inside through the conservatory, as Maxim goes to work carving up my cousin in the exact same way that he did to me over the years. I'm shaking and weak, and as soon as I enter the club, Sienna wraps her arms around me and pulls me into a big hug. Leah is there too, and she hands me a large glass with an ember liquid in it. "Drink this," she says. "It's good for shock." They lead me to a chair and sit me down in the bar area. It's completely empty, with none of the usual customers sitting around. I sip at the drink, and slowly the shaking subsides. "I know what he did to me was wrong, but this is barbaric," I say. "It's not only for vengeance," Nikolai says. "This sends a message to everybody. You harm a hair on the head of any of our women, and it will come back on you tenfold. You might not like it, but this makes you safer. Anyway, my brother needs this. Let him get closure. Your cousin deserves none of your pity. Not even a moment of mental energy from you should be expended on him any longer. The stuff we found out about him, while Andreas had his phones and emails monitored, is absolutely disgusting. I'm not going to share, and I don't think Maxim will either. You don't need that in your head. You do, however, need to know that he's a bad person, and the world will only be better without him in it." Nikolai shocks me when he tips my head up and gently places a kiss on my forehead. "Welcome to the family, Aurora." Sienna wraps her arms around me and hugs me tight as I keep sipping at my drink. 15 minutes later, Maxim walks back into the room. "He is dead," he tells me. I'm still in a state of complete shock, but as the brandy warmed me, I started to feel something dark and strange within me. It's almost a sense of satisfaction at what has been handed out to my cousin. I don't like it about myself. No one wants to think they can do something evil, and what Maxim has been handing out in the garden is evil. However, my cousin deserved it. "Did you get every single mark?" I ask. "Every single one, baby," he replies. I nod and sway slightly in my seat. The next moment, the drink has been taken out of my hands, and Maxim picks me up in his arms, the way a man might his bride before he carries her over the threshold, and walks out of the room with me, carrying me upstairs to the guest room we're staying in. He takes care of me the exact same way he does when we finished playing one of our chase games. He runs a bath and washes me. He gives me water to sip. He also gives me a couple of painkillers, as if he can read my mind and knows how bad the headache that splits my head is. When I'm washed, dried, and moisturized, he pulls the sheets back and places me gently into bed before climbing in beside me. At some point, he's taken his own clothes off and had a quick shower, and he smells fresh and clean. "I don't want you to think about this anymore," he says. "I promise you, I'm putting this life behind me. I had to send a message, though, to anyone who might want to hurt you or any of my brother's partners. This will stop them in their tracks." "What will happen to his body?" I ask. "It will be delivered to the people who need to see what happens to anyone who threatens the woman that I love." "Who will do that? Andreas?" "No, baby. Our men will do that. The message needs to come from us. We were going to do this a different way, but your cousin made that impossible. They came onto our territory and threatened you, yet again. So now he's been made an example of. Like I say, from now on I don't want you to think about it. If you need to talk about it, I'm here. Don't bottle it up. But try really hard to let this go. You did nothing wrong, and you're safe now. He can't ever hurt you again. I'm going to walk away from the life I've been living here, and in a few months from now, we will be living in Greece and running a beach bar." "And have a pack of dogs?" I say with a sniff, as for some reason the tears start flowing again. "A pack of dogs, baby, I promise. I might even throw a donkey in." His arm tightens around me, pulling me in closer. "I love you." He kisses the back of my neck. "I can't wait to be married to you and start our life together." I can't wait either. From the moment I saw him, I knew he would be someone important. I could never have guessed how the arc of our story would play out. I'm free. and it's all thanks to Maxim. You set me free, I say. It's only fair. You set me free too, from the moment I saw you. I close my eyes and let myself drift, safe in the arms of the man who I love. Epilogue. Aurora. Corfu. Laughter floats up from the beach below. Maya and I are in the rooms above the beach bar, which is where Maxim and I are living temporarily while we have the main house renovated and gutted. I like it here and would be happy for this to be our home, but Maxim says there isn't enough space for the dogs I want and the kids he wants. Kids I also want, but not yet. I've told him I require some time for just the two of us. Time to adjust. The squeal of laughter from Eliana has me smiling. I glance in the mirror and catch Maya's eye as she finishes another curl, letting the ringlet drop to my shoulders. Do you think you and Damon might have kids soon? As soon as I ask, I regret it. The flash of pain that crosses her features is quick but definite. I'm so sorry, I say quickly. It's such a rude thing to ask, isn't it? Not sure why we women do that to one another. It's okay, she says softly. You're a friend now, and friends talk about deeper things than the weather. She blows out a sigh. I don't think I want children. Listen, most people know what I'm about to say, not because I have told them, but just by osmosis somehow. And you don't because you're new to our group. Long story short, Stamatis is my father, as you know, but for a long time, most of my life in fact, I believed him to be my uncle. My father, or the man I thought was my father, was a cruel man. Cold, nasty. You know the situation Maxim rescued you from. I nod, my mouth gone dry suddenly at this rather monumentous information. Well, Damon saved me from something similar. However, it caused massive issues in our family. My father, my real father, Stamatis, lost his son. I gasp. His son hurt me. He did terrible things. My mother, she wasn't the best mother, but we were getting closer, putting things behind us, and she was killed. I was there. She wipes at a tear as it hits her cheek, sniffs, then grabs her champagne glass and knocks it back. Suffice to say, deep down, where I never show anyone, I'm messed up. The kind of messed up that is probably best suited to not having kids, you know? And I don't know. I never get that massive maternal urge. Should you have kids if you don't have that crushing biological drive? I know people who had kids and it was the best thing they ever did. But honestly, I know people whose lives it messed up, although they won't say it ever because you can't, can you? They would have been better off not having children. She sips more of her drink, then places the glass on the dresser. Don't repeat this, as it's not my story to tell, but Damon did not have a good start in life either. I'm not sure we'd be the best parents. He sees it differently and thinks we'd be great because we can break the chain. You know? Do it right. I imagine a lot of parents think that until life comes at them, and they realize they're making mistakes too. So, I don't know. I'm torn. Damon has so much love to give, and I know he'd like kids. His best friend, Aliso? Yes, handsome but cold. Well, he and Stella, who is my best friend, they won't be having kids. Neither of them wants them. It means I feel the pressure to do it. But so far, I just don't have that overwhelming maternal urge. I don't know. I'm not sure I'd make a good mother. I laugh at that. Maya, you look after all of us. You're kind, and you're the one who stands up for people, who sticks your neck out to help. You'd make a great mother. You're mothering me now. I am? She raises her brows in surprise. You are. You've calmed my nerves, got my dress ready. You're helping me with my hair and makeup. You're the only person I wanted in here with me this morning, and I haven't known you all that long, but I trust you. She smiles at me, her warm, beautiful smile. I think you underestimate yourself, but I also think you have to do what is right for you and not be pressured by anyone. Why don't you make a deal? Tell Damon you want it taken off the table for a couple years. You enjoy your lives, travel, work, do whatever it is you're doing, and then in 2 years revisit it and see how you both feel then. It kind of stops it from being this thing lurking in the background between you, but you're not simply ignoring it. That way, you let him know you're not ignoring what he feels or wants, but for now, you're both tabling it until X date, and then you'll sit and revisit it. You know, that's a good idea. We've sort of been doing that, but if I say to him, formally as it were, let's put this on the back burner for definite for a couple of years and get on with our lives, and then we can come back to it and really address it. My business is going well, and I want to live a little. I've only really discussed this in depth with you and Amelia Bianchi. Stella and I don't talk about it much because she gets a bit strident. She thinks having kids chains women to being second-class citizens. I do a double take at that. Well, that's a bit extreme, maybe. She's very feminist, Maya says, which is odd when she is with Alesso, who is overbearing and bossy. I do think I might pluck up the courage and have that conversation with Damon. Exactly, and there's nothing to stop you from going for it if suddenly the maternal urge does strike. I've told Maxim, no kids for now. I want time for us. My life has been crazy, and I'm not ready. I know I want them at some point, though, so for me, it's not the same because it's something I do desire, only not now. And who is to say when we do try, we can have them? I lost a baby. I tell her. Oh, I am so sorry, Aurora. I'm okay now. I still think about him, though. I know it means my risk of further issues is higher, and look at poor Cassie. Maya nods, her eyes once more turning glassy. We thought we'd lost her. Kay is never going to be the same. He watches her like a hawk. Have you noticed? I nod because I have. The man is hard, scarily so. But when he looks at Cassie, or his sunshine as he often calls her, his face softens. He watches her a lot. If she's playing around the pool and she starts to run a little, I could see the tension in him as his muscles bunch as if he's preparing himself to save her. It's a good job that girl doesn't mind his overbearing scrutiny because I couldn't cope with it, to be honest. I think she loves it, though, because it makes her feel safe. I feel safe with Maxim, I say with a smile, for the first time in my life. I'm going to take some of the self-defense classes up at the compound, the ones Rose and Priest will be running for the women. I've decided I want to feel safe within myself. Yeah, I understand that, I do. Feel safe within myself. I almost died. I had accepted it, and I hurt my cousin badly. She grins, and it holds a vicious edge. Damon thinks I'm suffering PTSD from it or something, and I've hidden it deep. I'm really not. I suffer from reoccurring nightmares about my mother and what happened to her. But for myself? No. I feel as if I can face anything if I can face what my cousin tried to do to me. Damon is overprotective, too. You know, he seems laid back. Chill. He's a very, and I mean very dangerous man to get on the wrong side of. He wouldn't back down if anyone threatened those he loves. I know the other side of him. A lot of people see him and think he's softer than the others. He's not. He's just easier going on the surface. I've seen the things he can do if he's fighting for his side. She shakes her head as if to dislodge a memory. People underestimate my man at their peril. I have no doubt. Damon is the very definition of speak softly and carry a big stick. I hope you guys will still come and visit us in Athens, Maya adds. We'd love to have you. I mean, you're here getting married and you don't have a honeymoon planned. Come and spend it with us on the Athenian Riviera. It's very grand, you know. She giggles. Thank you. I'll ask Maxim. I know he wants to oversee this next stage of the renovations as they're putting the kitchen in next week. After that, he might be persuaded to leave it in the hands of the contractors for a week or two, and we could come and visit you. We can go shopping, she says happily. I don't tell her that shopping isn't really my thing. I think I'd enjoy it with Maya anyway, because she makes everything fun. Then she surprises me by saying, we can go to the museums, too. It's my favorite thing to wander about those amazing ancient sculptures during the times the places aren't full of tourists. It's wonderful. That really does sound wonderful. I'd love to see it all. Persuade him, she orders as she kisses my cheek, then rubs her lipstick mark away with her thumb. She curls 2 more strands and then puts the curling iron to one side. Using her fingers, she separates the curls until they are loose waves falling around my shoulders. My wedding dress is hanging on the back of the door. It isn't officially a wedding dress. It's a white bohemian maxi dress, and it wasn't inexpensive either. I spent ages trawling around bridal shops not finding anything I wanted. Then I described it to Maya, and one day she came to me and showed me an image. It was perfection. Long, made from simple, light white cotton. So light it almost seems gauze-like. It's stunning. The dress has long sleeves with lace at the ends and a V-neck, almost like a shirt with 2 long tassels either side, and lace paneling. It looks like something from the 70s, and I adore it. I was worried it wouldn't suit my curvy frame, but it does. The white looks amazing against my deeply tanned skin, too. It is by an Italian designer, and not one I've worn before, as their clothes are bohemian and full of prints, ruffles, and all the sorts of things my family thought was horrifying. And I love it. Maya has moved on to my makeup, and it doesn't take her long. I told her I wanted very little. It's hot, and if she uses a lot, it will only slide off my face in the heat. She brushes some bronzing powder over my cheeks, jawline, and nose, dusts a tiny bit of gold-flecked shadow over my lids with her pinky finger, and then adds a sweep of mascara. My brows she simply brushes out, and then she adds a pinky bronze lip gloss. Finally, she uses a deep pink cream to add a flush of color to the apples of my cheeks, again using her fingers. I stare at myself in the mirror. I love it. "You're a miracle worker," I tell her happily. "It's easy to make someone as beautiful as you glow, babe," she replies. "I'd kill for your kind of beauty." I gawp at her. "Maya, you're about the sexiest woman I've ever seen." "I know," she replies without any pride in the statement. "I work hard at it. I've always tried hard to be sexy. I don't know why. I'm not beautiful, though, and I know that. It's okay. True beauty is rare. You have it. My friend Stella has it. That bastard Aliso has it. And oh boy, you should see Bowden. Jesus. Face to make the angels weep, that one. Me? I'm average, but I have great hair, and I know how to dress and how to apply makeup." I think you are selling yourself very short to say you're average." She shrugs. "It doesn't bother me. I'm happy in my skin." She is, too. You can tell with the way she walks and holds herself. "Damon thinks I'm the most gorgeous thing to ever walk this earth, and that's all I care about. Do you know I used to prefer Alesso?" She whispers this to me. I'm shocked. She and Damon are so perfect together. "Really?" "Yep. Let his pretty boy looks turn my head, but then one day I noticed Damon, and once I had noticed him, I couldn't stop noticing him." "I think Alesso is bland." I shrug. "I can see he's extremely handsome, but I prefer people with more interesting faces." If I wasn't with Maxim and head over heels in lust and love, of all the men on the compound, the one I would notice would be Constantine. He's not the most handsome, but boy, the man has charisma. You can feel him enter a room even if you're not looking. Looks fade with time, but that kind of energy doesn't. Maxim has his own dark energy. He's quiet and unobtrusive, but he screams, "Don't fuck with me." I love that about him. Call me sick, but it turns me on. The way I've seen people dart concerned glances at him as we simply stroll through town, his size and his confidence making them sit up and take notice, revs my engine. Rightly or wrongly, I love his strength and the power he carries in his own body. My mind casts back to 2 nights ago, and I bite back my smile. We played our favorite game right here on the beach. No one comes to the beach after dark. It's down a long, windy track, and our land goes right up to the edge of that track. So unless you're coming to the beach, there's no need to drive down this way. The track is full of potholes, so the tourists who come in the day do so on hired scooters or in jeeps. You wouldn't bring a decent car down this way for fear of damaging the suspension. Maxim had been clearing away the beer bottles after he, Damon, and Andreas had watched a football game and enjoyed a few drinks. I had gone upstairs and quietly changed into a long, floaty cream dress and wandered innocently back into the bar. He'd taken one look at me and quietly said, "You'd better run," without even stopping what he was doing. I did. I ran fast, barefoot on the sand, but it was mere minutes before he caught me. I fought hard, though, and he's wearing tiny teeth marks in his shoulder with pride. He fucked me so hard I came screaming under the stars. God, he's a beautiful beast when he lets himself go. I shiver and drag my mind away from those thoughts. I don't want to be getting married with soaked panties. What are you thinking about with your Mona Lisa smile? Maya demands, smirking at me. Oh, nothing. Yeah, right. Thinking about your wedding night? She laughs. Maybe. Then I shrug. It's not a big deal. I'm hardly a virgin. Have you had it up the ass? She asks me bluntly. I'd just picked up my champagne and taken a sip, and half of it comes out of my nose. Jesus. Thank God I don't have my dress on. What? You know. Have you let him in the back door yet? She laughs. If not, then you are a virgin in one sense. Let him have that tonight. I stare at her. He's not small. I don't think so. She rolls her eyes. Damon is proportionate. I'll leave you to imagine what that means. I let him. In fact, we do it a lot. God, no, the thought of it sounds painful. It's amazing if you do it right. Lots of lube really turned on. It will blow your mind. I nod and sip some more drink. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Anyway, that's for later. Right now, we need to get you in your dress. Finish your drink. I'm not letting you handle any liquids once you're in your dress until after you're married. Bossy? I grumble, but I'm smiling. My heart twinges for a moment. I wish my Nana at least could be here. They have disowned me, though. I got a cold letter from my aunt after Tommaso was found dead and carved up in a prominent location near the family home. They, of course, had no idea of my involvement, but they all blamed me anyway. The letter stated if I had only done as instructed by the family, things would be wonderful for everyone now, but I had ruined it with my selfishness in refusing to marry the prince. They had heard on the grapevine I was with Maxim, but had no idea where, so the letter went to Club Volkov, and Nikolai gave it to me one day, with a gentle pat on my shoulder, which is probably Volkov speak for, I'm very sorry. They instructed me never to contact them and said if I attempt to go back to the house, they'll have me arrested. The threat is ridiculous, but if they don't want me, then I won't go back. It means I officially have no family. Can I ask you something? I say to Maya, plucking up the courage to ask her a question that has been on my mind. Of course. Did you ask Andreas to deal with my cousin? She shakes her head. No, babe, that's all on him. He has a thing about saving women. Damn heroic fucker. I love that about him. I laugh. Yes, I suppose it is an attractive quality. Right? They ought to do one of those charity calendars. She giggles. The door bursts open and Damon stalks in. Ladies, you're getting somewhat late. Damon! Maya storms over to him and pushes him on the shoulder. She could have been naked, for God's sake. Learn to knock. He doesn't even look at me, but stares at his wife. That poor man is starting to sweat, and not just from the heat. Hurry it up. We're almost ready. It takes time. You've been gossiping, he says. Have not. She shakes her head. I knock on the door, and Andreas pokes his head around it. It's getting hot out there. If you don't want to melt, you might want to get this thing going before we head into midday. They're coming, Damon says with a narrowed-eyed glare at his wife. Can I help at all? It's Violet now, slipping her hand into Andreas's as she smiles at me from the doorway. At this rate, there will be no one left on the beach. She glances at me and makes a soft ooh sound under her breath. Aurora, you look so beautiful. Her eyes fill with tears, and the sight of her so moved makes me teary too. Okay, that's it. Shoo! You are not allowed to make her cry. I can't do her makeup all over again. Maya pushes them all out of the room, but not before Violet sneaks under her arm and runs to me to give me a hug. You're stunning, she whispers. I was wrong. I do have family. Only my family are the one that I found, not one I was born into, and they are right here. Right, dress time. Maya smiles at me and my stomach somersaults. This is it. 10 minutes later, and I'm walking onto the beach, wearing my designer bohemian dress, fresh flowers in my hair, and only my engagement ring as jewelry. Beside me is Maya wearing a long pale blue dress with gold detailing. We are both carrying fresh flowers. Mine are white and blue, and hers are blue. As we step onto the beach, I glance to my right and my heart trips over itself. Standing tall and broad and as resolute as the headlands surrounding the beach is Maxim. He's wearing a beige linen suit with a jacket only fastened at the waist with one button. Underneath is a white linen shirt undone at the neck, showing dark tan skin against the white material. His hair is longer than it was when we met and curls at his collar. All the fake gray is gone now, and it shines under the sun. He's so damn gorgeous, I want to squeal like a teenager at a pop concert. I don't. Instead, I smile at him when his gaze meets mine. We are having a humanist wedding, much to the dismay of Nikolai. Maxim's mother is here. I haven't met her yet. She's staying at the fancy hotel in Corfu town with Nikolai, Sienna, Sasha, and Leah, but I've heard enough about her to be mildly terrified. She's standing with Maxim's brothers, and I glance at her. She's a diminutive woman, but I can see by her stoic face and her cool gaze that she's a force to be reckoned with. I smile at her, and to my surprise, she smiles back. I wanted to meet her before now, but they got delayed due to urgent business in London and only flew in late last night. With my heart pounding, I hand my flowers over to Maya, who takes them and steps back, and then I walk toward my soon-to-be husband. The ceremony passes in a blur, the words washing over me like the waves on the shore. All I know is that one moment I am a Rossi, and the next I am a Volkov. My wedding band is simple. I didn't want diamonds in it, just a simple band with our initials engraved on it. Maxim's matches it, but is broader. Then everyone is applauding us and hugging us, and Maxim is kissing me until I am dizzy. The waiters we hired bring champagne onto the beach, and there are fresh oysters, canopies, and olives being passed around. Everyone is chatting and smiling. Damon and Alesso are here, and this time Alesso's partner Stella has come with him. She is quiet, but nice. Stamatis didn't come as he had business to attend to, but he sent us a wedding gift, which is still up at the house all wrapped up. There is also a gift and a lovely letter from Sergei, Maxim's friend, and an invite to his home when we are back in England. Andreas and Violet are here with their beautiful daughter. Cassie, Constantine, and their baby are here, and they're sitting in the shade. Cassie rocking the baby and smiling happily at us. Priest is here along with Rose. Thankfully, Vasily is not. We sent an invite, but he is working, so he couldn't come. There is another man here I don't know. A man named Alexei, who flew in a few days ago and is apparently close to Andreas and Constantine. He's going to be working for Giovanni Bianchi in Italy, he of the private jet. Alexei is a strikingly handsome man, a real head-turner, but he's also got an air of danger about him. It's a similar vibe to the one you get from Andreas. Something below the surface of the man that tells you he's a stone-cold killer. Now he's relaxed and laughing as he chats to Constantine, but he's always on alert. When he stands and stretches, I see the holster under his jacket, and my blood runs cold until Maxim whispers in my ear, "Relax, baby. He's here for our protection this weekend." And I do. We also have Victor from the club, along with 2 other men who are standing guard at the entrance to the beach. With my cousin gone, there should be no real threats to us, but you never know. Maxim is still involved in dangerous work, and it might mean someone wants to come after him. I won't fully breathe until he's out of that life for good, something I know he's working hard at finalizing. "Come and meet my mother," he says. Oh, Lord, I am so scared of her. If she scares the Volkov brothers, then she terrifies me already. He puts his arm around me and leads me to her. "Maxim, my boy," she says in English, then launches into a screeching tirade in Slovakian. Oh, God, she is terrifying. Nick catches my eye and starts to laugh. She's shouting at him for not having a religious ceremony. And, now she's shouting at him for not telling her he found the most beautiful woman to marry. And now she's saying you better give her grandchildren. Oh, she's saying it is very beautiful here and she looks forward to lots of holidays. God help you, Sasha mutters under his breath. Then she's coming over to me. I brace myself, but she looks me up and down and beams at me through watery eyes. You are a good girl. You have tamed my wildest one. And I will always be closest to you the most out of my daughters-in-law because you had me at your wedding. My other two ungrateful sons never invited me to their weddings. You have shown my Maxim how to be like a gentleman. My mind inappropriately flashes back again to 2 nights ago when he was pinning me to the sand as he ripped my panties off with one hand. I blink at his mother and smile. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Ah, lovely manners. You are from a very good Italian family, I hear. Well, if she calls the Mafia a very good family, I don't argue with her and merely smile. Oh, look at you. You and my Maxim. You will make such beautiful children. Sienna has walked off with Nikolai to talk to Andreas, and I am grateful for that. A moment later, when his mother adds, I worry that if Nick and Sienna have babies, they will have red hair. Witches have red hair. Fuck me, mother, shut up. Maxim hisses. Don't start today, okay? I'm not starting. I'm merely stating a fact. Superstition, not fact. Maxim stares at her, and for a moment, I think she's going to start screeching again. But instead, she pats his cheek affectionately. Ah, my son, I am so happy for this day. Who would have thought it? All my sons married. Soon you will all give me grandchildren. I was upset, I must say, that you were planning to live here. But now I have seen it, I understand. And your house is big, I am told. Nikolai says it has many rooms. Oh, he does he? Maxim clenches his jaw, and I swallow down my laugh. I will visit often, don't worry. You won't lose touch with your mama. She kisses him on the cheek and then does the same to me. One day before I go home, I will show you how to cook his favorite dishes. We can spend an afternoon in the kitchen together. Then she heads off toward Nikolai, shouting at him in Slovakian. I'm gonna kill that motherfucker. Maxim grunts. She's not that bad. I hug him to me, relishing his solid strength as I lean against him. You say that now. Give it time. You know what? I can deal with her. Do you know why? He shakes his head. Because she comes as a side order with you, and you're worth it. He grins at me. Then, are you wearing panties? He whispers in my ear. What? Of course I am. It's my wedding day. It's just this dress is awfully like the ones you wear when we play our games. Is it? I ask innocently. Then I add seriously. You better not tear this off of me. It cost a lot of money and I love it. Okay, no tearing. Then his eyes darken. I will be chasing you, though. I thought we could play hide-and-seek later up at the big house. Hide-and-seek? I swallow hard. Yes, in the dark. All those rooms. All those places for you to hide. All those places for me to hunt you down. Lots of surfaces for me to take my prize on when I find you. My legs go weak at the thought. You can scream, and no one will hear you for miles. You can beg, but I won't stop. You can slap me, and it will only make me want you more. We are far away from the others now, as they have all wandered toward the food. I press myself against him, needing momentary relief from the ache. Christ, baby. I'd love it if you made yourself come against my leg right now. No. I pull back. It's our wedding day, and we have guests. I feel like I'll be struck down by lightning if I did something like that. He laughs, the sound rich and deep. Tonight it is, then. It will be rough. What's your word, baby? Pineapple? I say with a wobble in my voice. That's it. And your sign. I open and close my fist 5 times. Good girl. Make sure you remember them, because I'm gonna ride you so hard you won't know your own name when I'm done with you. Christ. I swallow and realize my throat is dry. I need a drink and not more champagne. There are glasses of sparkling water and orange juice being served, too. Come on, let's go mix with our guests. I need a drink, I tell Maxim. Okay, baby, he says easily. I love you, Aurora Volkov. I love you too. He slips his hand into his pocket. I have something for you. It's somewhat of a family tradition. He takes out a jewelry box. I've seen the bracelet and choker necklace Sienna and Leah wear, and I open it with a mix of excitement and trepidation. There's a bracelet in the box. It has a disc hanging from it, but instead of the family crest, this one is modified. There is the V, but it has a king and a queen nestled within it, along with a knight. I glance at Maxim, confused. It is our crest, but it has both the king and the queen. Both pieces matter. One is nothing without the other. You are a king who loses his queen, and you're vulnerable to attack. The knight represents those we have around us now to help protect us, the friends we have made. May the crest modified for your bracelet. It's beautiful, I say truthfully. He fits it around my wrist and fastens it with the padlock and a tiny key. Then he hands me the key. I stare at it in the palm of my hand. I thought you guys kept the keys, I say stupidly. When I took you from that garden all those many, many weeks ago, I told you I would help you escape. I want you to be free, Aurora. I want you with me because you choose it. This key is yours. You hold the key. You keep it safe. I hope you never take this bracelet off. It's pure 24-karat gold, so it can be worn at all the time. If, however, you do wish to take it off, the choice is yours. He kisses me once softly, his taste and scent flooding me and grounding me in a way nothing else can. You spent your life in a prison. I won't put you in another one. I throw my arms around his neck. I love you so damn much. I sob as I hold him tight. Right back at you, baby. You saved my life. We hold one another tight for the longest time, and then we walk down the beach hand in hand toward our guests, toward our future. This concludes Taken by Him by S.R. Jones, narrated by Marie Hawkins and Eric Smays. Copyright 2022 by S.R. Jones. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with S.R. Jones, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.